Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 66. Cats and Foxes, Part I. Or Old Quarrels, New Disputes. It was a sunny morning in Konoha. Most people, both ninjas and civilians, were now flooding the streets as they headed towards their day jobs. Jiraiya, however, had been almost an hour in his office. Not working, mind you, working on his next novel. He used the clones for that. 3 days had passed since Kurane and Asuma's wedding. The morning after the wedding, the newlywed couple left for their honeymoon to a resort in the land of hot springs, the same one Jiraiya and Tsunade had gone for their own honeymoon many years ago. Going by Jiraiya's own experiences with the place, he knew Asuma and Kurane would have a great time. They weren't the only ones who left that morning. The assault and animal squads, as well as Fu, returned to Takigakure to help finish the reconstruction efforts. According to the reports, they wouldn't take more than 2 weeks until they were done. Naruto had faith that nothing terrible would happen while he and his friends were away. And until that point, Jiraiya was sharing his adopted son's optimism. Somebody knocked at the door. "Oh come on, I wasn't supposed to have any meetings until 10. Jiraiya groaned as he quickly hid the draft of his next novel. "Who's there?" "It's me, Jiraiya. We have an urgent message from Kumo addressed to you." Jiraiya immediately recognized the voice of his sensei and predecessor. That got Jiraiya's attention. Messages from Kumo were hardly good news. What would the Raikage want now? "Come in. Bring that message." Sarutobi entered the office and handed Jiraiya a scroll with Kumo's seal on it. Unfurling the scroll, the white-haired Hokage read its contents, and the more he read, the more his face paled. He furled the scroll again and slammed it against the table. "It is bad?" Hiruzen asked, with a bit of worry in his voice. "Umbu!" Jiraiya yelled. 4 Umbu wearing different animal masks suddenly appeared before him. "Bring Shizun's medical squad here, now!" he barked. "Bring Mirin Nohara as well." "Yes, Hokage-sama," the Umbu said, aware of the urgency of the situation, vanishing in an instant. "I take it as bad," the Hokage-turned advisor concluded. "Let's hope it's not a repeat of the Hyuga affair." "Not exactly the same, but it can be even worse," Jiraiya said, and to prove his point, he handed the message to Hiruzen. After reading it, the former Hokage echoed his student's reaction. "This isn't bad, but catastrophic." Jiraiya slumped into his chair, and let out a tired sigh. Of all the times for Naruto not to be in the village. A few minutes later, Shizun and her 3 students stood in front of the Hokage and Sarutobi. According to the Umbu, they were at their usual training spot, ready to begin their morning routine. Thank goodness they were in the village, or else it would have been a catastrophe, Jiraiya thought. Even if it would have preferred Naruto, the medical squad would work as well. Hell, it could work even better. "Good morning to you 4. Sorry for calling you with such haste, but there's an emergency. Konoha has to undertake a mission that only you 4 can accomplish." "What is it, Hokage-sama?" Shizun asked. "You see, a few minutes ago we received a message from Kumigakure," Jiraiya said, as he handed the message to Shizun. As the young Jounin read it, Jiraiya continued talking. "The message says that a Kumo border outpost in a nearby village have been attacked and destroyed. The few survivors claim it was the Nine Tails who did it." "What? That's stupid. The Nine Tails is sealed inside Naruto Naizen," Karen protested. "And he doesn't know how to control his power to its fullest. And even if he was, Naruto has been in Takigakure for the past days. If that wasn't the case, Kakashi-sensei would have sent a message," Sakura added. "What you said is true. However, we're contemplating another possibility." "Sensei, why don't you tell them?" Jiraiya said, as both his and everybody else's eyes rested on the old man. Hiruzen cleared his throat before speaking. "You see, I was there when Minato sealed the Nine Tails inside his son. I was unable to help, or even see it closer due to the barrier erected by Kushina prior their deaths. Something I and a few others saw, and what most people don't know, is that Minato only sealed half the Kyuubi inside his son." There was a collective gasp. Those present opened their mouths to ask questions, but Jiraiya raised a hand, and wordlessly ordered them to remain silent and let Hiruzen finish his tale. You see, I presume he did it because Naruto was a newborn baby, and he wouldn't be able to contain the whole fox himself. So using the Reaper Death Seal, he sealed half of the Nine Tails chakra within himself, before sealing the other half within Naruto, Hiruzen said. But, if that's true, then the Nine Tails' other half should be within the Reaper's stomach, right? If I remember correctly, that's how that jutsu works, right? Sasuke asked. Both Jiraiya and Hiruzen nodded. Then there's no way the other half of the beast should have been able to escape the Reaper, Shizune said. Again, that's true. But remember that almost 3 years ago, when Orochimaru attacked Konoha, he used Impure World Resurrection to bring Minato back to life as an undead puppet, Hiruzen replied. Such thing wouldn't have been possible since his soul wouldn't be accessible. Yet he somehow managed to bypass that. And by doing so, he also rescued the other half of the Kyuubi's chakra, since it was bound to Minato's soul, Jiraiya continued. But you told me that you defeated the reanimated Minato, right? Shizune asked. Yes. And by doing so, his soul returned to the afterlife, where it belongs, Jiraiya said. But, the Nine Tails, like every other tailed beast, it's immortal, Sakura said in realization. And even if you manage to destroy one, they will simply be reborn again. Yes, Jiraiya confirmed. So, the Nine Tails' other half has been resurrected, and decided to attack the Land of Lightning. Karen asked. Here's the thing. If it happened as you suggested, the ninjas in the border outpost would have seen the beast coming. But according to the few witnesses, the Nine Tails suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and attacked without warning, Jiraiya said. Which is exactly what happened when the Nine Tails attacked Konoha 16 years ago, Hiruzen revealed. This led us to believe that somebody had put the Nine Tails under their control and used it to destroy Konoha, which we later found was Obito Uchiha, believed to be dead back then. Wait, if Akatsuki got their hands on the Nine Tails, why did they use it to attack Kumo? Why don't they seal it with the others? Shizune asked. We don't know. My guess is that they want to lure Naruto out into the open with it, so they can have both halves, Jiraiya said. If that was the case, why attack the Land of Lightning? Why not the Land of Fire? Sakura asked. The Land of Lightning is hostile territory. We might not be at war, but we aren't friends nor allies either, Hiruzen pointed out. Clever bastards, Sasuke grumbled. Yes. We do suspect that this might a trap from either Akatsuki or Kumo. Do not rule out such possibility, so Jiraiya and I decided not to recall Naruto for the time being, Hiruzen said. Still, given what we know, we can't afford to just hope it's a trap and that the Kyuubi's other half isn't roaming the world free. That's why I gathered your team. Sasuke, with your main Jakushari Nan, you'll be able to subdue the beast and put it under your control. Karen's chakra chains can be of help as well. Once you rendered it docile, Shizune will seal it. The best solution would be to bring the fox to Konoha and seal it inside Naruto as well, but having a tailed beast released like that, even under Sasuke's mind control, would be too risky, so you'll have to seal it immediately, Jiraiya explained, as his eyes rested on Karen. The redhead was starting to feel uncomfortable. Not only Jiraiya, but Hiruzen also has his eyes fixed on her, looking at her with a mix of pity and fear. Hokage-sama? Sarutobi-sama? Why are you looking at me like that? You're not planning to dash. Karen, the Nine Tails is a special kind of beast. Its chakra is too intense, and the host needs to have a special kind of chakra powerful enough to contain it without letting the fox harm its host. So far, only the Uzumaki clan fit those criteria, Hiruzen said, his eyes reflecting sadness. Sorry, Karen, but we have no other options. You have to be the container of the other half of the Kyuubi. Karen's legs suddenly felt very weak, threatening to make her fall, while her stomach churned. No. No. She said, almost in a whisper. Listen, Karen, I know I'm asking you a lot, but there is no other options. You're the best candidate to dash, Jiraiya began. No. Karen shouted. You can't make me do it. You can't. No, I won't do it. the panic-stricken redhead said before she fled the office. I'll go talk to her, Sakura said, as she rushed after her teammate. Jiraiya sighed again. I knew this was going to be a massive headache. Then, a tiger-masked Umbu appeared, followed by a certain brown-haired teenage girl. Hokage-sama, here's Rin Nohara, as you requested, the Umbu stated. Unlike Karen, Sakura wasn't a censor, but after looking a bit around the tower, jumping from one roof to another, she quickly saw her red-headed teammate slumped on a bench, looking miserable. Not without a good reason, Sakura was forced to admit. Rehearsing what she should say, the pinkette landed besides the Uzumaki girl. Karen. There you are, Sakura said. Leave me alone, Karen cried, not bothering to look at Sakura. Karen, listen dash. No, shut up. Karen snapped. Don't even open your mouth. Do you have any idea of what the Hokage asked me to do? Sakura bit her lip. Karen had all the right to be both angry and scared, so she had to choose her words carefully. Listen Karen, I can't even imagine what is it to be asked to do such a thing. Sakura decided not to pretend she could empathize with her plight. But if Hokage-sama asked you to do this, it's because there's nobody else who can do it. Bullshit. Karen angrily replied. I know for a fact that Tsunade-sama has Uzumaki blood in her. Why didn't he ask her to be her vessel? Or one of their biological children? They're Chunin, just like I am. You know it's not the same. Those children already have a target in their backs because of their blood limits. It would be unfair to make them carry an even bigger burden, Sakura replied, not needing to remind her friend of that rescue mission. You know, before arriving here, I spent all of my childhood running away from some unseen enemy, Karen began. She removed her glasses, and wiped the tears coming from her eyes. Always alert if somebody looked at us funny. Never staying in the same place more than a week. Living on the road. And when we arrived at Konoha, I thought that I finally got away from that. Curse my Uzumaki blood. No matter where I go, it always ruins my life. Sakura bit her lip, and forced herself to remain silent. She spent the next few minutes wordlessly comforting the crying redhead by gently patting her back. I know you must feel scared but, look at Naruto, Sakura pointed out. He's been a Jinchuriki all his life, and he turned out pretty good, don't you think so? Why yes. Karen forced herself to admit. She didn't realize that Sakura left out all the situations in which the Kyuubi made Naruto's life more difficult, either directly or indirectly, but Sakura was sure it would be for the better. And you have all of us to support you if such thing happens, Sakura said. If. Karen repeated. You heard Hokage-sama. We don't know for sure if it's the other half of the Kyuubi. It may just be a farce of Kyumo or Akatsuki in order to draw Naruto into hostile territory, Sakura confidently said. And what if you're wrong? Karen asked. Like I just said, we will be there to help and support you whenever you need. And not just us, but I'm sure Neji, Naruto, and the rest of your family will, Sakura stated. She then grabbed both of Karen's hands. If you feel you can't do it, think in them, think in all the people you love, and love you. Think that you will do this to protect them to keep them safe, just like Naruto has been doing all his life. Karen spent a few moments silent, slowly absorbing Sakura's words. After the pinkette released her hands, she put her glasses back on. What you said doesn't make me any less scared. Not at all, Karen began, then her face reflected an expression of determination. She closed her hand into a fist. But you are right. It will be horribly irresponsible to leave half the nine tails like that. And if there's nobody else who can carry this burden, then I will. Sakura smiled, and nodded. That's the spirit. Come on, we need to go back to the Hokage Tower. No need for that, Shizun's voice said. Sakura and Karen turned around, and saw Shizun, Sasuke, and much to their surprise, Rin Nohara walking towards them. We already heard everything we need to know shortly before you left. Are you feeling better, Karen? Not much, the redhead replied. But I will do this if I have to. Don't worry, it's not near as bad as it may think. Look at Naruto, Shizun said, trying to ease the redhead with a smile. And Hokage-sama plans to give you a huge compensation for this. I doubt any compensation can make up for me becoming a Jinchuriki, but I'll make sure I enjoy it, Karen deadpanned. So, are you ready to go? Hokage-sama said that this mission was urgent and wanted us to leave immediately, Rin chimed in. Sakura and Karen looked at their fellow medic Nin a bit confused. Hokage-sama assigned Rin as backup for this mission, Shizun explained, before Sakura or Karen had a chance to answer. No offense to Rin, but how is an additional medic going to help without mission? Sakura asked. I have special abilities that will be helpful in case we face the Nine Tails, Rin explained. You'll see what I mean when the moment comes, the brown-haired girl said enigmatically. Anyway, enough talking. As Hokage-sama said, this mission is an urgent one. I want you to meet me in the village's north gate in half an hour, understood? Shizun asked. Yes ma'am. The 4 other Konoha ninja obediently replied. Before they went they scattered. Less than an hour later, Shizun's medical squad was already on their way to the Land of Lightning. According to Jiraiya, they were set to meet a squad of Kyumigakuer that had been dispatched to investigate the incident as well. Said squad was expecting Naruto Uzumaki to be among them, so things would get tense when they saw that it wasn't be the case. So, what do you think? Did Obito really got control of that second half of the Nine Tails, or it's just a trick of Kyumo? I'm partial to the latter, Sakura said, before the others had time to answer. I did some research on Kyumo, and the whole incident with Hinata wasn't the first time they tried to abduct one of our ninjas. Really? What did they try before? Sasuke asked. They managed to kidnap Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mom, Sakura replied. Ah yes, Jiraiya-sama told us about that, Shizun stated. Everybody thought that there would be no way to get her back with the head start the kidnappers had, but Minato-sama managed to both track them and single-handedly defeated the kidnappers. Many believe that that was the beginning of their romance. Indeed, Sakura nodded. And as Naruto told us, his mother used to be the previous Jinchuriki before him, so it wouldn't be the first time they showed interest in the Nine Tails. It could also be because of her Uzumaki heritage, Rin piped in. This got Karen's attention. Elaborate please. Being an Uzumaki yourself, you know that your clan has some rather nifty perks, such as longevity, powerful chakra, and knack for fuinjutsu, Rin explained. It's possible that besides the Kyubi, they also wanted Kushina-san to start their own branch of the Uzumaki clan in Kyumo. Karen groaned in an exaggerated manner as she rolled her eyes. Great, so if they find out I'm an Uzumaki, they'll want to get my hands on me. Great, just great. This mission keeps getting better, the redhead deadpanned. Listen, nobody's going to get kidnapped on my watch, got it? Shizun energetically assured. Our team is pretty powerful, so if they want to hurt one of us, we'll put them through a world of pain. If you said so. Karen dejectedly replied, obviously unconvinced. You know, you should pray it's a trick from Kyumo, given that the alternative is to fight an Akatsuki-controlled Kyuubi that we will need to seal inside you, Sasuke pointed out. Don't remind me, Karen groaned. The Uchiha's expression then hardened as he continued talking. I'm personally hoping for the latter option. Of the Akatsuki, Obito's the only one who can control the tailed beasts, meaning that he will be there. With how much powerful I've become over the past years, I'm ready to settle the score. He will pay for the Uchiha insurrection and making me almost kill Naruto. Rin's face turned contrite the moment Sasuke mentioned her former teammate. No matter how many times he heard all the evil deeds Obito had done, she was unable to reconcile them with the memory of the energetic, nice, and clumsy boy she used to know. Guys, if we end up facing Obito, Rin began, her voice quavering a little. Do you think there's a chance we might be able to turn him back to our side? A deafening silence followed her question. A knot formed into the brown-haired girl's stomach, made worse by the hateful glare Sasuke shot at her, before looking forward, and grunting. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. Rin regretfully said. It's natural that you did. Obito was your teammate and friend, and you hate to see what he has become, Shizun replied, her tone being that of understanding. However, Obito has committed multiple heinous crimes against Konoha and its inhabitants. We have proof that it was him, the one responsible behind the Nine Tails attack 16 years ago that claimed the life of your sensei and his wife, as well as his participation on the Uchiha insurrection and aiding Orochimaru in the invasion of Konoha. Even if Obito truly repented, his crimes are too grave for them to atone. Many criminals have been executed for much less than that. I know this is not what you wanted to hear, but the sooner you accept this, the sooner you'll be able to move on, Shizune explained. It's okay, Rin forced herself to admit. Like I said, it was dumb of me to ask that. Obito might have brought me back to life, but he killed lots of other people as well. Are you sure you're ready for this? Sakura asked. There's a big chance that we might end up fighting him. If it's the case and you are not mentally prepared to face him again No. I'm fine. I can do this. Rin insisted, as her eyes glinted with determination. I need to do this. Are you sure? A skeptical Sasuke asked. Yes. When I came back, memories of my death stopped me from being a ninja. Then, I decided to face my fears and join the mission to Kirigakure, the very same village responsible of my demise. And after that, I felt I was able to leave that behind. If I'm to leave the old Obito behind, I need to face what he has become. That's very brave of you, Rin, Sakura praised. As lovable as your intentions are, you should be careful. He didn't try anything during these past years, but seeing you in the open away from the village, he might try to abduct you and lock you up out of his fear of losing you again, Shizune advised. Don't worry, I'm aware of that, Rin replied, nodding. If what you say it's true, maybe we could use that to our advantage, Sasuke suggested. Sasuke-kun. I don't know what are you thinking, but we aren't going to do something that puts Rin in danger. Sakura angrily chastised her boyfriend. I didn't say anything about putting her in danger. But if his presence makes Obito lose focus. The Uchiha replied. Shouldn't we take advantage of that? We'll see when the time comes, Shizune said, putting an end to the discussion. Like Sakura said, we won't take any actions that endangers any of the members of this squad, got it? TCH, whatever, Sasuke growled, as he continued his travel forward. Moon, Tonari's palace. Your tea, Pain-sama, Konan-sama, a pale black-haired child with creepy white eyes and an unreadable expression said as he placed the two cups on the small table between the two of them. The two Akatsuki were convinced that that kid wasn't human, or even alive to begin with. Though that wasn't relevant for them now. Pain and Konan did their best to ignore the extremely luxurious and finely decorated living room they were now in. Having known nothing but the pain of war and misery, it was rather irksome to see firsthand the opulent lifestyle other people were lucky enough to have. Even then, they had to keep their grievances to themselves for the time being. So, Tonari at Satsuki, Pain began, ignoring the tea brought to him. While I can see that you have a lot to offer to our organization in terms of resources, I'd like to know better why are you interested in joining us? Your skepticism is reasonable, Pain-sama, Tonari said with a smile, taking a sip from his own cup of tea. But the answer is simple. We both want a better world, one that reflects the true wishes of the Sage of the Six Paths. Isn't that enough? In theory, it should be. But experience taught me that the jump from theory to practice isn't as clean as we always expect, Pain replied. I'll be frank. Prior to Obito introducing you to us, we knew nothing about you. We didn't even know there were people living in the moon. And I will be eternally grateful to Obito for keeping my people's existence a secret until the time was right, Tonari said, still smiling. Though if you're still doubtful about my commitment and loyalty to your cause, feel free to test me as many times as you wish. You certainly have a helpful disposition. If it's genuine, that's it, Konan observed, as she drank from her cup of tea. And trust me, a test will come in the future. Now, while I could ask Obito, I want to hear it from you first, Pain continued. How did Obito know about you? An understandable question to have, Tonari said with a nod. But before I answer it, are you by any chance aware of a man named Madara? From the same clan as Obito, I think. Madara Uchiha. Yes. He was Obito's mentor. Though he no longer walks among the living, Konan answered. It was thanks to him that Obito learned everything about the Sage of the Six Paths. And that Pain, as his reincarnation, inherited his eyes, and is the only one capable of bringing true peace to the world. In that case, that will save me some explaining to do. You see, Madara Uchiha came to our world many decades ago. I know this because my father told me. I wasn't born yet, Tonari pointed out. Anyway, we never knew how Madara learned about our existence and our task, but he thought that, since we had a common goal, we should join forces. My then still living grandfather rejected his offer, since he didn't trust people from the earth, even one that was a direct descendant of Higoromo-sama. Even then, our family knew that this was an opportunity, and we made a deal with the Uchiha. If he could provide us with at least a pair of main family at Satsuki Byakugan, he would consider his alliance offer, Tonari explained. Of course, my family had no intention to ally with him. We knew about the Uchiha and how prone they are to war and violence, the very things we wanted to eradicate. But it was a golden chance to acquire a Tensagen. Not that it mattered, since that was the last time we heard of him. Our spies on Earth told us that he died fighting his former friend Hashirama Senju. To my knowledge, there is no Otsutsuki clan on Earth anymore, Pain noted. Not by that name, no. They're called Hyuga now, Tonari pointed out. Yet, when Obito came here with a pair of Byakugan, you agreed with the alliance, Pain guessed. Why did you decide to honor the promise your ascendants didn't? I have to admit, Obito's arguments left me defenseless, and I had no choice but to join forces with him. He proved to be a reliable benefactor, and an alliance with him and his organization was the most logical thing to do, Tonari explained. Even if it was Obito who brought you to us, Pain here is the leader of Akatsuki. Your loyalty should be to him and him alone, Konan interjected, as he glared at the white-haired man. Of course, Konan-sama. Obito made sure to explain me in detail the hierarchy of Akatsuki, Tonari replied, and he looked at Pain in the eyes, and smiled. I know exactly who I have to be loyal to. Good to hear that, Konan replied, but he didn't sound any more convinced. Besides, who should I follow other than the one who possessed the eyes of the Sage of the Six Paths? Tonari asked. And I have Hamura-sama's eyes. And such as Hamura-sama was loyal to his brother, I will follow your guidance, Pain-sama. Together, with the combined power of our eyes, we will cleanse this world of evil and corruption and create a paradise of peace and justice. Indeed, Pain nodded. However, even if I have his eyes, my current power is nothing but a fraction of the strength the Sage of the Six Paths possessed. That's why it's imperative to capture and gather all the tailed beasts as soon as possible. They're the fragments of my lost power. You can count on me for that, Pain-sama. While my eyes are still developing, once they mature, no Jinchuriki will be able to stand before my might, Tonari assured. But if such weight is unacceptable, I can hunt them whenever you command them. However, I should tell you that, in exchange of my power and vast resources, I have a request. A request? Pain repeated. And what that would be? There's a girl from Konoha, a Hyuga, who has the same eyes as I have. I want that girl, Tonari said. I'm not asking you to capture her for me, but if by any chance you or your minions encounter her, please try not to kill her. I have no use for her dead. I won't promise anything. Akatsuki does not show mercy to those who oppose us. But I will keep your words in mind, Pain said. Still, if you worry so much about her, you should try to take her on your own, Konan interceded. That's it, as long as we don't assign you any task to carry out. I would never think to do such a thing, Konan-sama, Tonari said, smiling at her. Konan didn't smile back. Land of Lightning, a week later. After a week of traveling and crossing both the Land of Hot Springs and the Land of Frost, the medical squad finally arrived at the Land of Lightning's southern and only border. It didn't take long to see both the ruins of what it used to be a rural village, and the remnants of a destroyed outpost. All right, here we are, Shizun said, as the five of them set foot on potentially hostile territory. Karen. The redhead nodded, closed her eyes and made a hand seal. No one around save for 4 people in the destroyed outpost. All 4 of them ninjas with powerful chakra. One being specially strong even among them. That must be Kumo's group. Okay, let's get this over with, Shizun said, as she rushed towards the outpost, the other 5 Konoha ninja following behind her. It seemed that the Kumo ninjas had either seen or sensed them coming, given that they left the outpost and went to meet the Konoha ninjas in the open. They stopped once they were a few meters apart. All of them took some moments to study the 4 Kumo ninjas in front of them. The one everybody guessed was the leader was a fairly tall man with dark skin and shaggy blonde hair that covered one of his eyes. He was carrying a large sword on his back. Shizun recognized this man as Darui, one of Kumo's strongest ninjas. Next to him was a white-skinned blonde woman with her hair tied on a ponytail. Unlike her partners, she wasn't wearing the typical Kumigakuer uniform, but a black and purple short-sleeved shirt and black pants. Again, Shizun was able to identify this woman as Yujito Nii, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Fake or not, the situation must be dire if the Raikage dispatched 2 of his heavyweights, Shizun thought. If a fight breaks out, this too might become a problem. Shizun didn't know who were the other 2. Another white-skinned woman with blonde hair, a stoic and calm appearance, and a comically large bust. Shizun couldn't tell if Tsunade's was bigger or not, and a younger man, also white and blonde, sporting a confident smirk. "Welcome, Konoha ninjas," Darui greeted them in a polite tone. "My name's Darui. This one's Yujito Nii, and those 2 are Samui and Itsui. Greetings. My name is Shizun Uchiha. These are Suzuki Uchiha, Sakura Harano, Karen Uzumaki, and Rin Nohara," Shizun said, introducing her team in return. "You took your sweet time to arrive," Yujito pointed out. "We came as fast as we could." "Konoha isn't exactly close to the land of lightning," Suzuki snapped. "We requested the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails to be among you, yet I don't see him," Darui pointed out in a mildly accusatory manner. "Do you care to explain why? Do you really think we're going to bring our Jinchuriki, who's also the Hokage's son, to a country that's not an ally of our village?" Shizun replied with a question of her own. "Then how can we discern if Konoha was behind this attack?" Yujito said, before waving at the destroyed village with her hand. "That village used to house 2,000 people. Less than 100 survived. All of them claim it was the 9 Tails who did it. And as far as we know, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails is a Konoha ninja. We can assure you that, by the time you said the attack happened, Naruto was away on a mission," Sakura interceded. "In Takigakuer, to be precise. You can ask them if you don't believe us. Hundreds of both Konoha and Taki ninja can confirm his alibi." "We will, but that might not be enough for Raikage-sama," Darui pointed out. "Sorry for being this insistent, but a tailed beast attack is something that can't be taken lightly. Can we go to the attacked town? That way we'll be able to see the extent of the attack, and determine if it was the 9 Tails or not," Shizun pointed out. "We already inspected the village, hot stuff," Utsui interceded. "And we reached the conclusion that yes, it was a goddamn tailed beast the one who did it." "A second opinion won't hurt," Sakura pointed out. Darui sighed as he shook his head. "Okay then, whatever. It's not like we're making any progress here." "So drab," the dark-skinned man complained, as he extended a hand towards the village, motioning the Konoha ninjas to go. They nodded, and the 2 groups headed to the ruined village. Upon entering, Shizun had a flashback of the time she and Tsunade returned to Konoha after the 9 Tails attack. And while the destruction and death caused by the beast have been horrifying, they arrived 2 weeks after the attack, and much of the damage was in the process of being repaired. It wasn't the case with this village. This is how Konoha could have ended that day if it wasn't for the 4th Hokage. And much to her discomfort, the level of destruction was similar to that of Konoha after that fateful day. "What are we doing here?" Samui asked, interrupting the Konoha ninja inspecting the ruined village. She crossed her arms over her rather large chest. "We do know for a fact it was the 9 Tails who did it. Can you please stop this charade already? Hey, should we remind you that Kumo doesn't have the cleanest record when it comes to Konoha?" Karen snapped. "We still remember the time you kidnapped Hinata Hyuga and Kushina Uzumaki several decades before." Shizun, Sakura, and Rin cringed upon hearing the blunt way Karen threw Kumo's dirty laundry back at them. Things were getting ugly, and fast. Darui sighed, and took a step forward. "Listen, sorry if we're putting you in a tight spot, but this needs to be done. As you can see, somebody destroyed a village of the Land of Lightning and an outpost of Kumo. All witnesses say it was the Nine Tails. We just want justice for our victims. Yes, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is a Konoha ninja, Atsui pointed out. Unless there's a second Nine Tails running around. Actually, there is, Suzuki bluntly stated. Say what? Atsui asked. A second Nine Tails. Yeah. Do you think we were born yesterday? Yujito asked, sounding upset. The power of the tailed beasts is something that can't be replicated. Much less the most powerful of them. No, but their power can be split, Shizun pointed out. The jutsu to do it is a forbidden one but dash. Shizun-sensei. Karen called, sounding panicky. Before Shizun or her other teammates could ask what happened, she continued. Obito Uchiha is here. Suzuki's eyes grew wide open, as his hand instinctively gripped the pommel of his katana. Are you sure? Yes. I'd never forget a chakra like his. Karen insisted. And he isn't alone. He brought somebody else with him. Somebody whose chakra level is downright absurd. Hey, cool off over there. Samui interrupted. What are you talking about? Akatsuki, was Shizun's only reply, which was enough to make the four Kumo ninjas to tense up. And she's right, a new male voice said from above. Everybody turned around from direction of the voice, and saw Obito Uchiha, standing over the roof of a half-collapsed building. This was a trap from the very beginning. Darui said in realization, as his visible eye moved towards Yujito. Exactly. I was hoping that Naruto would be here as well, but I guess I'll have to settle for just one, Obito said, fixing his eyes on Yujito as well, before they moved towards Rin, and smiled. Though it's very helpful of you Konoha bringing Rin back to me. Obito, the distraught brunette said in a whisper. Rin isn't your property, you sick fuck. Karen yelled. Listen, Obito is a Konoha missing nin, so we'll take care of him, Shizun told the Kumo ninjas. Yujito is his target. Take her somewhere safe while we keep him busy. Darui nodded, as he motioned his comrades to move out. However, shortly after they started to run, they were cut by a massive torrent of water bursting from underground. A lone figure emerged from the water, a blue-skinned man in Akatsuki regalia, holding a large sword. Now, you aren't planning to leave so soon, right? Kisame said, giving the Kumo ninjas a menacing grin. Not before you play a little with me, that's it. Darui, Samui, and Atsui unsheathed their swords. Yujito merely adopted a fighting stance. So, that was Akatsuki's plan. They didn't just want to lure out Naruto, but one of Kumo's Jinchuriki as well, Shizun thought in realization. Still, the odds aren't too bad. Obito and Kisame are powerful, but we do have power on our side as well, not to mention advantage in numbers and a copious amount of medic nin. Watch out for Kisame. Don't use ninjutsu against him, his sword can absorb it. Shizun warned the Kumo ninjas. We'll take care of Obito. We fought against him before, and know all of his tricks. Thanks for the tip, hot stuff, Atsui said, taking a step forward. You know, I always wanted to go against one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. We will prove today that Kumo ninjas are the better sword fighters. Kisame chuckled, and rested Samehada on his shoulder. Aren't you biting way more than you can chew, brat? But I accept your challenge. Come here, and see if you can prove your point. Samui placed a firm hand on Atsui's shoulder. Cool down, Atsui, he's right. Kisame Hoshigaki is one of the deadliest swordsmen alive. Only by working together we'll be able to take him down. Way to ruin my fun, sis. But whatever, the younger Kumo ninja said with a sigh. Don't do anything rash. Let's follow Darui-san's lead, Samui suggested. Alright, I'll take Kisame head on. You two stay back and protect Yujito. Feel free to assist me if I'm overwhelmed, but keeping Yujito safe is the top priority. Yes sir. Both siblings said at once. Wait a minute, I can fight you know. I'm no damsel in distress. Yujito protested. Nobody says that you are, Yujito. Sorry, but Akatsuki is targeting you specifically, and it's our job to make theirs as hard as possible, Darui stated. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas were doing similar plans to take down Obito. That bastard is mine, so don't get in the way, Sasuke said as he unsheathed his shoto. Sakura, your combat specialty is melee, so you would be better against Kisame. Against Kisame. Sakura repeated, her voice quivering a bit, as she eyed the scary-looking blue swordsman. Are you sure, Sasuke-kun? I know you can do it. Plus you won't be fighting alone. While I don't trust them that much, I doubt those Kumo guys will turn on us on a situation like this, Sasuke told his girlfriend. Sakura gathered all the courage she could muster, and nodded. Alright then, I'll face Kisame. Stay safe. Same goes for you, Sakura, Rin replied. Obito smirked, as he drew out his own katana. So, shall we begin? Sasuke replied to Obito's taunt by leaping at him at the same time he delivered an horizontal slash to the Akatsuki's throat, which unfortunately, phased through him. Just after Sasuke phased through Obito, he kicked the young Uchiha in the back. Poison missed. While Sasuke attacked, Shizune followed him and leaped above the rogue Uchiha. Her cheeks puffed, before releasing a cloud of the familiar purple gas engulfed him. Sasuke, meanwhile, made several hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a massive fireball towards the cloud of poisonous gas, igniting it, resulting in a fiery explosion that destroyed the half-collapsed building completely. He teleported away. Shizune warned. Even if it was just a guess, it was a probable one. There's no way he let that combination touch him. Stay alert. Karin. Sasuke called. On it. The redhead nodded, as she closed her eyes and made a hand seal. She focused on finding Obito's chakra, which was nowhere to be seen, figuratively speaking. After a few seconds, it appeared. However, Karin paled upon realizing where Obito planned to show up. Oh shit dash. Karin, down. Sasuke shouted. Karin threw herself at the ground on instinct, as she barely avoided Obito's thrust from behind. She heard the whirring noise of a few shuriken flying above her, coming from the opposite direction. However, the steel stars failed to touch the Akatsuki. She got up, and quickly rushed back to her teammates. Give up. You can't defeat me, Obito said, spread his arms in a taunting manner. Did you forget your fight against Tsunade-sama and myself during the Uchiha insurrection? Shizune snapped back. You don't have any Sannin backing you up this time. Plus I was careless and made plenty of rookie mistakes. Mistakes I'm not planning to repeat here, Obito said, as he scowled. This operation is too important for dash. Amaterasu. For a split second, Obito was engulfed by a blaze of black flames, before they were sucked by a spiraling vortex. Sasuke shivered from reliving the time he thought he had killed Naruto. He cursed upon seeing that he made himself relive such traumatic memory for nothing. See? That's what I meant. You guys got me monologuing, and got wide open. Thank goodness my reflexes are much better than they used to be, Obito said, smirking. Then he looked at Sasuke, and his smirk widened. Trouble using the Manjikyo Sharingan, Sasuke? Still having flashbacks to the moment you awakened it? Still. What do you mean, still? Sasuke angrily asked. Is there a way to overcome it? You don't know. Obito said, before rearing his head back, and let out a mocking laughter. Your brother or cousin didn't tell you it's possible. Of course they wouldn't. They wouldn't tell you something out of fear of corrupting you. How it is? Tell me. Sasuke demanded. You expect your enemy to help you? Really? Obito asked, arching an eyebrow. Then, he smirked. Oh well, I'll tell you because your reaction will be priceless. The key to stop the Manjikyo Sharingan from making you relieve the moment it was activated is to stop fighting it, and accept it. What? A dumbfounded Sasuke asked. It's exactly like I say. I remember reliving Rin's death every time I used my power. Which was a lot of time, because as you can see it's so useful. But it took such a toll on my sanity. It was then, when I realized the truth. Painful as it was, Rin needed to die, Obito stated in an odd solemn tone. What? Rin asked in disbelief. If my death was necessary, then why you went through the trouble of reviving me? I said your death was necessary, not you had to remain dead, the Akatsuki punctualized. When I saw you jumping in the way of Kakashi's Chidori, my eyes were opened. I realized the cruelty of the world we live in. How bad things happen to good people like you and me. And how in order to change the world, drastic measures are to be taken. Only when I accepted those facts and stopped feeling regret for not being able to save her did the flashbacks cease. That's exactly what you have to do, Sasuke. You're afraid that next time Naruto, or somebody else, a friend, a loved one, might die for real. You need to detach yourself from those feelings, accept the power you now possess. And become a psychopath like you? No thank you. Sasuke replied. There has to be another way to stop the flashbacks. And if there isn't one, I will live with it then. You say that now, but after circumstances force you to rely on the Mangekyo more and more, you'll make anything in order to make the nightmares stop, Obito said with a cruel smirk. I knew that you weren't going to follow my advice, that's why I decided to share it with you. But ask yourself this, why do you think people said our clan I are cursed by hatred? This is why. No power comes without cost. At least, not for the Uchiha. After that last monologue, Obito resumed the fight against the Konoha ninjas. At the same time that fight happened, Sakura rushed towards Darui, engaged in a sword-fighting duel with Kisame, at the top of a mass of water the Akatsuki had generated earlier, while Samui and Utsui stood protectively at Yujito's flanks. Sakura pulled out a sealing scroll, unfurled it, and unsealed some of its contents, a pair of brass knuckles made of chakra-conducting metal, with fuinjutsu seals carved into it. Sakura immediately grabbed both weapons, and channeled chakra through them. Two huge fists made of pure chakra appeared around them. All right, it's punching time, Sakura said, as she leaped at Kisame from the side. However, even if he wasn't a censor, thanks to his vast experience, Kisame's battle sense was sharp enough to notice when an enemy was about to ambush him. He quickly disengaged Darui and jumped backwards a second before Sakura's fist could touch him. Shan narrow. Even if she hit thin air, her punch carried so much force, it projected a shockwave that completely blasted a half-destroyed house into tiny pebbles. Damn, failed by this much, Sakura complained, before she looked at the surprised Darui. Sorry for coming uninvited, but I thought you might appreciate the help. I certainly do, but I thought that you'd prefer to help your comrades, the dark-skinned man assumed. My fighting style focuses mostly on punches, which makes me better suited to deal with an opponent that can absorb ninjutsu, Sakura pointed out. Hard to argue with that logic. Shall we continue? Darui said, smiling a little. It will be a pleasure, Sakura said, as she directed her eyes towards Kisame, and smirked. Two fists of chakra appeared around her real ones, and dashed again. You think that just because you're a melee specialist you're suited to fight against me? Your overconfidence is insulting, Kisame said, as he dashed forward to meet Sakura, with Same Hada ready to strike. As the Akatsuki and Konoha Kunoichi met in the middle, Kisame delivered a diagonal blow. However, much to his surprise, Sakura aborted her attack, and fell on her knees, sliding through the watery surface past Kisame, and avoiding Same Hada's swing. What? The Akatsuki shouted. You're wide open. Sorry pal, but this is your end, Darui said, as he was leaping towards the indeed wide-open Kisame, his cleaver crackling with electricity. However, Ram the Water, a clone of Kisame formed just in time to stop the Kumo ninja's blow. The clone was sturdy enough to resist the attack. As long as I have water, I'm never wide open, Kisame boasted, before making a hand seal. 3 more clones emerged from the water. Make sure the Jinchuriki doesn't use the fray of the battle as a cover to escape. The 3 clones nodded, jumped from the water, and landed at different points surrounding the 3 other Kumo ninjas. God damn it, why didn't we think about escaping before? Utsui said in frustration. And leave Darui here on his own, Yujito pointed out. Come on, what are we doing? If we fight all of us together, we can defeat these guys. Cool down, Yujito. Darui ordered us not to interfere until he was in trouble. And so far, he and the Konoha Kunoichi are doing pretty good, Samui pointed out. Meanwhile, the rest of the Konoha ninjas continued battling Obito. The rogue Akatsuki's hands flew through hand seals as a spiraling vortex formed around his right eye. Fire release, blast wave wild dance. Obito released a stream of fire that the vortex shaped in the form of a spiral, expanding outwards wide enough to engulf all the Konoha ninja. Rin, however, took a step forward and formed several hand seals of her own in order to counter that attack. Water release, water wall. Rin's cheeks puffed, before expelling a large amount of water, forming a torrent that put out the incoming flames, generating some clouds of smoke when the two elemental attacks clashed. You truly grew strong, Rin. Your water jutsu never had such a scale, Obito said in amazement. Sasuke appeared behind Obito, no doubt after using the body flicker, and delivered an horizontal slash to his back. Much to his frustration, the blade once again failed to hit him. You never learn, don't you, Aarh? Obito hissed, as he instinctively clutched his midsection. Wait, did I hurt him? Sasuke wondered, before something his Sharingan had noticed sunk in. I swear I saw a flicker of black flames there. Obito turned around, counter-attacking with his own katana as well. The two Uchihas engaged in a short duel of sword fighting, until another vortex formed around Obito's right Sharingan. Take this. Burn and disappear. Much to his shock, the vortex expelled in a stream the very same Amaterasu flames that he had absorbed before. Sasuke jumped around, dodging the deadly stream of fire, until Obito had no more. After that, Sasuke rejoined his teammates. I was right, it was Amaterasu, Sasuke deduced. When he used his intangibility, the Amaterasu he had absorbed hurt him. Which means that his ability to turn intangible and store and release objects through vortex might be linked, hell, they might be one and the same. His teleportation as well. But in order to so, I need to do one last test. As Sasuke mused about his new findings, Obito prepared to counterattack. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. The ground below them started to rumble, as multiple green wooden vines emerged around Obito, and launched themselves at the Konoha ninjas. Rin and Karin prepared to repel the attack, the two of them weaving the same sequence of hand seals. Earth release, crushing avalanche. Multiple rocks of varying sizes, albeit the ones summoned by Rin were bigger, appeared above the incoming vines, before falling down and crushing most of them, as the name of the jutsu implied. Even if they didn't stop the attack, they were able to slow it down considerably. And Shizun was going to take advantage of such opportunity. Corrosive cloud. The leader of the medical squad released another cloud of poisonous purple gas from her mouth, this one having a darker shade than the attack she used before. The moment the gas entered in contact with the vines, the latter started to wither and crumble in a matter of seconds, much to Obito's surprise and anger. Do you like my new poison? I prepared it specifically for you. No amount of regeneration will save you from it, Shizun taunted. I see you didn't spend these past years lazing around. But for your poison to work you still have to hit me with it. And tricking me with a clone won't work this time, I can assure you that, Obito replied, unable to hide his anger. The cloud of corrosive gas ate through the vines as it advanced. Seeing no other option, Obito teleported away. His chakra signature disappeared. Karin warned the others. Okay. Stay alert and warn us when he shows up again, Shizun told Karin. I think I know how his power work, and how we can bypass his intangibility, Sasuke said, taking advantage of Obito's temporary absence so he couldn't hear his plans. Really? That's great. Karin beamed. We used to think that his intangibility, store and release objects from a pocket dimension and teleporting were different abilities, but they might be just one. We can take that to our advantage. However, in order to do so, I need Rin to do something, Sasuke said, looking at the brown-haired medic Nin. I need you to let Obito capture you with his ability. What? Rin replied in shock. That's not great. Karin protested. Sasuke-kun. What did we say about putting Rin in danger? Shizun scolded him. I know, but no one here can do it. I know I'm asking a lot, but I need you to trust me on this. If this works, we will deprive Obito of one of his biggest advantages, Sasuke argued. And if it doesn't work? Rin asked. I don't know. But it's possible that we won't be able to get you back, Sasuke bluntly stated. I'm not going to force you. The decision is yours. Obito is back. There. Karen pointed to the opposite direction Obito was standing, and indeed, a vortex was starting to form. Time's up. Like I said, your choice, Sasuke said, as he adopted a fighting stance. It seems that Rin made up her mind, as she drew out two kunai, and charged at Obito, letting out a high-pitched yell. Come on Obito, leave them alone. This is between you and me. Rin shouted, as she prepared to attack. Rin leaped at him, ready to slash the Rogue Uchiha. Obito didn't make any attempt to defend himself, and used his intangibility to make Rin phase through him. Fast as lightning, he turned around and grabbed Rin by one of her wrists. Don't worry, I'll send you somewhere safe, Obito said, as a vortex appeared around his right eye, absorbing Rin. No! Rin yelled as she was sucked into another dimension. Obito turned at the rest of the Konoha ninjas, and smirked. Like I said before, thank you so much for bringing Rin back to me. Now I can finally fight without distraction. Attack from range, or we might end up like Rin. Sasuke said, as he pulled out a rather large Fuma shuriken and tossed it at Obito. Karen. The redhead nodded, and made several hand seals. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. Multiple Fuma shuriken appeared along the original, flying towards Obito, who once again made no effort to dodge, and let the giant steel stars phase through him. He was about to taunt them once again, but suddenly, he felt the pain of sharp metal stabbing into his flesh. A trickle of blood came from his mouth, as he instinctively clutched his stomach. What? A bewildered Obito screamed, before he felt another stab. Arg! It worked, we hurt him. Karen cheered, pumping her fists. We didn't hurt him, Sasuke said, smirking at Obito. Rin did. Rin? No it can. Obito replied, as he vanished into his own spiraling vortex. Obito's pocket dimension. Turns out, Sasuke was right. Obito didn't so much turn intangible, but somehow could phase parts of his body to another dimension. And as Sasuke expected, said parts were vulnerable in the other side. The moment Rin saw most of Obito's body appear before her, she drew out a kunai and stabbed it into his chest, then a second one for good measure, before he returned his body back to the real world. A vortex appeared before her, meaning that Obito, the whole Obito was coming. She drew another kunai, and breathed out, trying to calm down. She only had one chance to carry out what she wanted to do, and no room for mistake. Rin. Are you dash? The moment her former teammate appeared, Rin tossed the kunai at him, aiming for his face. Obito managed to catch it thanks to his reflexes befitting an Uchiha. Just like Rin expected. I see that you have no dash. Once again, the Akatsuki was interrupted, this time by the kunai transforming into another Rin, with another kunai in her left hand. As fast as she could, Rin stabbed the kunai into the edge of Obito's right eye, while using her right hand to pluck said eye from its socket. Obito let out a deafening scream as both he and Rin were sucked back into reality. Shizune, Sasuke, and Karen saw Obito and Rin appearing once again, falling into ground, with Obito screaming as he held his bloodied empty eye socket, and Rin carefully held something in her hand. Rin. Shizune said, as she rushed towards her. Are you okay? Yeah. A bit shaken, but okay, Rin replied. Shen then smiled at Shizune. Tell your husband I got his missing eye back. Shizune's eyes widened as Rin opened her hand, and saw a blue Dain cherry non on it. Wasting no time, Tsunade's first apprentice took the eye and quickly sealed it inside a scroll, which she hid under the folds of her kimono. She smiled back at Rin. Thank you, Rin. I'm sure Shisui will be very happy, a smiling Shizune told her. I could have gotten the other eye, but I think that depriving him of his ability to mind control people was better than the intangibility and teleportation, Rin replied, justifying the unsaid question. It's okay Rin. You did the right choice. Besides, had you gouged the other eye, you would have no means to return, Sasuke reassured her. He then turned back at Obito, who was fuming. But I think you made him quite mad. And indeed, Obito was starting at the Konoha ninja, more specifically Rin, with a hateful frown and his teeth clenched in an angry snarl. I can't believe your betrayal, Rin. I brought you back to life. Is this your way of thanking me? Obito angrily asked. You were the one who betrayed me first, by turning on our village and murdering Sensei. Rin shouted back. Very well then, no more holding back. Obito took a drop of blood from his empty eye socket, and made several 5 seals. If this is how things are going to be, then you and your new friends can die the same way Sensei did. Summoning Jutsu. Obito slammed his hand into the ground, producing an explosion of smoke. However, the burst of smoke was much more powerful than with most summons, creating a cloud big enough to cover most of the village, with gale force winds blowing in every direction. The smoke quickly dispelled, revealing the creature Obito had summoned, a giant fox with dark red fur, and 9 tails. All the Konoha ninja could do was stare in awe and terror at the other half of the beast that once almost destroyed Konoha a decade and a half ago. Chapter 67. Cats and Foxes, Part 2. And Sharks and Panthers 2. Fire Release, Mouse Hairball. Yujito expelled several blue fireballs from her mouth, which quickly took the shape of fiery mice, as they flew towards one of the Kisame clones surrounding her and her partners. The Kisame clone merely smirked, and swung his same hata in order to block all the incoming projectiles, resulting in a series of explosions. But when the smoke receded, the Kisame clone was any worse for the wear. The hell? You're a clone, your sword isn't supposed to work just as good as the original. Yujito snarled. I wouldn't be a very good clone if that was the case, don't you think so? The Kisame clone replied with a taunting smirk, before he dashed to strike the Jinchuriki. Okay then, if I can't use ninjutsu directly against this guy, I'll use it in a more indirect manner. Yujito thought, dashing forward as well, making several hand seals. Jinchuriki and Akatsuki met in the middle, with Kisame pretending to deliver a swing, before placing the sword between himself and Yujito as if it was a shield, just when the Jinchuriki was ready to attack. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire. Do you think you can catch me off guard with such an amateurish trick? Disappointing, Kisame said, fixing a stare of contempt on the Kumo Kunoichi. However, much to his surprise, the stream of fire coming from Yujito's mouth wasn't aimed at him, but at the ground, propelling herself into the air. Spinning her body, she placed herself just above Kisame, before letting gravity pull her down. She extended her arms downwards as her fingernails elongated into claws. However, Kisame was quick to react to the strategy, and managed to parry the blow coming from above. He smirked at the Jinchuriki, her claws now stuck inside same hata. This is way to EAS dash. But the clone was silenced by another Yujito, who impaled him from the front with her elongated claws. The effect of the blow was instant, and the clone dissolved into a puddle of water. Fire clones. They never expect them, Yujito said, shaking her head, before she noticed Samui and Itsui still struggling against the other 2 clones. I think we should help those 2, the clone pointed out. You took the words from my mouth, the original replied as she and the clone dashed towards Samui and Itsui. The Kisame clones didn't realize that Yujito and her clone were going towards them, and saw too late the cross-slash aiming at them. The eviscerated Akatsuki clones dissolved in yet another 2 puddles of water. Thank you, Yujito, Samui told her teammate. These were way more powerful than the average clone. Yeah, I don't know how Darui-sama and that Konoha girl are holding so well against the original, Itsui added. Because they aren't his target, and isn't fighting at full power. But when he does, they will be in trouble. Come on, we need to help them, Yujito insisted. But Darui-sama said dash, Itsui tried to protest. I know what Darui said, damn it. Yujito snapped. But we need to help him before dash. Summoning jutsu. Yujito froze, as a sense of overwhelming dread washed over her body. She could feel the tailed beast inside her shaking with a swirl of emotions. Turning around, she saw a massive cloud of smoke forming where the Konoha ninja were fighting that other Akatsuki, followed by a powerful wind that threatened to blow her away. And then, the smoke cleared, and he appeared. Time seemed to stand still as every Konoha and Kumo ninja stared at the giant nine-tailed fox that had appeared in the ruined village. Their looks were either of terror, bewilderment, or shock. Or all three, in Natsui's case. The nine tails. Samui said in awe. Guess that solves one mystery, Yujito dryly remarked, as she started to walk towards the beast. Turn out those Konoha brats weren't lying when they said that there was a second nine tails running around. Hey. Where are you going? Atsui told his partner. Where do you think, dumbass? I'm the only one who can deal with that monster. As Yujito said this, orange chakra started to burst around her body, forming an aura around it. Now I want you to stay away from us. I can't fight and take care of you two, and I'd never forgive myself if you two got killed because of me. You can count on us, Yujito, Samui replied. The two tails Jinchuriki nodded in return, as she rushed towards the other tailed beast. Speaking of said tailed beast, Obito was standing on its head, smirking down at the Konoha ninjas below him. The girls looked terrified, while Sasuke was shooting him an angry glare, as he gripped the pommel of his katana. Honestly, I have absolutely no idea how this is possible, since last time I checked, the blonde brat still has the nine tails inside of him, Obito admitted, shrugging a little. But hey, I'm not going to complain about something that benefits me. Now, nine tails, crush them. The demon fox let out a deafening roar before raising his right paw. The Konoha ninjas snapped out of their terror and shock in time to avoid the paw coming down at them, creating a large crater and destroying several already ruined houses in a large area. Sasuke, it all depends on you. Use your main Jikyo Sharingan to tame the beast. Shizun urged. Sasuke nodded, doing his best to push back the memory of Naruto being impaled that was being forced into his brain. Sasuke's Sharingan changed into their advanced form, and locked eyes with the giant fox. However, when he tried to force his will upon the creature, another force repelled it back. Arg! Sasuke grunted, as he winced, grabbing his head. I can't. Of course you can't. Obito laughed. As long as the nine tails is under my control, he's shielded from outside influences. In that case, we'll need to take care of Obito first, Sasuke stated. Easier said than done. That will be hard to do with that monster trying to kill us. A panicked Karen pointed out. I think this is my cue to play my ace in the hole, Rin interjected, making several hand seals, as she took a couple of steps forward. Wood release, Great Forest Emergence. Suddenly, the earth started to shake, and green thick wooden vines emerged all around the nine tails, wrapping themselves around his legs, tails and neck, immobilizing it. The effort of restraining such a large beast soon made itself evident in Rin, who winced and started to sweat heavily. Sasuke and Karen stared at Rin in awe. Wait, what? The redhead asked. You can use wood release? How? Why? We can talk about that later. Come on, now is your chance. Rin urged the others. Shizun nodded, and she launched herself at Obito. The Akatsuki, however, jumped off the fox's head before Shizun could catch him. He then pulled out a Fuma Shuriken. The steel star burst into flames before he tossed it against the nine tails, and made a hand seal. Fire release, Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. Multiple flaming shuriken appeared near the first one, all of them flying towards the tailed beast. Many of them embedded themselves into the vines restraining him, while others stabbed into the fox's flesh, not that Obito cared. Now's my chance. Sasuke said, as he made several hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a fireball which flew towards Obito with flawless accuracy. The Akatsuki, however, turned intangible, and the fireball phased through him. More fireballs were shot, the effect was the same, and they disappeared into the sky. You might caught me off guard back then. But as long as I don't send anybody to my pocket dimension, my abilities should be safe to use, Obito confidently stated. Rin gathered her chakra as she tried to repair the damage Obito had done to her vines, but it was too late, and after several snapping sounds, the tailed beast managed to break free. His eyes, morphed into Sharinans, shot a hateful glare at Rin, and moved to attack. But before he could do anything, he was rammed by another being of the same size. The clash of giants produced a shockwave that knocked all those nearby back. What the? A confused Rin asked as she fell on her butt. Both she and her Konoha companions saw a giant cat, made of what appeared to be blue and black flames. Her eyes were of different color, one green and another yellow. Two tails lashed at the end of her body. Yujito, Shizun said aloud, albeit mostly to herself. Hokage-sama said she had full control of her tailed beast, but seeing it with my own eyes. Stay away from us. Yujito's voice boomed from the giant two-tailed cat, as she wrestled the nine tails. Even if you want to help me, don't. I don't want to put you in danger. Ah, there it is, the longed prey. I knew that I did good in bringing my nine tails here, Yujito, Obito said, as he started to teleport away. Your tailed beast will be mine. Meanwhile, not far away from there, Darui and Sakura continued fighting Kisame. Even if the fight was going well, the two of them had the impression that the former Kiri ninja wasn't giving his all and was just merely toying with them, if his careless attitude was any indication. Hey, sorry for not believing you at first when you guys told us about a second nine tails, Darui said, as his cleaver clashed against Same Hada. For all that it's worth. Save the apologies for when we have won. Sakura replied, trying to capitalize on Kisame being focused on Darui to land a punch, but the blue-skinned swordsman skillfully avoided it. You're adorable, thinking you have a chance to win. When it was the boy and I, maybe you had a tiny little chance, but with that monster on our side. Kisame laughed. We have our own Jinchuriki key to stop it. Darui countered, as he delivered a swing the shark ninja avoided. Kisame chuckled once again. Tell me, brat, don't you think that's exactly what we wanted? Kyumo is fiercely protective of their Jinchuriki, but we knew you'd deploy at least one of them if an attack by another tailed beast was involved. We were planning for this. And you fell right into our trap. Soon you're going to see that plans don't always go as intended, especially one so dull as yours, Darui replied, as he reared his cleaver sword backwards. The wide blade started to crackle with electricity, as the Kyumo ninja dashed forward. Kisame received the onslaught with a smirk, as he expertly parried all of Darui's blows. With each blow of his cleaver, lightning bolts were released in every direction, but sadly those aimed at Kisame were absorbed by his bandaged sword, much to his chagrin. Not only that sword can absorb ninjutsu, but even when it's used in an indirect way, like being channeled through a sword, Darui noted, deciding it would be for the better a change of strategy. My turn then, Kisame's toothy grin expanded, as he raised his sword above his head. Thousands of droplets of water started to gather around Same Hada from the air's moisture, forming a liquid mass around the weapon. Water release, tsunami sword. Slamming his sword into the ground, the water gathered by Same Hada was released in the form of a brutal and massive torrent, that in no time flooded the entire village, including the zone where the two-tailed beasts were fighting. Darui and Sakura used the rubble and half-destroyed buildings as footing to jump above the incoming wave, before they landed on the water's surface with a splash. As they did, they noticed that Kisame was leaping at them, Same Hada raised above his head. Darui was about to hold his own in a defensive position to parry the blow, but Sakura beat him to the punch by jumping and, well, throwing a punch at the incoming Same Hada. The resulting impact caused a powerful shockwave that pushed both ninjas back several meters. The power behind his water jutsu is unreal. My skills look pretty dull in comparison, Darui thought, as his brain tried to come up with a proper strategy, before he noticed Same Hada. I wonder how much power comes from him and how much from that sword. Regardless of the answer, taking that sword of the picture will improve our chances. You look thoughtful. Desperate to look for a way to beat my unstoppable power. Kisame taunted. Don't bother. Even the most cunning strategies are useless in the face of the overwhelming strength of a tsunami. Don't be so cocky. I haven't shown you yet my best moves, Darui said, as he sheathed his cleaver while starting making hand seals. He leaned towards Sakura. I'm going to attack now. Try to land a punch the moment you see an opening. Sakura nodded. Got it. More ninjutsu? I thought that you'd know it's useless by now, Kisame mocked. But hey, I'm not going to interrupt an enemy when he's making a mistake. Storm release, laser circus. Darui brought his hands forward, both indexes and middle fingers aiming at Kisame. A blue light orb formed around them, before it exploded in a multitude of beams of the same color that flew at the shark ninja. Kisame merely smirked, and placed Samehada between himself and the incoming attack for protection. So, you have a bloodline limit. Not that it's going to help dash. Suddenly, much to Kisame's shock, the beams changed their trajectory just before they were going to crash against Samehada, arching around it and Kisame, before blasting the Akatsuki's back. Arg! I think that's my cue, Sakura said, as she launched herself towards Kisame. She reared a fist back, which started to swirl with chakra, taking the form of an even larger fist surrounding it. Shan-naro. However, Kisame wasn't as defenseless as she thought. The shark ninja managed to jump backwards as he made several hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet jutsu. A gigantic shark made of water formed between Sakura and Kisame, opening its jaws to crunch the charging pink head. However, Sakura's incoming punch packed so much power it shattered the elemental animal into tiny droplets, and still had enough momentum to keep forward. But the jutsu made it job, and softened Sakura's blow enough for Kisame to safely parry it with Samehada, even if it pushed him backwards a few meters. Not bad, definitely not bad, Kisame complimented, once he came to a stop. But sadly not good enough to beat somebody of my level. With a swift motion of his sword, Samehada split Sakura in two, before she dissolved into water. The hell? Where did she dash? Kisame barely had time to react as Sakura burst underwater below him, her chakra-enhanced fist aimed for his chin. If Kisame didn't move, that punch alone would have separated his head from the rest of his body. But even if it didn't connect, the shockwave it produced was strong enough to hurl him even further backwards, making him drop Samehada. Yes. Well done, Sakura-san. Darui praised as he rushed forward. His hand expertly caught Samehada before the falling blade could even touch the water. This sword belongs to Kumo now. Let's see how well you do without Aoyak. Much to the Kumo ninja's surprise, spikes sprouted from Samehada's handle, forcing him to drop the blade. Blood was pouring from the holes his now useless right hand had. Darui-san! Sakura cried, as he jumped back towards him. Quickly, give me your hand. Are you a medic? Darui asked. Sakura's answer came in the form of the mystical palm jutsu. In a few seconds, the bleeding stopped and the holes were healed, making his hand look like it was never damaged. Thank you. Wow, you're really good. Sakura smiled at the compliment. Thanks. Kumo might have the best swordsman, but no village tops Konoha when it comes to medics. Good thing that you're on our side then, Darui said, still taking a look at his hand, before his eyes focused on Samehada, floating beside him. Though apparently I'm not a good enough swordsman for that sword. If that thing is a sword to begin with. Suddenly, as if Kisame was pulling an invisible string, Samehada flew towards him, and the blue-skinned ninja casually caught his sword back. You're right, Samehada is more than just a special sword, Kisame said, grinning again. It was created by the first Jinchuriki key of the Three Tails, using the chakra-absorbing coral the Three Tails produces to build it. The result was a sword that could absorb ninjutsu and transfer it to its wielder. Eventually, due being made of living matter and all the chakra it consumed, Samehada became sentient and grew a mind of its own, though it still remained a weapon. It only obeys one ninja at once, and has its ways to punish little thieves that want to get their hands on it. Samehada will never belong to another ninja as long as I'm alive. Don't worry, that has an easy solution, Sakura replied, frowning at Kisame. Did I tell you that you're way over your heads trying to fight me? You have seen only an iota of my true power, Kisame taunted. As Kisame, Sakura, and Darui continued to fight, Yujito fought as the Nine Tails, transformed into the beast she was carrying inside. The scale of such battle made it all but impossible for the rest of the ninjas to intervene in much capacity. The Konoha and Kumo ninjas watching the battle discussed what they could do. Come on, there has to be something we can do to help Yujito, Utsui insisted. She told us not to interfere. The scale of this battle is way above us, so please cool down, Samui told her brother. I'm with Utsui here. Our power might be insignificant compared to them, but that does not make us useless. We can turn the tide of the battle, Suzuki interjected. Rin, do you think you can immobilize the Nine Tails with your wood release? Karen asked, before she realized what she just said, and chuckled. Wood release, not happy to come back from the dead, she also has wood release of all bloodlines. I could try, but it's moving way too fast, Rin pointed out. For the time being, let's be cautious and watch. Sooner or later, an opportunity to intervene will present to us, Shizun stated. Or maybe we could try and create those opportunities ourselves, Suzuki said, as he bit his thumb before he started to walk forward while making hand seals. Suzuki-kun, wait. Don't do anything reckless. Shizun asked. Doing something reckless is still a better alternative than doing nothing at all, Suzuki snapped, finishing the seal sequences, slamming his hand into the water surface. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, a giant hawk emerged, flapping his wings as he took off, with Suzuki riding on his back. Suzuki commanded the bird to fly towards the two fighting-tailed beasts. Shizun sighed, and shook his head. That boy's going to get himself killed, the older medicnin said. Okay, Suzuki took the choice from our hands. We'll approach with caution and move when there's a chance to act, or if our side is losing. Whatever, just let go with the action already, an impatient Itsui stated, before Samui smacked him the back of the head. Ow. Thank goodness they aren't using tailed beast balls, or else we could easily end up as collateral damage, Shizun pointed out. Tailed beast ball. Karen repeated. It's a tailed beast's most powerful attack, it was Rin who answered. The tailed beast gathers a lot of chakra in their mouth forming a ball, which is then released in the form of said ball that can explode upon contact, or in the form of an energy beam or wave for a more focused area of destruction. You know an awful lot about tailed beasts, Karen commented. It was because of Minato-sensei. He used to study them in a very thorough fashion, Rin explained. Though the fact that Kushina-san was a Jinchuriki does explain where that interest came from. If that's the case, then I guess it's because they're fighting too close to each other for an attack of such magnitude, Samui guessed. If they do, there's a big chance they might hurt themselves. Not to mention all the unwanted attention that such attack would bring to this place, Shizun added. Wouldn't be that a good thing? Karen asked. If more Kumo ninja came to help Yujito. Samui shook her head. We need quality, not more quantity. If Killer B-sama or Raikage-sama came, they could easily turn the tide of the battle. But other Kumo ninja would barely make a difference. If somebody sees this fight, it would be better if they warn Kumo about what's going on, rather than join the fight themselves. But by the time reinforcements arrive, it might be too late, Rin pointed out. Meanwhile, above the two fighting giant beasts, Suzuki's hawk was flying in circles, as the Uchiha on top of it carefully analyzed the clash, Sharingan activated in order not to miss any detail, as small or insignificant as it might be. Cat flame roaring fire. The two tails opened her jaws, and fired several large fireballs at the nine tails. The fox, however, deflected said fireballs with a flick of his many tails, some of them being redirected into the sky, while others fell on both the ground and water around them. After that the nine tails charged at the two tails. Yujito decided to return in kind and charge at him as well. However, just before the two could meet in the middle, the nine tails abruptly stopped and spun over himself, delivered a nine-tailed tail blow at the surprised Jinchuriki, who was hurled backwards. Well done, Kyubi, Obito said, reappearing beside his subdued tailed beast. He quickly made several hand seals. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Multiple wooden vines emerged around the still-dazed Jinchuriki, wrapping around her neck and limbs, immobilizing her and binding her chakra. That should take care of it. Now, let's deal the finish blow. Obito said. The nine tails opened his maws, and started to gather chakra into an ever-expanding sphere. The Konoha and Kumo ninjas still in the ground knew the Kyubi was charging a tailed beast ball, and if the attack hit, it would mean the end for Yujito. Suzuki had left before hearing the explanation on what that attack was. Not that he needed it to know that it was bad news and, if it wasn't stopped immediately, the Akatsuki would win. Almost on instinct, the youngest Uchiha jumped from his flying summon, and aimed his fall towards the fox's face. He made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sasuke wasn't stupid enough to use his real self as a human missile towards a tailed beast, not when a clone would do just fine. He then transferred all his momentum to the clone by pushing it downward the moment he appeared. In the couple seconds before the clone would hit his destination, he made several hand seals. Fire release, Burning Man. The clone was surrounded by an aura of fire just before it crashed against the Nine-Tails' left eye. The beast howled in pain, losing control of the forming tailed beast ball, which exploded in his mouth, hurling him backwards. No! Obito yelled. Utsui, let's release Yujito while the Nine-Tails is incapacitated. Samui suggested, as she unsheathed her tanto while rushing towards the immobilized giant cat. All right. Her brother said, following Samui and unsheathing his katana as well. Now's our chance. Shizun said, as she rushed towards the beast, with Karin and Rin following her. Rin, try to subdue it now. Rin nodded, and her hands flew through hand seals once again. Wood release. Deep forest emergence. More wooden vines emerged around the Nine-Tails and wrapped around him, just like they also bound his two-tailed sister. Though the damage caused by the failed tailed beast ball wasn't as severe as it appeared, as the Kyuubi had enough strength to trash against the restraining wooden vines. Karin, help her subdue him. Shizun said. Karin took a step forward, and made a hand seal. Adamantine sealing chains. Multiple chains of chakra emerged from her back, and they wrapped themselves around the Nine-Tails' limbs, just like the wooden vines did, and combined their suppressing effects to subdue the angry monster. The Kyuubi trashed again, but his movements were much slower and sloppy, as he progressively became less and less active. The combined power of both jutsu was too much for him to handle. Very good. Keep going like that, girls. Shizun cheered. Fire release, Phony X Sage Fire Jutsu. A volley of fireballs rained upon Karin and Rin, seemingly out of nowhere, blowing the two girls away, and in Karin's case, forcing her to release her chains from the incapacitated fox. I won't let you interfere any further. Obito said, as he landed in front of them. He then turned around, and started to throw more fire jutsu at the vines still pinning the giant fox down. Meanwhile, at the other side of the flooded village, Darui and Sakura continued their 2-on-1 fight against Kisame. Things are looking grim over there, Darui said, who had just glanced back to the two-tailed beasts duking it out, before his visible eye rested on Kisame. Sorry man, but I'm afraid we'll have to end this pretty quick. We're needed over there. I was having a lot of fun, but if you want me to end this quickly, I can do that as well, Kisame grinned, as he suddenly disappeared. Darui tensed, as he gripped the handle of his cleaver. Where did he dash? From underwater. Watch out. Sakura warned. Both the blonde-haired man and pink-haired girl jumped in time before a shark jumped out of the water, its jaws full of teeth wide open. Another one jumped immediately afterwards against Sakura, but the kunoichi managed to punch it in time, sending it skidding across the water surface, before it disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Another one met the same fate when Darui sunk his electrified cleaver into its flesh. However, more and more sharks started to come out of the water, in greater numbers and higher frequency. It was becoming increasingly harder for the two ninja to keep up the pace. In no time they would be overwhelmed. I can see the bastard below us, Darui told Sakura, as he slashed an incoming shark. Summoning more sharkers. Hell, I bet these sharks aren't even real. He just plans to tire us out before delivering the finishing blow. In that case, we should ignore these fishes and go after him directly, Sakura suggested. I had the same idea, Darui asked. As he sheathed his cleaver. Protect me for a few seconds, will you? Sakura nodded, and pushed her body as much as she could in order to fend off the sharks coming from every direction. Fortunately, a few seconds is all what Darui needed to weave the necessary hand seals. Lightning release, Black Panther. Darui's hands crackled with black electricity, which condensed into a mass of dark lightning that took the shape of a panther. The panther dived underwater headed for Kisame, but it was intercepted by several of the sharks he was constantly summoning. Damn, such a failure, Darui complained. Reaching him underwater is going to be a challenge. Not that much. I have a way that will open a direct path to the Akatsuki, but it will only last for a few seconds, Sakura told the Kumo Jonin. Sorry for being skeptical, but what do you plan to do? Punch the water really hard so the shockwave creates a vacuum zone. Sakura smirked in return. You just read my mind. Dory's visible eye widened. Are you serious? You might want to take a step back, Sakura said as she leaped into the air, her fist wound back. Darui did as Sakura was told. However, as he was the only one touching the water surface, now all the sharks were aiming for him. Unsheathing his cleaver once more, the Kumo Jonin went into the defensive. Shan narrow. Sakura hollered, as she came down, her fist impacting against the water surface. The effect was immediate. The force released by the impact created a shockwave that pushed all the water aside in every direction, creating a rather large hole in the water, with a genuinely surprised Kisame at the bottom. Damn. That girl looked pretty dull, but she packs quite the mean punch. If Konoha has more ninja like her, we might be screwed, Darui said, mostly to himself. Come on, attack, he's wide open. Sakura shouted. Darui nodded, and jumped into the hole the pinkette had literally punched in the water. Unfortunately for him, Kisame was able to shake off the shock and expertly parry Darui's blow with his much bigger sword. Before the Kumo ninja could force the blue-skinned Akatsuki into the defensive, Kisame wasted no time and counterattacked with a series of rapid swings of his massive blade. The dark-skinned ninja replied by jumping backwards, while making several hand seals. Storm release, laser circus. Joining his hands together, Darui fired another salvo of light blue beams at Kisame. The Akatsuki smirked and prepared to defend. You're not going to catch me off guard with your little light show again, Kisame confidently said, and when the beams were close to him, he delivered a very wide swing, same Hada absorbing them. As I said dash. You're wide open. Another Darui appeared before Kisame, his cleaver ready to slash the Akatsuki to bites. However, Kisame was fast enough to parry the clone's blow as well, and deliver another swing that knocked the sword out of his hands. You expected to catch me off guard with a clone? I'm starting to feel insulted, Kisame chuckled, as he delivered another blow to the clone. But much to his surprise, the clone caught Same Hada, wrapping his arms around it. Same Hada grew several spikes in order to eviscerate the clone, but much to Kisame's shock, not only the clone did not dispel, but the spikes even failed to pierce him, as his skin was extremely hard. Now I got you, the Darui clone burst in smoke, revealing that it had been Sakura all along. Her skin was now a metallic brown while her hair was silver. Did you forget about me already? Come on Darui-san, before the sword absorbs my iron skin jutsu. You don't have to tell me twice, Darui replied, as his hands flew through hand seals. Lightning release, double Black Panther. Darui's hands generated a mass of the aforementioned black lightning, which took the shape of two panthers, ready to pounce on Kisame. Seeing that there was no point in struggling, Kisame dropped Same Hada and jumped away, just as the water started to fill the hole while it formed a whirlpool. The shark ninja decided to counter Darui's ninjutsu with one of his own. I don't need Same Hada to beat opponents of your level. He shouted, as his hands quickly formed hand seals, before Thursday sting them forward. Water release, Great Shark Bullet Jutsu. Kisame created a gigantic shark made of water before sending it towards Darui and Sakura. This jutsu can absorb the chakra of other ninjutsu and add it to its own power as if it was Same Hada. I don't know what those Black Panthers do, but they won't touch me. Kisame boasted, as his face formed a grin of confidence. However, much to his surprise, the Black Panthers maneuvered around the shark-shaped missile, gracefully avoiding it. What? Kisame asked in shock. I'll take care of that. Sakura said, placing herself in front of the shark bullet. She spread her arms wide, as two giant fists made of chakra appeared around her fists. Cherry Blossom Thunderclap. Sakura slammed her fists together, creating a powerful shockwave forwards, which easily shattered the water shark bullet when crashed against it. Just as I thought. I can use my chakra-enhanced strength to create shockwaves, but since they lack chakra, they can't be absorbed, Sakura thought, pleased with her deduction. That moment, a lightning bolt fell from the storm clouds above, landing somewhere near the spot the rest of her teammates were fighting Obito and his tailed beast. Sakura saw that the Nine Tails was down, and smiled. She turned her sight back to the enemy at hand. Lightning release jutsu packs a lot of power, but they're usually hard to control and direct. Black lightning has no such problems. And as you are going to experience, it's also more powerful than regular lightning as well, Darui explained, enjoying Kisame's predicament. Unable to defend or even dodge the attack, the two lightning panthers crashed against Kisame, engulfing him in an explosion of black electricity. When the electricity faded, Kisame was still there, his clothes and skin badly burned, but still in condition to fight. The Akatsuki extended his right hand, and Samehada flew to it. He, I'm going to admit, that hurt a lot, Kisame chuckled, sounding oddly nonchalant. But these wounds will stay here very little. I can use Samehada for dash. Kisame was interrupted by a massive explosion coming from behind. Both him and his opponents forgot about each other for a moment, as their eyes were focused on the massive blast. The Akatsuki grinned. Oh, look at that. It seems that Obito is finally done playing, Kisame laughed. Sakura and Darui looked horrified at the other battlefield. Just, what happened over there? Sakura cried. As Darui and Sakura's fight against Kisame was winding down, the fight of the giants had been halted by both Rin and Obito incapacitating the other side's tailed beast with their wood release. Not that they were going to just leave things that way. Let's release Yujito. Atsui said, as made a couple of one-handed hand seals, as his other hand held his katana. Fire release, burning edge. Atsui's katana was coated in fire, as he dashed towards the giant incapacitated cat. He quickly started to slash the vines with his flaming blade, but they proved to be more resistant than their appearance suggested. Don't go all by yourself, let's work together. Samui replied, as she made several hand seals, before unsheathing her tanto. Lightning release, thunder blade. Samui's tanto started to crackle with electricity, and the blonde rushed towards the vines, cutting them in one swing each. Her brother, who was having more trouble, noticed this, and frowned. Hey, how the hell did you took so little to cut so many vines? The indignant blonde complained. Wood release is a combination of water and earth, both elements weak to lightning, Samui replied matter-of-factly. Ah man, that's not so hot. He complained. Suddenly, more vines started to emerge, replacing the ones the Kumo Silbings had cut. What the hell? Atsui protested. Ah come on. This is not so hot. Quit complaining. If the vines regrow, we will cut them faster than they can regenerate. Samui insisted, as she pressed on. As the Kumo siblings liberated their Jinchuriki, or at least tried to, Obito was doing the same with the Nine Tails. Unlike the Kumo siblings, Obito had to contend with the Konoha ninjas attempting to keep the Kyuubi incapacitated. I never thought that you'd use the gift I gave you against me, Rin. Your disloyalty knows no limit, Obito said with an angry snarl. You never thought. Rin replied, just as angry. In what world would I approve of everything you're doing? All these meaningless deaths. All the suffering you're spreading. Sometimes you need to cut a limb in order to stop a disease from infecting the rest of the body. Given that you're a medic, I thought you'd understand that, Obito fired back. Not before I did everything to save that limb first. Rin shouted, as she dashed towards Obito. The two former teammates engaged in a hand-to-hand duel. Due to his experience and height advantage, Obito thought Rin wouldn't be much of a challenge, but he was surprised by the brown-haired medic nin's skill and physical strength. All I need is to knock her out, and she won't be able to keep the Nine Tails incapacitated, Obito thought, as he ducked a roundhouse kick from his former crush. I knew about her physical enhancements, but when did she become such a good fighter? As he was fighting Rin, he failed to see Shizun coming at him, who delivered a painful kick to his temple, sending him flying several meters to the side, skidding on the watery surface. Just as the other time. If he wants to hit us, he needs to be corporeal. There's our chance to hit, Shizun said. We can take advantage of our numerical superiority. You think you're so clever, do you? Obito said as he stood up, rubbing the spot Shizun had kicked in. Let's see what do you think about your numbers after this. Wood release, wood clone jutsu. Several clones made of wood started to grow from Obito's body. Once fully formed, they split from his body, placing themselves in a circle around the Konoha ninjas, and adopting fighting stances. They counted 9 clones in total. "You're not the only one who can do that," Rin replied, as she echoed Obito's actions. However, the brown-haired girl was only able to produce 3 clones of herself. Obito couldn't help but chuckle. "Even if you have the same power as me, my skill is far superior to yours. Take care of them while I release the 9 tails," Obito commanded. "Oh no, you won't get away," Sasuke yelled, as he leaped at the original. One of the clones jumped to intercept Sasuke, but the youngest Uchiha easily sliced him in 2 with a swing of his katana. Fire release, burning edge. Lightning release, thunder blade. Holding his katana in one hand and his shoto in the other, the former's blade was coated in flames while the later's started to crackle with electricity. Obito started to weave hand seals, a chain that he had used before a couple times, and that Sasuke had memorized thanks to his Sharingan. He knew what attack would come next. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Sasuke was ready to destroy whatever wooden vines Obito threw against him, his senses looking for the first sign of the attack to come. Except, much to his surprise, the attack didn't come. Or better said, it did come, just not from the direction the youngest Uchiha was expecting. Even more vines emerged around the 9 tails. Though rather than wrap themselves against him, they started to pull the first vines Rin had summoned. And while the brown-haired medic was busy fighting the clones, she was unable to direct chakra to keep her vines in place. In no time, the 9 tails was free again. "Didn't see that coming, Sasuke?" Obito mockingly asked, as he jumped onto the fox's head. Ninjas nowadays seem to focus too much on power and forget about the subtle art of misdirection. "Damn you!" was all what Sasuke could said, gritting his teeth. Looking up, he saw that his hawk summon was still flying above the 9 tails in circles. He let out a whistle to call it down. "No. The 9 tails is free," Shizun cried, as she was fighting the remaining clones. "I'll subdue it again," Rin said, as her hands started to form the same hand seals she used before. "Would release dash. You think I will let you?" Obito spat. The 9 tails delivered a wide swipe with one of his tails. The Konoha ninjas jumped in time to avoid it, but the sheer force of the swipe was so great, the shockwave it created is enough to hurl them backwards. Sasuke managed to jump onto his hawk's back, and even if it was caught in the burst of wind, the giant bird was able to maneuver around it much better. "All right, this ends here," Sasuke said, as he sheathed both his blade weapons, as his left hand started to crackle with electricity. "The next jutsu will finish this fight." Obito couldn't repress a laugh. "You're delirious, Sasuke. No jutsu, no matter how powerful, can subdue a tailed beast, other than wood release." "You might be right, but it's worth a try," Sasuke said, raising his electrified hand towards the sky. "Do you think that if I gathered several dozen lightning bolts and threw them all at your pet, would he survive? While I admit you have grown powerful over the years, no jutsu of your own can have the strength you claim." "No human being could gather that much power," Obito countered. "Oh, I'm aware of that. But if instead of lightning generated by my chakra, I merely used my chakra to redirect natural lightning towards you?" Sasuke asked. Suddenly, a bad feeling washed over Obito. Looking up, he realized that the sky had turned really dark, with several lightning bolts jumping from one cloud to another. Where did those storm clouds come from?" Obito asked, a bit surprised. "I admit this jutsu requires a bit of a setup. You know, all the fireballs I threw at you from below, that when you dodged, kept flying upwards into the sky? Yeah, their true purpose was to stir the clouds into storm clouds. The 2 tails fireballs that you deflected into the sky were of real help as well," Sasuke explained. Suddenly, all the lightning in the clouds merged in the form of a serpentine dragon. "The name of the jutsu is Kirin. Now be gone." Sasuke brought his hand down, and in a split second, the Kirin fell down, blasting into the Kyuubi. The fox let out a loud and long howl of pain, before he succumbed to the power of several lightning bolts condensed into one, falling to the water with a loud splash. Obito was nowhere to be seen. Suzuki deduced that he had teleported away. My most powerful jutsu, the Kirin. Stronger than the Annihilation Nova, with only consuming a tiny fraction of its chakra cost, Suzuki reflected, as he examined the results of his attack. He then turned at the rest of his teammates, looking at the down-tailed beast with a flabbergasted look. Quickly, seal the beast within Kirin, before it wakes up. This seemed to snap the three women out of their stupor, who nodded and rushed towards Suzuki. Okay, how do we do it? A nervous Kirin asked. Like this, Shizun said, taking a step forward, while making a hand seal. 8 trigram divination seal. In a poof of smoke, Shizun summoned an octagonal platform with an altar in the middle, and 8 lit candles on each of its corners. Now, Kirin, lie down on the altar, Shizun instructed. The redhead looked at the altar, her lips quivering, but she didn't move. Noticing it, Shizun added, Kirin, everything's going to be okay. It's normal to feel afraid, but I promise you your life won't change that much. We're all here to support you. Kirin, come on, we have no time. Suzuki urged. Letting out a sigh of defeat, she conceded and walked towards the altar. I wish Mom or Niji-kun were here. All right, let's get this over with. Rin, immobilize the 9 tails again. I'm not as skilled in sealing as Hokage-sama or Naruto-kun, and I'm going to need some time to do the ritual. We don't want it to wake up in the middle of the sealing, the oldest Kunoichi told her. Rin nodded, and walked towards the unconscious beast, ready to perform the same jutsu she had used several times before, and started making the hand seals. Wood release, deep forest dash. Suddenly, the 9 tails' eyes snapped open, and with a loud growl, quickly stood on its legs. It raised one of its paws ready to crush the shocked medic Nin. Fortunately, Suzuki appeared before Rin and the fox. Everybody, behind me! Suzuki yelled, as a giant, ghostly purple ribcage formed around the group as the same time the paw came down. Even if Suzuki's Susanoo absorbed most of the impact, it was unable to withstand such a powerful blow, and Shizun's medical squad plus Rin were swiped away as if they were flies. Did you really think that jutsu of yours would be enough to subdue a tailed beast? Obito mockingly asked, as he reappeared on top of the fox's head. Pitiful. If you weren't so afraid of using your real power, the outcome of this fight might have been different. But there won't be any more chances for you. While I'm sure Rin will survive this attack, I can't say the same for the rest of you lot. The 9 tails opened his jaws, and started to gather chakra into an ever-growing sphere. Everybody panicked. They were still recovering from the brutal blow the 9 tails had delivered them. There was no time for counter-attacks, and dodging an attack of such magnitude would be useless. The tailed beast ball charged, the Kyuubi fired it forward. Suzuki tried to shake off the feeling of anguish washing over his body in order to summon another Susanoo for protection, but found himself unable to. This can't be my end, not like this. Suzuki said, gritting his teeth in impotence. But the end didn't come. Suddenly, a black and blue blur dashed between the tailed beast ball and them. He didn't need his Sharingan to realize it was the 2 tails, or better said Yujito, who for some reason had decided to become a human shield and take the blast herself, being engulfed by the ensuing explosion, which was thankfully cushioned enough that the Konoha ninjas were merely hurled backwards a few meters by the shockwave. When the explosion was over, the Yujito was no longer in her 2 tails form, but had reverted back to human. Her body was floating in the water, being rocked by the small waves created by the exploding tailed beast ball. Just as expected, Obito smirked, as he landed beside the unconscious Yujito with a splash, and carried her over her shoulder. 2 voices cried as Obito did this. Yujito. No. The now one-eyes Uchiha saw Samui and Itsui desperately rushing at him, their weapons drawn, ready to rescue their comrade. But in their haste, they didn't take into account the 9 tails' presence, who, with a flicker of one of his tails, hurled the 2 Kyumonin backwards. I think we can assume the fight is pretty much over, Obito said, before making a hand seal, causing the 9 tails to disappear in a cloud of smoke. Farewell. A spiraling vortex appeared around Obito's eye, and the Akatsuki and his captured Jinchuriki were gone in an instant. A few seconds later, Obito repaired behind Kisame, and spirited the other Akatsuki away. For about 10 minutes, nothing happened. Both Kumo and Konoha ninjas remained silent, at most exchanging questions like, "Are you okay?" and offering to heal wounds, mostly those from Samui and Itsui, who got several broken bones from the Nine-Tails tail swipe. They felt so lost and dazed, especially the Kumo ninjas. It was Rin who broke the silence. "Why?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. "Why what?" Samui asked back. "Why did she save us?" Rin replied. "Why did she take that attack aimed for us? She could have used the chance to escape. Now she's going to die, just because she wanted to save a bunch of ninjas from a non-allied foreign village that didn't know that much. Yujito didn't do it just to save you. She saved all of us," Itsui replied. "What?" a confused Rin asked. "A tailed beast ball is no dull attack. If she didn't use her own body to shield us, the resulting explosion not only would have killed you, but all of us as well," Darui explained. "Sorry for rushing you, but how long until you finish healing them? We need to go back to Kumo and plan a rescue party. If Akatsuki plays their cards well, Obito is on his way to take Yujito out of Lightning Country," Shizun sourly thought, but decided to keep those thoughts to herself. Nobody would gain anything by demotivating the Kumo ninjas. "Almost there," it was Sakura who replied, as she finished healing Samui's arm. "Broken bones can't be properly healed with medical ninjutsu alone. We patched you up as well as we could, but you should go to a hospital as soon as you return to your village and get proper treatment there." "I see. Thanks for your help then," Samui replied. "And thanks for helping us against Akatsuki, even if in the end it was for naught. We'll make sure to tell Reikage-sama about how you fought alongside us. If it can help to ease the relationship between our villages, please do so," Shizun interjected, sounding almost pleading. "The threat of Akatsuki is too big for a single ninja village to handle." "We will," Darui assured, before turning to his two remaining squad mates. "All right, Samui, Itsui, let's go." And thus the three Kumo ninjas leaped away, rushing north towards their village. "I think we should head back to Konoha as well," Shizun somberly said. The rest agreed. Konoha, a few days later. On the way back, the mood didn't improve. They still felt the weight of the defeat at the hands of the Akatsuki. Even if they didn't have any personal ties with the Jinchuriki, who wasn't even from an allied village, the outcome of the mission weighed heavily on them. They barely talked, and only traded words when necessary. For some reason, Karen looked the gloomiest of them all, even more than Rin if it was possible. "Konoha is up there," Shizun pointed out. And yes, just like the medic Jonin said, the walls of Konoha could be seen in the distance. This seemed to lift the mood, even if it was just a little. "Finally, home," Sakura said, letting out a sigh. "Okay, I know you guys are exhausted, both physically as well as emotionally, so you can go home. I'll go to the Hokage Tower and give Hokage-sama the mission report," Shizun offered, something her subordinates greatly appreciated. However, there was still one last obstacle they had to face before they could rest and put this disastrous mission behind. The moment they crossed the gates, they saw a certain blonde ninja rushing towards them. "Shizun Nichan! Karen Nichan!" Naruto cried before landing in front of them. "I arrived as soon as I got the message from Dad regarding the mission." "How did it go?" The somber look on the medical squad and Rin's faces was all the Jinchuriki needed to know their answer. Unfortunately, he barely knew half of the story, and once again, it was Shizun who took up as her duty to deliver the bad news. "Naruto-kun, I was going to the Hokage Tower. Come with me and I'll tell you what happened." "We have some bad news, news that you need to know," Shizun said, as she and an apprehensive Naruto headed towards the tower. A few minutes later, Sasuke returned to his apartment. As expected, Itaka wasn't there. It would be at least a week until he returned from that mission. Hopefully, his brother would be more successful than he had been so far. At first, the youngest Uchiha merely dropped himself onto a couch, hoping to get some rest and put this mission behind him. But he found himself unable to. "I don't get it," he said to no one in particular. "This wasn't the first mission I failed. I had no ties with the Jinchuriki. I don't care what happens to Kumo or its ninjas," Sasuke said out loud. His hand clenched into a fist. "Then why does it hurt so much?" Chapter 68. Aftermath of a failed mission. Or, not all cats have 9 lives. A megakur. Despite the fact that he hadn't finished his shift yet, the AIM genin known as Yudaki was in a bar having some drinks. He had an average appearance, with spiky brown hair, black eyes, and a scar crossing his face being his only distinctive feature. His unprofessional attitude contributed in a big way to his status as genin despite pushing 30. Not that he would even admit it. Besides, today it was a rather slow day. Nothing would happen if he drank a little. Little did he know, that was going to change soon. "Hey there, handsome. Are you alone?" a soft female voice said. Yudaki was almost startled by the voice. He swore there was no other patron in the bar except him, yet that woman had sneaked upon him without him none the wiser. But those distressing thoughts were replaced the moment he laid his eyes on the new patron. The woman was tall, with pale white skin and long, wavy black hair, full lips, and onyx eyes. She was wearing a red spaghetti dress that came down her knees. Her red high heels accentuated her height. "Cat got your tongue?" the woman asked, giggling a little. "And no," Yudaki replied, snapping himself from his stupor. "And yes, I'm alone." "Well, not anymore, now that you're here, hee. So, you're a ninja, right?" the woman asked, looking at her forehead protector. "Indeed I am," Yudaki proudly replied. "I love ninjas," the woman replied in a sultry voice, licking her lips. "I love strong men in general, but ninjas are the strongest, don't you think?" "Indeed." The AIM genin enthusiastically agreed. "So, why don't we show me how strong you are?" the woman replied, caressing his facial scar with the tip of her finger. He didn't know how it happened, but Yudaki didn't care in the slightest. Rushing to one of the rooms for rent in the upper floor, thankfully all of them were vacant, the AIM genin and his conquest started to passionately kiss and make out, while they removed each other clothes. He didn't want to think about how lucky he was. He was never very popular with the fairer sex, so having a woman so out of his league throwing herself at his feet was like a dream come true. That woman had everything to make her perfect. Her smooth skin. Her wavy, elegant hair. A body most women would kill for. Those thick, wet lips. Her deep crimson cherry non-eyes, staring into his very soul. Wait, what? But by the time he realized of what had happened, it was too late. Yudaki felt his whole body succumbing to paralysis. He could still feel his limbs, but they refused to obey his brain's commands. The woman merely poked his forehead with a finger, and he fell backwards like a tree whose trunk had just been chopped, the bed behind him thankfully cushioning his fall. "You're under my genjutsu now. Resistance is futile," the woman said, and in a poof of smoke, she turned into a man. A Konoha ninja. He didn't need a bingo book to know that this ninja was Itachi Uchiha, one of Konoha's deadliest assets. "Judging by your expression, you know who I am," Itachi said, as he wiped his lips with the back of his hand. "So now that we know each other, let's get to business. Specifically, you're going to tell me who's the one in charge of this village. I know it's an Akatsuki, but I need to know which one. And no, there's no way you can't convince me that Hanzo the Salamander still holds the position. If I were you, I wouldn't do anything to push my patience." Yudaki cursed internally for letting himself fall for such an old trick. He knew that woman was dangerous the moment he displayed a level of stealth way above any civilian, but his hormones had silenced his instinct. That was one of the reasons Yudaichi was still a genin. Konoha. Above the village of Konoha, 3 young girls soared the sky. While the first time they appeared surprised the shocked villagers from below, in time they got used to them. "Boy, I can't believe that I lived most of my life without knowing the wonders of flying," Hanabi gushed, before spinning a few times. I know, right? Once you know the skies, the land suddenly stops being enough," Fu agreed, smiling at the youngest Hyaga. "And the view from here is spectacular," Hinata added. "And with the Tensagen, even more. So, do you see somebody?" "Somebody we know?" Hanabi asked. Hinata nodded and smiled. "Yes. Quite a few people. Some of our clansmen doing their daily tasks at the village. Some of my friends training." Her eyes drifted towards the Senja Park. "Oh, there's Naruto-kun. Fu chuckled. Took you long enough to find him. It's not that hard. Naruto-kun has a very powerful chakra, and through my eyes finding him it's as easy as finding a bright star in the middle of the night, Hinata replied. She then noticed something odd about her boyfriend. He was just sitting alone in one of the park's benches. Naruto was somebody who tried to keep himself occupied at all times. If he wasn't with his friends or family, he was usually training. I think something's wrong with him. He looks kind of gloom. Fu-sensei, do you mind if I take a moment to talk to him? I'm not going to get in the way of love, the green-haired girl replied with a sincere smile, as she flew away followed by Hanabi. Hinata made her descend, before finally landing just a few steps in front of Naruto. The blonde naturally immediately took notice of his girlfriend. Hey, Naruto greeted her, in a rather subdued manner. Hello, Hinata greeted back. I was flying with Fu-sensei and Hanabi-chan, and I saw you from above. While I appreciate it, you don't have to interrupt your flight lessons just to tell me hi whenever you see me, Naruto replied, chuckling a little. I know, but greeting you is not the only reason I wanted to talk with you, Hinata replied, placing her hands on her hips. What are you doing here, Naruto-kun? I'm just enjoying the calm of the park. Is something wrong with it? Naruto innocently asked. Hinata let out a sigh, before crossing her arms over her chest. Naruto-kun, both you and I know that you don't do calm. You usually have too much pent-up energy for that. Unless there's something that's draining your energy. Something emotionally exhausting. Naruto chuckled again, except this time it sounded a bit sadder. I just can't hide anything from you, can I? Naruto asked, before moving aside and patting the space beside him. Hinata took the hint and sat beside him. Now, tell me what's wrong. Whatever happened, I'm sure it can be fixed. If not, you'll feel better after talking about it with someone. Okay. You see, yesterday afternoon, Shizun Nichan's squad returned from a mission. Rin was with them, Naruto began. Something happened to either of them. Hinata guessed, worry seeping into her voice. Naruto shook his head. All 5 were fine, thank goodness. Sadly, that's the only good part of their mission. You see, while we were in Taki, they were dispatched to Kumo because the Nine Tails had been seen there attacking a village near a river. Before Hinata could ask about such impossibility, Naruto explained about how the 4th Hokage sealed only half of the tailed beast into Naruto, and the other half into himself, which was released after Orochimaru reanimated him with the Impure World Resurrection. And turns out Obito took control of the other half, Naruto explained. Hinata's normally pale face turned even whiter. But that's horrible. If Obito decides to do the same with Konoha, or even other villages. And you know what? That's not even the worst part, Naruto added, much to Hinata's shock. The whole thing was just a ruse to make Kumo deploy one of their Jinchuriki, and capture them when they were in the open. They succeeded. Hinata took her hands to her mouth. No wonder Naruto looked so gloom. I promised myself that I wouldn't let any other Jinchuriki fall prey of the Akatsuki, yet another one went down, with me not even aware, Naruto said, curling his hand into a fist. Hinata placed a hand on her boyfriend's shoulder. Naruto-kun, while what had happened is indeed terrible, it's not your fault. You can't save everybody. You're not almighty. I know, but I can't still feel guilty. Feel that I could have done more. If I wasn't busy helping rebuild Taki, maybe we could dash. Naruto-kun, no, Hinata firmly said, interrupting him. Don't think what could have been, or what could have you done. Focus on the future, and how to make things better. Don't torture yourself like that, it won't help anybody. There's also the fact. I didn't even get to know her, Naruto replied, as a single tear fell down his cheek. Her name was Yujito Nii. She was a Jonin. Same age as Kurane-sensei. And the Akatsuki will be slowly killing her by removing her tailed beast from within her as we speak. Naruto-kun, Hinata said. I'm not going to say not to grieve, because grieving it's human. But try not to feel guilty over her death. You know, I used to feel like that regarding my father's death. Had I been stronger, maybe I could have helped defend the clan from the Uchihas and make a difference. You were like 8 at the time. No offense, but I doubt you'd make a difference, Naruto told her. I know. But the emotional, irrational part of my mind insisted otherwise, Hinata replied. Just like it's happening with you. A shadow passed above them. Looking above, they saw it was Fu and Hanabi, doing another lap above Konoha. Thanks for talking with me, Haim. Even if it's not much, I do feel a little better now. Though you'd better return to your flight lesson. I'd feel horrible if I distracted you from your training. Hinata smiled. Don't worry. You can talk to me whenever you want, the Hyuga clan head said, before saying her boyfriend goodbye with a kiss to the cheeks, and returning to the sky with her instructor and younger sister. A few days later, Shizune and Shisui's apartment. While Itachi was out doing his mission, Shizune and Shisui had asked Sasuke to spend some days with them until his older brother returned. While they knew that Sasuke was more than capable of taking care of his own, his Jonin sensei had seen that the outcome of the mission had affected Sasuke far more than she had expected, and upon talking with her husband, they decided that it was better not to leave Sasuke to his own devices. The younger Uchiha had turned down the offer at first, but after much insisting, he reluctantly agreed. If there was something good that came out of that disastrous mission in the Land of Lightning was that Rin was able to recover Shisui's lost eye, and bring it back to Konoha. After that, Shizune wasted no time in placing her husband's lost eye in his empty eye socket. Naturally, Shisui's mood improved dramatically the next few days, the opposite of his younger cousin. Man, it feels so good not to rely on the Sharingan for depth perception anymore. The formerly one-eyed man happily claimed. But much to Sasuke's chagrin, it seemed like Shisui's good mood was contagious. Or, more specifically, he wanted to infect Sasuke with his newfound cheerfulness and optimism, not that his cousin did not have obnoxious amounts of such traits before. And naturally, his wife was on his side, pressuring Sasuke to open up about his feelings. Sasuke, I know what you're feeling. I have failed my own share of missions in my life, and the guilt is unavoidable, Shisui insisted. In these cases, the best you can do is open up and talk to other people about it. I know that you're not the most extroverted person out there, but please make an effort. Yes, Sasuke. I was there. You gave your all in the mission, like you usually do. You have nothing to be ashamed of, Shizune continued. You're wrong, sensei, Sasuke replied. I didn't give my all. I could have done better, but I was unable to. Shisui, Sasuke called his cousin, before locking eyes with him. You knew there's a way to overcome the traumatic flashbacks every time you use the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Shisui's good mood immediately evaporated, replaced by a similar gloom that plagued Sasuke. Obito told you, didn't he? Shisui dejectedly asked. Yes, but that's irrelevant. The actual question is why neither Itachi nor you told me if you knew about it, Sasuke asked. First of all, tell me exactly what Obito told you, Shisui requested. Sasuke complied, and told the oldest Uchiha about how learning to detach yourself from the guilt of the moment that awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan ends up pushing the flashbacks away. And can you blame me for not wanting you to know that? Shisui asked. I can blame you for keeping information hidden from me, Sasuke stated. I know it's a big price to pay, but had I complete control over the Mangekyo Sharingan, maybe this mission would have been a success. No mission is worth you losing away your humanity, Sasuke-kun, Shizune intervened. Never forget that. Sasuke, trust me, you don't want to be like Obito. You might start with good intentions, but in the end you'll end up following the same dark road as him, Shisui seriously stated. That doesn't change that this is not the first time you and Itachi withhold information from me regarding the Sharingan, Sasuke spat back at him. Do you trust me that little? Both Shisui and Shizune flinched upon hearing such an accusatory question. And deep down, Shisui had to admit there was a degree of truth there. He and Itachi had the best intentions. They didn't want Sasuke to be corrupted by the darkness that plagued the Uchiha clan. The coup d'etat had been a real eye-opener. But by not trusting Sasuke and keeping him in the dark they were risking losing him. I admit you're right, Sasuke, Shisui told him. That's why I'm going to share you something Obito didn't tell you, there is a way to overcome the flashbacks that does not involve total detachment from your feelings. And you tell me that now? Suzuki asked, still indignant. I didn't tell you because I thought that you knowing it wouldn't do you no good. I was afraid you'd misunderstood what I wanted to say and do something stupid, Shisui explained. But you know what? It wasn't my place to decide that. You deserve to know it, and whatever you do afterwards with such knowledge, it will be on you. Suzuki crossed his arms. All right then. I'm all ears. Shisui opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. He opened it again, but he didn't speak. He muttered something about this being far more complicated to put into words than he thought, before his eyes suddenly lit up, as if an idea dawned upon him. Shizun, this week I didn't pay Shinika-san a visit, did I? Shisui asked his wife. Unless you did it when I was out, then no, you didn't, Shizun replied. All right then, I just had an idea. Suzuki, you're coming with me to visit an old acquaintance of mine, Shisui enthusiastically said, standing up. Before you ask, yes, it has to do with the topic at hand. Knowing about Shuanika-san will help you with your problems. Suzuki raised an eyebrow. His doubtfulness was evident in his face, but decided to comply. All right then, cousin. I'm seriously hoping this isn't some meaningless distraction or ruse to keep the truth from me, Suzuki warned in a rather icy tone. I'll swear on my life if it makes you feels better. Now come on. Training Ground 7. As usual, Kakashi's animal squad was training in their regular training ground whenever they didn't have any missions. What wasn't usual, however, was the intensity of the training that they were doing. Seeing the sheer power of Naruto and Fu, as well as their fight against the Akatsuki made them realize that while they were stronger than the average Chunin, they weren't strong enough to deal with the threat that was Akatsuki. And thus, they asked Kakashi to give them a more intense training. If that's what you want, I have no problem with it. Actually, I praise your desire to get better, the silver-haired Jonin had said. However, I don't want to hear you complain if I'm too hard on you. Killing or permanently crippling you are the only lines I won't cross for obvious reasons. And boy, did the copy ninja stay true to his word. At first sight there was nothing that made you think Kakashi was anything out of the ordinary. His usually bored expression, relaxed pose and nonchalant attitude didn't raise any danger flags. But upon seeing him fighting, one could appreciate the saying, appearances are deceiving. And while his students had seen him fighting at full power against enemies, it wasn't the same as having to fight him themselves. Abarame secret art, insect tornado. A swarm of beetles emerged from under Shino's sleeves, and flew towards Kakashi with an angry buzz. Kakashi made several hand seals while quickly jumped backwards. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Before Kakashi could exhale the fireball, Shino was already commanding his hive to move aside, in order to dodge the incoming fiery missile. However, the fireball still managed to kill many of his insects with residual heat. Jumping aside, the Abarame dodged the fire projectile. Now's my chance. Tamaki thought, rushing towards Kakashi, before leaping at him with her claws facing forward. Cross slash. Despite appearing wide open, Kakashi easily dodged the cat Kunoichi's assault. Undeterred, Tamaki continued her assault, delivering vicious swipes, that the copy ninja easily dodged. Damn Sherry non! Tamaki cursed. Kakashi then closed his left eye, and continued dodging her attacks just as easily. As you can see, no, it's not the Sharingan. You're too slow, and your technique lacks finesse, Kakashi calmly but sternly said, before grabbing Tamaki by her wrists, and hurled her against a tree. Wiping his hands, he started to look around. And where the other could be? The ground briefly shook for a second. Most people wouldn't have sensed it, but Kakashi wasn't most people. His hand was coated in electricity the moment Kiba burst from underground. Got Y dash. And there he is, Kakashi happily said, as he impaled the Inyazuka run through the heart with his signature ability. Lightning Blade. After piercing his chest, Kiba crumbled into many smaller rocks, as the real Kiba and Akamaru were leaping at Kakashi from behind. Though as this was happening, Kakashi's hands were flying through seals at an inhuman speed. Wind release, great breakthrough. Turning around, Kakashi blew a powerful wind blast at the attacking ninja and dog, pushing them backwards. They immediately got back on their feet, but rather than attacking, Kiba shot his sensei an indignant look. What the hell, man, a lightning blade. What if that was the real me? You would have killed me. Oh, you worry too much, Kiba, Kakashi replied in an infuriating cheerful tone, giving him his trademark eye smile. I was 100% sure that wasn't the real you. I know your fighting style too well to let you make me think you would attack from underground, and without Akamaru. So you're saying I'm too predictable, an unamused Kiba replied, frowned. No, of course not. Kakashi cheerfully reassured. Actually yes, that's what I'm saying. The only way you could be more predictable was if you told me beforehand what you were going to do. Something your movements already tell me. Kakashi-sensei has flat out told you an area of your fighting style that needs improvement, Shino interjected. You should take his advice as it is rather than an insult. Actually, that goes for all of you, Kakashi pointed out. All of you seem to be pigeonholed into a very tight fighting style, and your enemies will catch wind of that. You need to find a way to improve your styles and change them to adapt to multiple situations. Though I admit that this is in part my fault for not training you as good as I could. But make sure such thing is about to change. Hello, a new voice said. The members of the animal squad turned around, and saw Rin Nohara, looking a little bashful, walking towards them. Tamaki welcomed her with a bright smile. Rin, hello. The cat Kunoichi happily greeted her. Did you come here to train with us? That would be awesome. Kiba agreed, with Akamaru barking in agreement. I'm afraid I didn't came here for training, Rin said, rubbing her arm a little. If I'm interrupting your training, I can come in another moment. It's okay, we were going to take a break, Kakashi stated. So, what can we do for you? Rin sighed a little, and swallowed. This was going to be a bit hard to tell. Kakashi, during my latest mission, I fought against Obito, Rin revealed. Even within his mask, everybody appreciated how Kakashi's mood changed, despite his best efforts to maintain a stoic expression. Go on, he said. During the fight, Sasuke-san discovered how his intangibility power works, Rin began. His main Jikyo Sharingan is linked to a pocket dimension. He can send and release objects, up to people, inside. He can also send parts of his body to that dimension in order to avoid damage, that's how he turns intangible. That's a very valuable information to have, Tamaki praised. Sasuke-kun did a good job, as usual. I think I'm starting to see what you're going to say next, Kakashi guessed. Rin nodded. I know you have a main Jikyo Sharingan. Obito told me he awakened his when he saw you killing me with your Chidori. Meaning that you must have awakened it as well. Kakashi remained silent, before he let out a sigh. Yes, you're right. I have a main Jikyo Sharingan. But if Obito told you about it, then you probably know why I don't use it much. Besides the fact that it leaves me pretty drained due my lack of 6 paths chakra. Yes, but you have Obito's other eye. Logic says that your main Jikyo Sharingan should be linked to that pocket dimension as well. If we use it to our advantage, we might be able to counter his biggest trump card, Rin insisted. I'm trying to find holes in that reasoning, Kakashi said, as he rubbed the back of his head. But I don't see any. You don't want to use that power, don't you? Rin asked. You don't want to relieve my death like that. I try to tell myself that you're alive and well, and that your death is the equivalent of a bad dream, but it's not enough. The pain, the anguish, it still feels so real. Kakashi started. But if there's a chance I can help bring Obito down, I'll do it. I'm glad to hear it, Rin smiled. Though, I want you to know that I know this is painful, and I wouldn't ask you to do it if there were other options. It's okay, I'm old enough to know the kind of stuff this job entails, Kakashi replied. And given that you literally died for the sake of the village, how could I refuse? Downtown Konoha. Sasuke followed Shisui through the crowded streets of Konoha. Hands buried inside his pockets, the younger Uchiha had a sullen expression, trying to figure out how this mysterious friend of Shisui was going to be of any help with their matter at hand, if he wasn't an Uchiha. You know Sasuke, since you know me, You probably think I'm a pretty cool guy, Shisui began, his cheerful attitude being the complete opposite to Sasuke's. Someone charismatic, kind, friendly, skilled. Not to mention humble, Sasuke deadpanned, as he rolled his eyes. Yes, that too, Shisui happily agreed, oblivious to Sasuke's sarcasm. Or pretending to be oblivious, with Shisui it was hard to tell. The thing is, I wasn't always like that, Shisui admitted. Sasuke noticed his voice suddenly losing its usual warmth. When I was younger, I was arrogant and full of myself. Basically, a standard Uchiha. Even more, given that people praised me for my skills, calling me a genius among a clan of geniuses. What does that have to do with anything? An annoyed Sasuke asked. You'll see, be patient, Shisui replied. Anyway, back when I was a brat, Minato Namikaze was a rising star among the Jonin. The fact that he came from a civilian family inspired many kids of similar backgrounds to become a ninja and join the academy. Among them was a boy called Shuaniki. And just like the Yellow Flash, he was incredibly gifted for a civilian kid. Naturally, the two of us butted heads many times and became heated rivals. We competed for the spot of Rookie of the Year, which eventually went to him. Neither him nor the other Uchihas let me live that down. As Shisui talked, Sasuke realized that they were leaving through urban area of Konoha, and heading somewhere else. Shisui, are you sure this is the right way? Sasuke asked. Shisui ignored Sasuke's question and continued talking about his childhood. Even after graduating and being assigned to different teams, we still tried to outdo the other. Sometimes, even at the cost of the mission. Must say, I'm not especially proud of my attitude back then, Shisui admitted, chuckling a little while rubbing the back of his head. Anyway, after the Third Ninja War ended, being two of the strongest Chunin Konoha had, the two of us were dispatched to deal with some Kumo ninjas that were still giving us some trouble in the border. Naturally, we were going to use this mission as another opportunity to outdo the other. We located the enemy ninjas and engaged them. However, things didn't go as planned. Thanks to faulty information, there was an Umbu captain among the Kumo ninjas. Even if going back and return with reinforcements would be the most sensible course of action, we continued the fight. Shuanika called dibs on the captain while I dealt with the underlings. However, despite his talent and skill, an Umbu captain was too much for Sunichi. He was quickly overwhelmed, and called for my help. I decided to drag my fight on in order to make him suffer a little and teach him some humility as if I was any better. I could have ended my fight much quicker and provide him with help. Between the two of us, we could have defeated that captain. Sasuke then saw that they were heading towards the Konoha cemetery. Shunichi was killed before I could lend him my help, Shisui finished, his voice now completely devoid of all his usual warmth and joviality. I could have helped him, and I didn't. It wasn't that Kumo Umbu who killed him, but me, even if indirectly. That revelation, and the subsequent guilt and despair, made me awake the main Jikyoshiri non. Sasuke was left speechless. He was completely unaware such side of his obnoxiously cheerful cousin even existed. He was really good at masking his emotions. Guess it was a proof that not everything is what it seems and that a ninja must learn to see through deception. The cemetery was mostly empty. Sasuke followed Shisui until he stopped in front of a grave he guessed was that of Shuaniki. The name on the tombstone confirmed it. I try to pay Shuaniki a visit every week, at the very least. To never let myself forget what my haughtiness caused. It's a good thing his family doesn't come here often. As you can imagine, they aren't exactly fond of me, and the Uchiha insurrection didn't make things any better, Shisui sadly chuckled. The Uchiha insurrection. Even my failure to stop that it's only second to this one. How can you say that? Not to disrespect Shuanika's memory, but he was just one person. Lots of people died in the insurrection, and its effects are still felt today, Sasuke stated. Because, even if I fail, I did try my all in stopping it, Shisui replied. His fist clenched. Sasuke, life is paved with failures, and nothing will change that. But as long as we give our all, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Now you're sounding like Naruto, Sasuke pointed out, sounding mildly annoyed. Shisui shrugged. I'm married to his older sister, he nonchalantly said, before his mood turned somber again. But with Shuanike, I didn't. I let my arrogance and jealousy get the better of me, and somebody else paid the price. That's why, from that moment onwards, I vowed to be not only the best ninja I could be, but also the best person. It wasn't easy, but I was able to change myself for the better. And to this day, I use the power his death awakened in order to save as many lives as possible. And by honoring him, and being the best I can be as both as a ninja and as an individual, over time, the flashbacks I suffered from using the Manjikyo Sharingan stopped. Naturally, this did draw Sasuke's attention. So that's it? That's what I have to do? Be a better person. Shisui shook his head. You're not getting it, Sasuke. Not the part about being a better person. Please always strive for that. In order to overcome the flashbacks, you need to learn to forgive yourself. But how I can do that? Sasuke asked. I asked Naruto and his family for forgiveness. They said there was nothing to forgive and that they understood why I did that. But it's not enough. The guilt persists. The pain persists. I'm afraid I can't help you with that, Sasuke. At least not more than what I already did. While we had help and support from others, both Itachi and I had to walk this road on our own. And so you will have to find yourself what you have to do until you can forgive yourself, Shisui finished. I'm sorry if this wasn't the answer you were looking for. Though I can still tell you this, do you know what they say about a broken vase? Yes. That even if you glue the pieces together, the cracks will always be there, to remind us that there was a time it was broken, Sasuke replied. Shisui nodded. True. But what most people don't realize is that, if properly glued, the vase can still be used as before, cracks and all. You might have some cracks, Sasuke. But that doesn't make you any worse person or ninja. Never forget that. Thank you, Shisui, Sasuke replied, sounding genuinely touched. Thank you for telling me this. Shisui smiled. Don't sweat it. Unknown location. In a dark place full of light blue blocks of varying sizes, a spiraling portal opened. From it, Kakashi Hatake came out. He briefly inspected his surroundings. There wasn't much of interest to see and nodded. So, this is where I send all that stuff with the Kamui, Kakashi said, before he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Another spiraling portal opened. This time, it was Kakashi again, accompanied by Rin Nohara. And you never thought in sending a clone until now? An incredulous Rin asked, as her feet touched a large concrete platform. Or what she thought was concrete. Truth be told, I was too afraid to know what this place could be, Kakashi admitted. So, is this the place you were when Obito abducted you with his Kamui? Yeah, pretty much, Rin confirmed. She then looked around, just to be extra sure. Well, maybe the blocks were arranged in a different way, but it was pretty much the same. I see. So if I send somebody here or just myself, we'd be able to hit Obito whenever he tries to use his intangibility, Kakashi said. Yeah, that's the idea, Rin replied. Well thought, Kakashi praised. The problem is, though, that we don't know when Obito is going to appear. Especially if he realizes that I'm the key to counter his ability. Yes. Last time he personally took part in the Jinchuriki's capture, but from what it appears it's never the same. Next time they may send other Akatsuki to do the job, Rin stated. In that case, we'll have to guess when Obito will show up again, Kakashi said. I have a good idea about that. From what you told me, he's been trying to abduct the other half of the Nine Tails 3 times in the past. After so many failures, it had to be something personal for him. Not to mention that with the other half under his control, he might feel emboldened, Rin explained. So Obito will come for Naruto, Kakashi replied, with a sigh. Guess we'll have to keep our eyes open when that happens. Indeed, Rin agreed, then she looked around, before rubbing her arms. This place gives me the creeps. I think we tested it enough. Can you get us out of here? You see. Kakashi began, as he sheepishly smiled from under his mask, while rubbing the back of his head. I know how to send things into this dimension, but I haven't tried taking them out. Kakashi! Rin yelled. Kidding. I know what to do. Kakashi replied, holding his hands in defense. I think. Training Ground 9. In the medical squad's usual training ground, a sparring was taking place between two members of the Uzumaki clan. Earth Release, Mud Trap. The grass around Karen started to change into mud. The bespectacled Kunoichi made several backflips in order to avoid the spreading mud, as well as putting some distance between herself and her opponent. You know, you won't do anything by dodging alone, Naruto taunted with a smirk of superiority. Karen replied to Naruto's smirk with one of her own. Good thing these element is so good for ranged attacks, Karen said, as she pulled out several shuriken. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. Karen tossed the shuriken forward, which were covered in an aura of wind that made them both spin and fly much faster, while increasing their range. The Uzumaki cousins have been teaching each other the basics of wind and earth release, elements each one was expert and the other wanted to learn. In Naruto's case, earth release was the only element he had to master, while Karen wanted to learn wind in order to have a counter against earth's natural weakness, lightning, as well as helping herself into obtaining a promotion. After that, they had the idea of hosting sparring matches in which Naruto and Karen were limited to earth and wind respectively, in what ninjutsu entailed, so they could ease themselves into the new elements. So far, it worked really well and helped them master what they had learned from each other. Not bad, Nei-chan, not bad, Naruto praised, as his hands formed hand seals in return, before slamming them into the ground. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A wall of earth started to rise in front of Naruto. But much to his horror, it stopped midway. The hell? The blonde asked indignantly, before seeing the wind-enhanced shuriken flying at him. Oh shit. The steel stars hit their mark, and if Naruto didn't have a body replacement prepared in advance, he could have suffered serious injuries. I think I take this round, Karen cheered, pumping her fist into the air. I think I'm better at wind than you're at earth. Of course, the real Naruto said, as he emerged from behind a group of trees. The more elements you master, the harder it becomes. Anyway, I feel like taking a break. How about you? Sure, Karen replied. Both Uzumaki decided to rest under the shade of a large tree, setting into a comfortable silence. However, as they rested, thoughts started to invade Karen's head. Thoughts she has been trying to silence or push away, but were now coming back. Especially since she was now in her cousin's presence. She couldn't take it anymore, and decided it was time to talk about it. Plus Naruto was the ideal person to discuss such topic. Nii-san? Karen asked. Yes. Naruto replied. You know my latest mission, right? Karen asked, stammering a little. Through her chakra sense, Karen could feel how Naruto's mood dampened. She didn't want to poke such fresh wounds, but it was inevitable. Yeah. What about it? Naruto asked, trying to keep a neutral tone. You see, since you were in Taki and we couldn't afford waiting for you to get back, Hokage-sama and Shizune-sensei planned to use me as the vessel of the other half of the Nine Tails, Karen stated. I didn't know that, Naruto admitted. And as you can guess, we failed, Karen told him. Naruto nodded. Don't worry. Nobody expected you to win against somebody that commands a tailed beast. That's not the problem, Karen said, her lips quivering a little. She could sense Naruto's confusion. Despite our defeat and everything that it entailed. I was glad we failed. What? Naruto shouted. She feared this reaction. Explain. I was afraid of becoming a Jinchuriki. So afraid, Karen confessed, trying to hold back her tears. Albeit they weren't tears of fear anymore, but of shame. And not just because of the thought of having a demonic beast living inside my body. When I saw Obito taking Yujito away, I thought, that could have been me. All Jinchuriki have massive targets painted in their backs, and the idea of being the prey of a dangerous criminal organization, my blood freezes of just thinking about it. Naruto didn't say anything, and let Karen's words carefully sink in. He had to admit the redhead was rather brave for showing such a vulnerable side of her, though on the other side he couldn't help but feel little sympathy for her apparent cowardice. You must think I'm a coward, Karen continued, as if reading his mind. But I just don't want to go to that life again. I can't. What do you mean? Naruto asked. I think I already told you about my childhood. Until I was 8, I never knew a permanent home. It was always going from one place to another, hiding our identities, not being able to trust any strangers, because so many people wanted both me and my mom for our genetic abilities. When we settled in Konoha, I thought that we finally left that life behind. But then, when we discussed the possibility of becoming a Jinchuriki, I realized the implications besides the obvious one, Karen explained, as tears streamed down her face. She removed her glasses in order to rub her eyes. Sorry, given what you are, you probably don't think too high of me right now. No, it's okay. I don't have the same perspective since I've been a Jinchuriki literally from the day I was born, Naruto replied. This life is all what I know, so I can't tell what a normal person must feel when he or she is forced to become like me. And I don't blame you nor anybody else for being afraid. Still, I can't help but feel awful for letting myself be so cowardly. I'm a ninja, for Kami's sake. I should be able to make a sacrifice for the village that makes so much for both me and my mom. Karen protested, as her fist hit the grass. But you were willing to become the other half's container, right? Naruto asked. Shizune told me what happened. She was going to seal him inside you, when he suddenly woke up and everything went to hell. Yeah, but dash. No buts, Naruto firmly interrupted. Being afraid in your situation was natural. Yet you managed to keep that fear under wraps and do what was necessary. Don't blame yourself for the failure of that mission. But if you feel that's not enough, then listen to me. You might be one of the few people on Earth who can contain the 9 tails, but you're under no obligation to do so. Hell, you don't even need to be a ninja to begin with. Given your background, it's very selfless of you to take such path, Naruto praised. My mom said it's important we show appreciation for the village that took us in. Plus being a ninja sounded kind of cool, the redhead admitted. See? There you have. You're not selfish nor coward. It's natural to feel overwhelmed under certain circumstances, Naruto said. If you say so, she replied, before smiling a little. Thank you for telling me this. Anytime, Naruto said, smiling back. Undisclosed location, that night. Kabuto was sitting on a large tree branch, his back resting against the trunk. Unable to stifle it, a yawn escaped his mouth. He hated to do these kind of errands. At first he always felt a bit uneasy due to the other part's potential treachery. There were many sound ninjas hidden around in case of foul play. But after some time, he always ended up boring. I don't know why we even bother with scheduling an hour if these guys are always late, the silver-haired medic nin complained, and he looked up at the night sky. Until he heard it. The sound of leaves rustling. His reflexes kicked in, jumping to his feet as his hand pulled a kunai from one of his weapon holsters, just when an individual landed in front of him. A figure wearing a black hooded cloak that hid his whole body, while his face was obscured by a mask similar to those worn by Konoha's Umbu. Sorry for being late, the masked figure said, revealing her feminine voice. Kabuto Yakushi, I presume. You guess right, the bespectacled ninja replied. You're not the usual contact. I'm new, the woman replied, as if that explained everything. If that's the case, then you'll know the password, Kabuto told her in a challenging tone. White orchids. 3 birds flying above an icy mountain. Red sunset in the sea, the woman stated. Kabuto couldn't help but smile. Password correct. You're too trusting. I could have killed the actual messenger and forced them to give me the password, the masked woman replied. Kabuto couldn't help but chuckle. Trust me, I find that very unlikely. Anyway, what news do you have pertaining the Jinchuriki? The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, Fu, remains in Konoha. While she's allowed plenty of freedom, and the village does little to hide her presence, neither her nor those close to her suspect a team of Konoha Umbu watching every one of her moves, the woman began. Kabuto nodded. As expected. Jiraiya-sama is no fool. Capturing her will much harder this time around. But knowing her location is still valuable intel. What else? You're going to like this. Apparently, Kirigakure ninja had finally located Yotakata, The Jinchuriki key of the 6 tails, the woman stated. Kabuto couldn't help but smile at such good news. That's a very valuable information, indeed. That's not all. We know they send a letter for Konoha asking for help. Apparently, they want to borrow the Jinchuriki key of the 9 tails to get close to Yotakata and convince him to return to the safety of Kiri. So Akatsuki has the chance of capturing 2 Jinchuriki key at once. Excellent. Any other news on the other Jinchuriki key? Kabuto asked. The masked woman shook her head. We found the Jinchuriki key of the 8 tails has vanished. We suspect that after Yujito's abduction, the Raikage sent him to a hidden refuge in order to keep him safe, the woman continued. We still don't know where the Jinchuriki key of the 4 tails is. Oh well, guess it was too much to ask. Still, information on Yotakata was vital to obtain, so thank you for that, Kabuto said, making a slight head bow. If there's nothing else to discuss, I think our meeting should come to an end. The woman nodded, silently agreeing, and both she and the Oto ninja left in opposite directions. Chapter 69. Trail of the 6 Tails. Or, being stubborn isn't something unique to Naruto. Hokage's Tower. As usual, Jiraiya was in his office, accompanied by a couple clones, doing the work his position demanded. Somebody then knocked the door. Without waiting for the Hokage to answer, a lizard-masked Umbu entered the office, carrying several scrolls. Hokage-sama, these are today's letters addressed to you specifically, the Umbu said, placing the stack of scrolls on the table, and then he picked one. But you should read this one first. It's labeled as urgent, and carries the personal seal of the Mizukage. Jiraiya nodded, and after breaking the seal, he unfurled and read the scroll. His eyes started to widen as he read its contents. Quickly, find my son and his teammates. Tell him I have an urgent mission to them. Jiraiya asked. The Umbu nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. He said, before vanishing. Sarutobi State. The residence of the Sarutobi clan wasn't something the assault squad was used to visit. Still, in just a few months, they dropped by so often, everybody felt as if they've been there their whole lives. The reason for this, naturally, was that their sensei was now a member of the clan. I thought that nobody had bigger place than the Hyagas, but this one is pretty big as well, Naruto pointed out, as he took some moments to admire the state while they walked across the front patio. The Sarutobi clan is one of the largest clans of Konoha. Naturally, they'll need a big place to house all of their members, Haku replied. Even then, I like this place. It feels far more livelier than the Hyaga state, Hinata pointed out. Yeah, people here greet you with a smile. It's like they don't have a stick up their butts, Naruto pointed out, before shooting a quick glance to her girlfriend. No offense. None taken, Hinata replied with a hand wave. Though, you know, sometimes I wonder if I would have been able to make you fall for me if I was as stiff and overly formal as the rest of my clansmen. If that was the case, I doubt you would have been interested in me to begin with, Naruto pointed out. But I'm sure you would have. You still have plenty of other admirable qualities. For a second, Hinata could swear she saw Naruto's eyes locked onto her chest. Oh, look. Kurane-sensei's there, Haku noticed. And indeed, their Jonin-sensei was leaving the main building just as they were about to head in. The Genjutsu mistress was now wearing a sleeveless red cotton dress over a green short-sleeved t-shirt. Her stomach had now a noticeable bump. The former leader of the assault squad smiled upon seeing her students. It wasn't hard to tell why they were here. Naruto, Hinata, Haku. What a nice surprise, the red-eyed woman warmly greeted them. Did you come here to see me? The three of them nodded in unison. Indeed. But I see that you're about to leave. Do you have any chores or tasks to do? Because if this is a bad moment, we can come another moment, Hinata said, in an apologetic tone. Yes, I was going to leave, but we can spend some time together, Kurane suggested. If you want, you can come with me to the place I'm heading. Sounds nice, Haku agreed. Where are you going? First, I'm going to stop at the Yamanaka flower shop to buy some flowers. Then I'm heading to the cemetery. Her three students blinked in surprise. Are you sure you want us to go with you? I mean, cemeteries aren't the kind of places you go with friends, Naruto uneasily said, as he rubbed the back of his neck. On the contrary. I think they're places when one needs the support of your friends and family the most, Kurane countered. Since in those places, we're at our most vulnerable. Her three students looked pensive upon those words sunk in. They always thought that when one was with their deceased loved ones, it was a moment of personal privacy, not to be shared with other people. Besides, that way I can talk you about a certain somebody I would have loved for you to meet, Kurane said. All right then, Naruto said with a shrug. Let's go then. Since we're at it, I might visit father's grave as well, Hinata said, before she rubbed her arm. I admit that I don't pay him as many visits as I should. Their first stop was the Yamanaka flower shop to buy some flowers. At the counter was Ino's mother, who, after some light talking, told the members of the assault squad about Ino's recent streak of doing solo missions, much to her sensei and teammates' concerns. I'll tell her about it the next time I see her, Hinata had promised Mrs. Yamanaka. Naruto's reaction, or lack of thereof, didn't go unnoticed by his perceptive girlfriend, as if somehow Ino's behavior didn't surprise him. She made a note to ask Naruto if he knew something about Ino. After pushing those to the back of her mind, Hinata bought some carnations to leave at her father's grave. Carnations meant admiration for a loved one and acknowledging their great deeds, something befitting for her proud father. She saw Kurane ordering some white roses, which symbolized innocence, and made her wonder who was this person she was going to visit. Hey, Hinata, I was going to buy some flowers to leave at my biological parents' grave. Do you have any suggestions? Naruto asked. Though something different from yours. I don't want to copy you. Try gladiolus. They symbolize strength, honor and loving memories, Hinata replied. I'm sure that's how both you and everybody else remember the fourth Hokage and his wife. Naruto smiled at her suggestion. Thank you, I'll do that. In the end, Haku was the only one who didn't buy any flowers. He explained them that after his father killed his mother, and he killed his father in self-defense, he left their hometown fearing for his life, and thus he doesn't know what has been of their bodies. Have you thought about them? Kurane asked. Maybe return to the land of water, and see if at least they were given proper burial. Sometimes, Haku said, sounding oddly neutral. But I was so little when they went away. I have no lost love for my father, but I don't even remember what my mother used to look like. That's so sad, Hinata emphatically said. I guess it is. But it's not so bad anymore. I do have a new home and a new family. Yojo-san and Hayate-san took care of me when I came to live here, and there's Zabuza-sama. They're as much family to me as my mother was, even if we aren't related by blood. A few minutes later, they arrived at the cemetery. While Kurane, accompanied by Haku, went to visit her father's grave, Hinata and Naruto went to visit the grave of Hayashi Hayaga. Do you think in your father? Naruto asked. Sometimes, Hinata replied. I'm twice as old as I was back when he was taken away from us. And Hanabi-chan hardly remembers him. Can't blame her for that, since he was not even 4. I do have some vague memories of him, Naruto told her. He looked quite stern and imposing. He made quite the first impression when I first met him. Yes, father was strict. Though he could be loving and understanding as well, Hinata replied. I guess he had to appear strong in order to maintain order in the clan. Wonder what he would have thought had he seen your speech when you were appointed the new clan head, Naruto said, chuckling a little upon recalling the memory. I like to think he'd be proud of me, Hinata said, a bit unsure. He was a man of high expectations. But I'm sure that he would have loved to see the clan united. He would be more than just proud, Naruto added. After spending a few more minutes, the couple moved to the graves of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto placed half of the flowers on each grave, and stood there without saying anything. I admit that I should have visited them more as well. But hey, I didn't even get to know them, so it's kind of hard, Naruto said, trying to sound justified, before his face softened. Still, they were my birth parents and died to protect me. Plus I'm their only living relative. They deserve as much. Jiraiya-sama used to be the fourth sensei. Did he tell you about him? Hinata asked. Yeah, plenty of stuff. He was a pretty cool guy and a badass ninja. The ideal all ninjas should strive for, Naruto said, chuckling a little. Or at least, that's what Dad used to say. There's also Kakashi-sensei and Rin, who studied under him, Hinata reminded her boyfriend. Yeah, I asked Rin a few things about him. Makes me wish I was able to meet him, Naruto softly replied, his voice laced with some melancholy. I can't believe it was one of his students who caused his death. I could never picture neither myself or any of you guys doing something like that to Kurane-sensei. From what Rin told us, Obito's case was far more complex than what we think, Hinata replied, and realizing that she sounded like she was defending Obito, she quickly added, not to say that's an excuse for all the atrocities he did. It's just that, we like to think we know both ourselves and those close to us, but everybody can change or do something out of character in a dire situation. Still, how one does go from wanting to be Hokage to setting a tailed beast loose in the village and not caring how many people die? Naruto questioned. Hinata placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. I don't know. But I think it would be best if never found out. Guess you're right, Naruto admitted, before something caught his attention. Oh look, there are Haku and Kurane-sensei. Let's go meet with them then, Hinata said, removing her hand from Naruto's shoulder. The group of four gathered together, and the raven-haired woman led them to a certain grave in the most recent part of the graveyard. Apparently, it was from the heir of a certain clan, whose symbol was a wing segmented in 3 parts as if there were feathers. Kurane's 3 students read the name in the tombstone. Here lies Yakumo Kurama. Last member of the Kurama clan. So, a clan died with this girl, Haku noted, grimly realizing that he could have been in a very similar predicament. How did you know this girl, Kurane-sensei? Hinata asked. The Kurama was a clan specialized in genjutsu, thanks to their bloodline limit, which made their illusions so lifelike, the body would react as if it was the real thing. For example, a genjutsu of fire would cause actual burns in the skin, Kurane explained. Amazing, Naruto gushed upon knowing such a bloodline exists. Or existed. However, not all members manifest this bloodline. In fact, this bloodline hasn't been manifested since the times of Hashirama. This caused the clan to dwindle in both size and importance over the decades. Until Yakumo was born, and much to their parents' joy, she had the bloodline. However, there were complications. She had some health problems, and had a lot of trouble keeping her powers under control. That's why Hokage-sama tasked me to personally train this girl. It was a year or so before I became your sensei. I made a lot of progress with her, and her health improved thanks to a treatment developed by Tsunade-sama, and had hopes that she could become a genin. However, before she could be examined, tragedy struck. Her house was caught in a massive fire, killing both her and her parents. Kurane finished her explanation. Kurane's words were followed by a long moment of silence as her students absorbed them. While the charred corpses of her parents were found, there was no trace of her body, Kurane stated. At first I had hopes that maybe she escaped and was alive somewhere out there, but in the end I was forced to admit the truth. Yakumo and her clan were gone forever. How is that you never told us about this other student of yours, Kurane-sensei? Naruto asked. Though he sounded more curious rather than indignant. Yakumo was my tragedy, not yours. I didn't see the need to get you involved in this, Kurane replied. Even then, I'm glad you told us about her, Hinata chimed in. That way, more people will remember her. Even if we didn't get to meet her when she was alive. Kurane smiled a little. Yes, that's a way of seeing it, I guess. At that moment, a lizard-masked Umbu appeared before them. Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, Haku Yuki. Hokage-sama requires your presence for an urgent mission of utmost importance, the Umbu told them, his tone being stoic but at the same time conveying urgency. Kurane's 3 studnets exchanged knowing glances, realizing what such mission was going to be. Guess we'll have to continue our talk another time, Kurane-sensei, Naruto apologized. Don't worry. I know that when duty calls, you must heed said call. Come on, go, the genjutsu mistress said. Her 3 students quickly waved her goodbye before leaving for the Hokage Tower. Hokage's Tower. The 3 younger members of THR Assault Squad were in the Hokage's office, standing in front of Jiraiya, sitting in his desk. His face sported a serious look, and was holding a scroll in his hand. The crest of Kirigakure was visible on the scroll. A few moments ago, this message arrived from the Mizukage, Jiraiya began, showing them the furled scroll. She said that her forces had located the Jinchuriki key of the 6 tails, Yotakata. Naruto instantly beamed the moment the news reached his ears. That's great. Naruto beamed. However, his expression turned serious the moment a certain thought sunk in. But she didn't write that message just to tell us that Yotakata is safe, right? Jiraiya shook his head. She sent a team of Umbu led by 2 of her swordsmen in order to retrieve and escort him back to the village, but he refused. A fight ensued, and eventually the Umbu were forced to retire, since they couldn't risk harming him in any way. Upon seeing the outcome of the mission, Mei realized that maybe the word of another Jinchuriki might be make Yotakata see reason and return to the safety of Kirigakure. And that's where I enter the picture, right? The blonde guessed. Jiraiya nodded. Yes. According to this message, Yotakata and some girl that travels with him are currently in a place called Nagi Island. The Kirigakure team will be waiting for you. The Hokage pulled out another small scroll and tossed it to Naruto, who easily caught it. This scroll contained additional information on the mission. Now that you know the essentials, you should hurry and head towards Nagi Island as soon as possible. You will take several days to arrive there, and it's possible that by that time Yotakata might have left. If that happens, the Kiri ninja will follow him as to not lose his track. Not to mention the constant threat of the Akatsuki. The 3 of them nodded, but it was Naruto who replied. Leave it in our hands, Dad. Akatsuki will go home empty-handed this time around. After bidding Naruto farewell and hoping he had luck on his mission, Jiraiya returned to work. Given that there were no scheduled meetings for that day, Jiraiya decided to try to finish the paperwork for the day as soon as possible with the help of shadow clones, and then spend some time writing the next Ika Ika novel. He was way behind schedule, but he was sure his fans would understand and after that, do something with Tsunade and the kids. The twins' kidnapping attempt made Jiraiya realize how easily somebody could take your loved ones away from you, and he wasn't going to let anything to enjoy every moment he could with his wife and kids. At that moment, somebody knocked the door. Jiraiya suppressed a groan. He wasn't in the mood for a surprise meeting or any bad news. It better be important. Come in. Jiraiya said. The door opened, revealing Itachi Uchiha. Yep, it was important. Hokage-sama, I finished my investigation in Omegakure, Itachi began. I managed to abduct one of its ninjas, and bring him here. I left him at torture and interrogation, but I took the liberty of interrogating him myself to see what he knew. Please take a seat, Jiraiya said, waving at one of the chairs in front of him. And tell me everything. Leave no details out. Itachi nodded, sat down, and gave Jiraiya a detailed recollection of his infiltration in Omegakure, up to the interrogation part. Your suspicions turned out to be correct, Hokage-sama. As torture and interrogation will more than likely confirm, Hanzo the Salamander is no longer the leader of Omegakure, and hasn't been for at least the past 5 years, Itachi stated. Akatsuki controls the village. Jiraiya let out a long sigh, as he leaned back on his chair. Those weren't good news in the slightest. Hanzo might have been a loose cannon and a warmonger, but at the very least he was easy to both predict and appease. And since the ninja you interrogated was a mere genin, I'm going to assume that such knowledge is both public and supported by the population, Jiraiya guessed. This definitely wasn't going to be the same situation as with Taki. But much to his surprise, Itachi shook his head. No, the man has no idea what Akatsuki is, even if he already met one already. Apparently, the village leaders are someone they call God and his angel. He did met the latter. Do you have a description? Jiraiya asked, fearing the answer. A woman in her 30s. Shoulder-length blue hair in a bob haircut with a small bun, decorated with an origami flower. Light brown eyes. A piercing under her lower lip. The woman seems to have some sort of power over paper. If it's a bloodline limit or a secret jutsu, I can't tell, Itaki explained. Another long sigh. Yes, he feared that answer for a very good reason. Naturally, such obvious reaction didn't go unnoticed by somebody so observant as Itaki. Hokage-sama? Is everything okay? The Uchiha asked. Is the woman familiar to you? Sadly yes, she is, Jiraiya replied. The possible suspects of who this god might be was pretty small, and Jiraiya knew he could reduce it to just one name. Do you want me to do something about it? Itaki offered. No, you already did enough. I need to check a few things and talk with some people before further action can be taken on this issue, Jiraiya replied. Take a few days to rest. I heard that your brother was particularly upset after his latest mission, so maybe spending time with you might do him some good. Itaki stood up, and make a bow. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Do not hesitate to call me if you have another mission only I can complete. Nagi Island. As Jiraiya had said, it took them almost a week to reach Nagi Island, since they had to travel all the way to the coast of the Land of Fire, and find and board a ship that could get them to the place in question. Luckily, Mei had already foreseen this and took the liberty to rent a ship that was already waiting for the Konoha team. Still, even if the ship was fast and the wind and waters were favorable, the trip by sea took 4 days. As they got off from the ship and walked into the small port town, the 3 Konoha ninja took a moment to examine it. So far, the port town, while unremarkable at first sight, it was busy and teeming with activity. Being a neutral country, people from other nations saw Nagi Island as a nexus to do deals with other countries in a safe way. All right, here we are, Naruto said. Dad said that somebody from Kiri should be here. Hinata, use your Tensagen to dash. Hey, you guys. Over here. A female voice yelled among the crowd of people. Turning in the direction of the voice, they saw Miyako and Suijutsu, wearing the Kirigaku or Jonin uniform, as well as carrying their respective swords, the helmet splitter on Miyako's back and the sewing needle attached to Suijutsu's belt. Well, that was easier than we expected, Naruto pointed out. The mission demands for us not to waste any time. I appreciate that they took the effort to look for us, Haku said. The others couldn't help but nod. As they walked towards the 2 young swordsmen of the mist, Suijutsu and Miyako greeted them with a polite bow. Naruto-san, Hinata-san, it's nice to see you again, the blue-haired woman said, before turning to Haku. It's good to see you too, Ambassador. The feeling is mutual, Haku replied, returning the bow. Sorry for my bluntness, but shall we skip the pleasantries and go directly to the matter at hand? Naruto interjected, growing a little antsy at the exchange. Sure, Suijutsu said. Come on, let's go. After leaving the port town, they advanced into the island, which was composed mostly of very thick forests, that would remind the Konoha trio of the Land of Fire, if there wasn't for the many rivers and lakes that crossed the massive land. One certainly could feel peace and harmony while being in such natural paradise. Even if you guys took some time to arrive, Yotakata is still in the island, Suijutsu spoke. Fortunately, despite our initial confrontation, we made him believe that we're not going to try anything. But that may change soon, Miyaki continued. Yotakata never stays in the same place for long, so it's a good thing that you arrived in time. As far as our last report goes, he's still here. And where is he, might I ask? Hinata said. He and the girl he travels with, we believe she's an apprentice of some sort, set a camp at the edge of a small waterfall lake. Our Hunter Nin watch his every step, Suijutsu said. Man, you send Hunter Nin after him? No wonder the guy reacted so bad then. Naruto indignantly pointed out. Hey, what were we supposed to do? Suijutsu said with a defensive shrug. Hunter Nin are usually dispatched in these kind of situations. Anyway, that's why we requested your presence here. Maybe another Jinchuriki might make him change his mind and see reason. Before Naruto-kun can attempt anything, we'll need to know more about this person, Hinata interjected. What can you tell us about him? Yotakata was a very skilled ninja. He graduated the academy at 10, got a promotion to Chunin the next year, and Jonin when he was just 16. While we don't know the exact date, we believe he was made into a Jinchuriki when he was a small child. Though such thing was never a problem for Yotakata, Miyaki explained, as if she was recalling the text of a bingo book. Until one day, when he was 21, he lost control of his tailed beast, killing his sensei and many other ninjas in the process. After that, he fled Kirigakure and became a vagrant ever since. Do you know what caused to lose control of his tailed beast? Haku asked, being the question in the minds of Naruto and Hinata as well. Both Miyaki and Suijutsu shook their heads. Whatever happened, he refuses to tell. Also, it's worth noting that at some point about a year ago, he started to travel with a girl. Younger than him, I'd say about 18 to 20 years of age, Suijutsu added, before the white-haired swordsman's lips formed a toothy grin. Guess a man can't be alone that much time, hee. We aren't sure what their relationship is, Miyaki punctualized, shooting Suijutsu a disproving look. Anyway, when we arrive at his location, I think it would be for the best if you got close to him alone. Our approach has to be as non-threatening as possible. What if Yotakata attacks Naruto-kun? Hinata suggested, worry creeping through her spine. How strong is he, by the way? Like Miyako said, very strong, Suijutsu stated. And that's not even counting his Jinchuriki powers. We do know he has some degree of mastery over them. It's okay. There won't be a fight. I know I'll be able to convince him of the threat that hangs over his head. Over all of our heads, Naruto corrected himself. Several Kiryumbu are heading towards our position, Hinata stated. They must be our hunter nin, Suijutsu stated. The two groups meet on the middle, and the Konoha ninja could see 5 Umbu, all of them wearing masks -1, who appeared to be the leader of the small squad, a middle-aged man with long dark brown hair, and a small beard and a mustache. Suijutsu-sama, Miyaki-sama. I see that you brought the Konoha ninjas at last, the man said, smiling a little. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tsurugi, Umbu Captain. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and these are Hinata Hyuga and Hakuyuki, Naruto stated. I'm the Jinchuriki, by the way. I see. It's good to have you here, Tsurugi said, before his eyes rested on Haku. You must be the ambassador appointed by Mizukage-sama at the end of the Civil War, right? It's an honor to meet you. The feeling is likewise. But unfortunately, pleasantries will have to wait. Do you know where the Jinchuriki is? Haku asked. Yes. He and his apprentice set their camp at the edge of a river. They've been there for the past few days, but for the look of it, it seems like they're ready to move out. You guys arrived just in time, Tsurugi explained. Good. Tell me where they are, and I'll go. But please, have your men stand back. I need to be alone for this work, Naruto said. That's not a good idea, Naruto-san, Tsurugi countered. Jinchuriki or not, you are still a stranger to Yotakata. You won't be able to win him with words alone. I know that man. I think I should go with you. If you do that, he'll smell a trap, Naruto pointed out. And what do you think he's going to think when he sees a Konoha Jinchuriki so far away from his home nation? Tsurugi asked. Naruto blinked, not taking into account such possibility. Still, I think it's for the best if I'm alone. Even if he guesses my intentions or that we're in cahoots with you guys, if I go alone he won't feel as threatened, Naruto replied. Tsusuji crossed his arms over his chest, and appeared to ponder Naruto's reasoning. He had to admit that, even if his intentions could be obvious, Naruto was right. His appeal would sound much more sincere and non-threatening if he was alone. Okay then. But we'll be near you in case something happens, Tsurugi stated. Is Yotakata-san a censor? Hinata chimed in. He might sense our presence if it's the case. As far as I can tell, no, it was Miyaki who answered. But that man has been running away from people like us for years, so the guy does know when somebody is following or spying on him. Meaning that we should be extra careful while masking our presence. Understood. Then, I'll watch from the skies. I doubt he'll be able to realize somebody's up there, Hinata said, before she took off into the sky, much to the Kiri ninja's amazement, and Naruto and Haku's nonchalance. Which didn't go unnoticed by the Fromer group. Did that girl just flew into the sky? A flabbergasted Suijutsu asked. Yeah, she did, Naruto happily said, placing his arms behind his back. Man, I never get tired of seeing people's reactions when they see her fly for the first time. She didn't fly when I first met you guys, Miyaki pointed out, still looking upwards. No. That's something she learned to do recently, Naruto replied. Miyaki pouted a little. The civil war would have ended much sooner if we had a ninja that could fly. Naruto tried to lower his guard as he walked towards the campsite. It was a foolish thing for a ninja to do, but being non-threatening was key, and the last thing he needed was the other Jinchuriki attacking him out of the blue. As he walked, not even bothering with stealth, even making sure that the two people in the campsite heard him coming, the blonde took a look at the two people in it. A man and a woman. The woman was a little older than him, with long dark blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a pink, sleeveless kimono that reached down her hips. She was setting up a small fire. This woman had to be his apprentice/partner/lover/whatever. The man, whom Naruto guessed was Yotakata, was pretty tall. He had short brown hair, with a lingbang covering his left side of the face, leaving a light brown eye visible. His lithe and svelte body was covered by a long light blue kimono loose enough to reveal his bare chest tied by an orange sash. Hotaru, stay here. I'll deal with him, Naruto heard him said as he handed her a handful of recently caught fishes. Hey there. Naruto said, happily waving at him. He hoped his cheerfulness didn't come off as too fake. I don't know who you are, Yotakata cut him off, as he walked towards the incoming blonde. And I don't know what do you want either. But if you appreciate your life, you'll turn around and go back to when you came from. Whoa, there. Naruto said, bringing his hands up in defense. You didn't even let me talk. Because I have no interest in what you have to say, Yotakata repeated. Now leave. This is my last warning. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Listen, I know you're a Jinchuriki, Naruto stated. The woman gasped a little upon hearing this, though less from the fact itself and more for Naruto knowing it. Yotakata, however, remained impassible. So I am. Yotakata was taken aback a little, but his frown soon returned. Liar. I don't lie. Tailed beasts share a special link. When two Jinchuriki are together, they can feel that link. I'm sure that you can feel it as well, Naruto insisted. Yotakata was ready to deny such thing, but he was unable to. He did feel a weird connection to the blonde, something he only felt with another person in his whole life. Still, that didn't change much. The blonde was still suspicious to him. I admit that you're right. I feel a connection with you. But that leaves the question of what a Konoha ninja, he started, taking a look at Naruto's headband. Is interested in a vagrant like myself. It can't be just because we're Jinchuriki. Actually, that's exactly the reason, Naruto replied. Some Kiri ninja contacted you in the past days, right? Yes, they wanted me to return to Kiri, Yotakata replied, before a realization dawned upon him. His frown turned into a scowl. Wait a minute, you're with them, right? They called you to convince me to return to Kiri? And know that, after the civil war ended, Konoha and Kiri became allies. Damn, this guy is good. Better try to be honest so he has no reason to suspect me of anything funny, Naruto thought, as a trickle of sweat ran through his neck. Yes, they called me. And it's very important that you listen to them. You're in grave danger. All of our kind are. Danger? What kind of danger? The woman asked, as he walked towards the duo. Don't listen to him, Hotaru. There lies to make me go back to my old village, Yotakata told her, before turning his gaze back to Naruto. Like I said before, leave. Or I'll make you leave by force. No. Naruto shouted, his previous goodwill evaporating. I'm not going to let either one of us pointlessly die. You have to go back to the safety of your village. You're in danger here. And if you refuse, I'll make you return by force. Hotaru immediately placed herself between the two men, hoping to avert a needless fight. Please, no. There's no need to fight. You heard him, Hotaru. He threatened to bring me back to Kiri by force if I don't do as he says. I think a fight is inevitable at this point, Yotakata seethed. No, it's not. Let's listen to what he has to say, okay? He doesn't look like an untrustworthy person. Hotaru insisted. Yotakata didn't say anything, but judging by his body language, he appeared to agree with the girl. Hotaru then turned to Naruto. What kind of danger are you talking about? You see dash. But first, Yotakata cut him again. Tell all the people with you to come out. If they're doing this for my own good and don't have any kind of ulterior motives, there's no need to stay hidden. I came here alone. The other Kiri ninjas are not here, Naruto stated. Come out, I know you're there. Tsurugi. Miyaki. Suijutsu. Yotakata shouted. And much to Naruto's surprise and chagrin, the Kiri ninja and Haku emerged from behind the trees. Naruto let out a defeated sigh. Guys, I told you not to come with me. Now you ruined it, the blonde pouted. Sorry, but this was too important. In case you failed, we need to be prepared in order to take Yotakata by force to Kirigakure, Miyaki stated, ignoring the glare the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails was shooting her. But such thing won't be necessary, because Yotakata will come to us of his own volition once he hears what's at stake, Naruto insisted, glaring at the blue-haired swordswoman as well. If all of us are here, then there's no point in Hinata watching the sky, Haku said, waving upwards. Much to Yotakata and Hotaru's surprise, they saw a blue-haired girl with glowing teal eyes slowly descending from above. Sometime later, night fell upon Nagi Island. While Yotakata was on edge at first, after some time he got used to the presence of the hunter Nin. The masked ninjas did nothing other than stay silent and watch the campsite's surroundings, on the possibility that an enemy might appear before they could evacuate the Jinchuriki. The rest were sitting around a fire while they enjoyed some dinner. And this Akatsuki people, you said that they already captured 4 Jinchuriki? Yotakata asked. Naruto nodded energically. We managed to save one of them after his tailed beast was extracted, but it was mostly luck. I doubt we'll be able to do that again. Akatsuki seems to learn from experience. After we rescued Gara-san, it appears that they got better at hiding their lairs and bases, Hinata added. That's why it's so important we find all the remaining Jinchuriki and put them in a safe place. And so far, the great villages are our best bet. Being in the open alone, it's an invitation to the Akatsuki, Naruto urged. Are they that dangerous? Hotaru asked. Because Yotakata-sensei is very strong. If those Akatsuki came for him, I'm sure he'd be able to kick their butts. Akatsuki is comprised entirely of S-rank criminals, it was Miyaki who spoke. They know their prey are dangerous ones, that's why they made sure their members are able to face Jinchuriki and win. Remember that they have defeated 4 other Jinchuriki already, Haku added. So, why are they after us to begin with? Because of the tailed beasts. Yotakata asked. Naruto nodded once again. And how do they expect to control them? Few are the Jinchuriki capable of such feat. I'm able to control some degree of the Six Tails power, but too much and I lose control of it. Actually, they don't plan to become Jinchuriki themselves. You see. Naruto told Yotakata everything he knew about the demonic statue of the Outer Path, and how if all 9 tailed beasts were sealed inside it, the 10 tails would be revived, which would spell the end of the world. How Akatsuki planned to take control of the best, Naruto didn't know, but in either case that monster couldn't be allowed to be reborn. Both Yotakata and Hotaru took a few moments to let the blonde's tale sink in. While they looked surprised at first, they were now pensive. The Jinchuriki more than his apprentice, though. What you say is indeed troubling. But I still can't help but think that this is part of an elaborate ruse to get me back to the village, Yotakata stated. Come on man, we left you alone for years. We didn't even try to recruit you when we were fighting against Yagura and your help would have speed things up a lot, so please tell me why did we change our mind now? Suijutsu hotly protested. Yes. And I doubt the Jinchuriki of Konoha could have bothered to come all the way to this place just to sell you a lie, Miyaki added. This is serious, Yotakata-san. Words alone can't convey the threat Akatsuki is. Besides their power, they also have influence. It was them who controlled Yagura and turned our village into the so-called blood mist. Hell, we don't even want you to come to Kirigakure in particular. If you want to stay in Konoha or Suna, then fine, Suijutsu suggested. Our orders were to make you go to any of those 3 villages. But why would you prefer Konoha or Suna over your own home? Well, I couldn't really tell. Hotaru tugged Yotakata's sleeve. I think they're telling the truth, sensei. Besides, what would the Mizukage win by having you go to another village? The stubborn Jinchuriki had to admit they had a point. Still, all the mistrusts and misanthropy built over his years of isolation after his sensei's apparent betrayal weren't easy to ignore. Even then, there was still a part of him that was constantly warning him of an impending danger. What do you say then? Will you let us protect you? Naruto hopefully asked. Yotakata took a few moments to think his answer before he opened his mouth. For the time being, let's wait until tomorrow morning. I need some time to think about what you guys told me. While all of them were cautious and didn't get their hopes up, the fact that the Jinchuriki had at least listened to them and was going to take their words into consideration was indeed a small victory. All what was left was to hope that Yotakata would agree to take shelter in one of the 3 great villages. After the tense discussion, people on both sides started to calm down. In order to maximize their chances, Naruto approached Yotakata in order to make some small talk and bond with him, while also being careful not to mention anything that made it obvious he was trying to sway his decision. Empathy was the best course of action. As they talked, Hotaru decided to do the same and sat closer to Naruto's 2 teammates. She put on her friendliest smile when greeting them. Hello there. I don't think we've been introduced to each other. My name is Hotaru, and I'm Yotakata-sensei's apprentice, Hotaru began. Hello, Hotaru-san. My name is Hinata Hyuga, and this is Hakuyuki. We're Naruto-kun's teammates, though you probably guessed that already, Hinata replied. Besides his teammate, I'm also Naruto-kun's girlfriend. Really? Cool. You make a cute couple, the dark blonde complimented, before switching topics. So, you think Naruto will convince Yotakata-sensei to return to his home? We hope so. Naruto-kun has the ability to reach people's heart with his earnestness. I have faith he can do it, Haku replied. Though I wouldn't be surprised if he failed this time. While things are better now, the Land of Water used to be a pretty dangerous place, in no small part thanks to the blood mist. Are you from the Land of Water? Hotaru asked. You wear both a Konoha and Kiri forehead protector. I didn't know a ninja could be loyal to 2 villages, even if they are allied. I mean, if war broke between Konoha and Kiri, who would you side with? To answer your first question, yes, I was born in the Land of Water, but I grew up in Konoha, that's why I wear Konoha's crest around my forehead. However, I was made ambassador of Kiri in Konoha after the civil war ended, hence the Kiri forehead protector in my neck, Haku explained. And to answer your second question, it's my job to make sure such thing doesn't happen. But if war eventually broke out, I wouldn't take sides, I'd try my best to make sure both sides stopped fighting and reached an agreement. I see. Let's hope that such thing doesn't come to pass then, Hotaru replied, smiling at him. What about you, Hotaru-san? How did you become Yotakata-san's apprentice? Hinata asked. I might be judging him too hastily, but he doesn't look to be a man patient enough to have an apprentice. Your judgment isn't that far off, Hinata. I met Yotakata-sensei when he protected me from a group of ninja, though they were actually after him. I took him home and treated his injuries, and after seeing how strong he was, I asked him to be my sensei. At first he gave me overly difficult exercises in order to make me give up, but I was determined to complete them, Hotaru began. Such as? Hinata asked. He first asked me to walk on water, when I hadn't have any kind of chakra control, she explained, while Haku and Hinata winced. Though with perseverance, I managed to do it. But that wasn't the end of it, was it? Haku guessed. Not by a long shot. Hotaru replied, laughing a little. He then had me do a water jutsu, despite the fact that I didn't even know if my affinity was water to begin with, or even doing the basic exercises first. But once again, I proved my worth. He really did want to get rid of you, Hinata stated, sounding a bit dazzled. He did. But in the end, I proved I had the resolve to be her apprentice, and in the end he accepted me, Hotaru stated. I like to think that he grew to appreciate my company and saw me as a worthy apprentice. If he allowed you to stick with him for so long, I believe that's the case, Haku stated. I know a thing or two about hard teachers. Albeit in my case Zabuza-sama never wanted to get rid of me, just make me as strong as possible in the shortest amount of time. You mean Zabuza, as in the current leader of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist? Hotaru asked, genuinely surprised. Wow. And here I thought that I was so lucky to have somebody as Yotakata-sensei as my teacher. Lucky? Hinata thought. But Yotakata-san wanted to get rid of her. Also, sorry for asking you this. We know Yotakata-san's stance, but what about you? Do you have any opinion on what Yotakata-san should do? Haku asked. As his apprentice, I'll follow him no matter what he decides. But honestly, I'd prefer if he decided to stay in one of the villages, Hotaru replied. Not just for the sake of being safer, but because while traveling the world and meeting new people is fine, I'd like if we decided to stay in the same place more than a couple weeks. Both him and I could make more permanent friends. And you think you could convince him to do that? Hinata asked. Hotaru chuckled a little. You already met Yotakata-sensei, and know how stubborn he is. I can try, but don't expect much. I'm more interested in traveling with him than he is in having me following him around, and he's very aware of that, Hotaru admitted, averting her gaze. If I told him that I want to live to one of the villages, he'll say that I'm free to do it. Still, it would be great if you tried, Haku insisted. The stakes are really high. Don't worry, I didn't say no. I'll try to get on his case once he stops talking with Naruto-san and we can be alone, Hotaru promised. But like I said, don't expect him to put much weight on my wants. Thank you for your effort, Hotaru-san, Hinata replied. We don't ask more than that. Nagi Island Port Town. Most ships usually avoided traveling during the night, since it was an incredibly dangerous thing to do. Without natural light, it was very hard to see rock formations in the coast that could sink a vessel. And sadly Nagi Island lacked a lighthouse to guide ships in the dark of the night. Even then, a small ship managed to arrive at the island. It didn't stop at the dock, since its occupants didn't want to draw attention to their presence. Instead, they dropped the anchor when they were close to the shore, jumped into the water, and using chakra, they walked, or better said, ran, towards the island. So, the Six Tails Jinchuriki key is somewhere in this island, according to the intel, one of the figures that came out of the ship stated. Indeed he is, Konan, the other one replied. How are you so sure? Konan asked. If he left this island, we would have been warned. No, he is here, and he's unaware of the danger that hangs over his head. I see. What is the plan, Pain? Konan asked. For the time being, let's track the Jinchuriki key. Find if he's alone, or if there's anybody accompanying him. Then, we'll devise an strategy, and attack, Pain replied. We must be swift and careful. I wouldn't put past the great villages to start gathering the wandering Jinchuriki key as well just to stop to our plans, Konan sagely advised. Let them try, the Akatsuki leader replied. Nothing but pain will await to those who stand in our way. Chapter 70. Facing a God. Or. Here comes the pain. Nagi Island, morning. As I said, I've been thinking about what you told me. The threat of Akatsuki, and what should I do in order to avoid it, Yotakata began. Everybody listened to him intently. What he would say next would determine if the mission could end here and there and finally take the Jinchuriki key to a safe place, or if the Kiri and Konoha ninja would have to subdue him by force. At first, I thought that if I did what I've been doing this past years, moving from one place to another and never staying in the same place for long, I'd be able to evade the Akatsuki, Yotakata stated. However, you finding me is evidence that such plan isn't going to work. I also thought that, in the case they got me, I could defend myself from whoever they send to capture me. But again, the fact that Akatsuki captured other Jinchuriki already also means that it'd be foolish if I was so overconfident. Both Miyake and Suijutsu looked hopeful. Does that mean? Miyake began, almost holding her breath. Yes. I decide to let myself to be taken into the great village's custody, Yotaka finished. Everybody cheered upon hearing the Jinchuriki's response, Hotaru included, much to Yotaka's surprise, who raised an eyebrow at this. He cleared his throat to indicate that he wasn't finished. However, I do have a condition, Yotaka stated. The cheering abruptly stopped, and the mood died down. Miyaki, however, kept a positive attitude. Whatever it is, Yotaka-san, I'm sure we can provide it, she said in a conciliatory tone. As long as it's something reasonable, that's it. So, what do you want for Kiri to offer you? I want nothing from Kiri, Yotaka stated, his voice laced with some venom. I don't want to return to that place. You told me that I was able to go to any of the great villages, right? In that case, I want to go to Konoha. That's my request. Really? That's awesome. Naruto cheered, pumping a fist in the air. May I ask why do you wish to come to our village, Yotaka-san? Hinata asked. Don't you prefer to return to your own home? Not that we won't welcome you, Haku helpfully added. If you need to know my reasons, well, the first one is that I have way too many painful memories attached to Kirigakure, and I do not wish to return there. Second, Konoha already houses 2 Jinchuriki, as far as you told me, the brown-haired man looked at Naruto. The only Jinchuriki I ever met was Yagura, and he wasn't a very pleasant man. Now that I have this opportunity, I wish to know both you and the other Jinchuriki better. And third, of all the available options, Konoha seems to be the safest. Yotaka then looked at Haku. And from what you told me, I won't be the first land of water native to move there. You're not going to regret it, I can assure you that, Haku replied while nodding. Then it's settled. Yotaka and Hotaru will move to Konoha. Naruto shouted, as excited as a little boy with a new toy. Hey, I said that I'd be there as long as the Akatsuki threat persists. Once this is over, I'll go back to the road, Yotaka interjected. Fair enough. But I wouldn't be surprised if you changed your mind over your stay there, Haku added, smiling a little. I also want to state that I don't plan to become a Konoha ninja nor do missions for your village. That part of my life is already over, Yotaka firmly stated. Don't worry. Nobody will force you to do anything you don't want to, Naruto assured him, before he shot his fellow Jinchuriki a foxy grin. Not that I won't try to change your mind. Yotaka grimaced a little. I'm already regretting this decision. Come on, Yotaka-sensei. I'm sure being in Konoha will be fun. Hotaru chimed in. Her sensei just sighed. As they watched the happy exchange, the Kiri ninjas looked less excited than their Konoha counterparts, but they were content nonetheless. We were hoping we could convince you to come back home. I'm going to admit we wanted to have a Jinchuriki again, Suijutsu stated. But we will be happy to know that our enemies won't be able to lay their hands upon you, Miyaki stated. And who knows, maybe in the future, once Mae-sama wipes away every trace of the blood mist, we can convince you to come back. You're planning way too much ahead, Yotaka stated in annoyance. Anyway, now that it's settled, I believe we should get going. The more we stay in the same place, the bigger the Akatsuki's chances of finding us, Suijutsu stated. We should go back to the port town, get a ship that goes to the land of fire, and escort Yotaka to Konohagakure. Miyaki nodded. We will tag along until Yotaka-san is safe behind Konoha's walls. Is that okay with you? Miyaki asked. The Konoha ninja looked at each other, looking for their mutual approval, and quickly nodded. Yeah, the more we are, the better, Naruto said. Now, let's pack everything up as fast as we can and get moving. True to Naruto's words, they picked up the campsite and got moving in record time. Jumping from one tree branch to another except Hinata, who flew close to them, the group of Konoha and Kiri ninjas made their way back to the port town. They needed to get back there and get into a ship as soon as possible. Once in the sea, the chances of an ambush happening would be close to zero. And in the land of fire they'd be safer than in a small island in the middle of nowhere. If we keep this pace, we'll reach the port town in little more than half an hour, Miyaki stated. Let's try to make it into less than that, Naruto suggested. Everybody nodded, and increased their pace. Despite the good mood, they wanted to finish this mission as soon as possible, since they felt like they were carrying a potentially dangerous cargo that could blow up at any second, and that filled them with a feeling of uneasiness. And true to that, the metaphorical cargo was about to blow up. Shinra Tensei. Nobody knew where it came from, but 1 second, the group was moving forward, and the next a powerful shockwave blasted them upwards, while tearing down several trees in the process, creating a clearing in the area. All of them landed painfully in the now clear ground with several painful thuds. Ow! Where did that come from? No time to groan. Everybody, get back to your feet and ready to fight. Suijutsu called, as his body, which had been partially liquefied by the blast, started to reform. Hinata-hime, find the enemies. Naruto asked. I'm on it. His girlfriend replied, as she expanded her field vision in order to find said enemies. She took no time to find a figure wearing a black cloak with red clouds standing in their path. Akatsuki is here. Of course, this mission would be too easy if they didn't show up, Naruto groaned, as he rolled his eyes. How many of them? Where are they? There. Hinata began, but cut herself as something caught her attention. Another Akatsuki, flying above them. But most distressingly was what she was about to do. Explosive tags coming from above. They're without number. Instinctively, everybody looked up, and indeed, they saw hundreds upon hundreds of explosive tags floating above them, around a member of Akatsuki that kept herself in the air thanks to a pair of wings attached to her back that appeared to be made of paper. The Akatsuki motioned her hand downwards, and the explosive tags rained upon them at such speed they appeared to weigh as much as Kunao. Oh shit! Suijutsu cried. Everybody, get close to me! Haku called, as his hands flew through hand seals. Ice release, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. As everybody clustered around Haku, 3 domes made of ice quickly formed around them, just in time as the explosive tags reached them, unleashing a chain of explosions. The chain lasted several painfully long seconds, making the ground tremble with each blast. Those sheltered inside prayed for the domes to resist, while Haku struggled to keep them strong. Eventually, the explosions ceased, and Haku allowed himself to stop channeling chakra into the jutsu, which quickly started to thaw. The ice ninja fell to his knees, a bit exhausted. Good job, Haku-san. If it wasn't for you, who knows how many of us would have perished, Miyaki praised, as her hands reached her helmet splitter. So, those are enemies, right? Suijutsu said, also grabbing his sword, the sewing needle. I never fought against an Akatsuki, but if this is how they open a fight, damn, we're for a fun time. The Akatsuki on land was a man in his early 30s with spiky orange hair, his face and ears loaded with thick black piercings. He was wearing a slashed Omegaku or forehead protector. But the trait that drew the most attention were his eyes, completely purple with a concentric ring pattern. The other Akatsuki, a blue-haired woman the same age, with blue hair decorated with a flower, descended upon being close to him. You've been found at last, Jinchuriki of the 6 Tails, the man spoke. His voice was deep and ominous. Now, I shall take the beast that you bear inside your body. Resisting is futile. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki is also here, the woman observed. We can capture the 2 of them at once. This opportunity it's too good to pass, Pain. You may be right, Konan, the man replied. But for the time being, our main priority is the other. Naruto made a hand seal, and 2 clones popped into existence. Without waiting to receive any order from their creator, the clones rushed in opposite directions, vanishing among the sea of trees. You said you fought Akatsuki before, Yotakata told the Konoha ninja as he grabbed his bubble pipe. Are these people familiar to you? No, we never met them before, Naruto replied, growing tense. But they look even more powerful than the ones we did. Your assessment is correct, Uzumaki, the man added. Because in the past, you only fought against regular men. You're against a god now. We only want the Jinchuriki. Surrender them, and we'll spare everybody else's lives, Konan offered. If you think we're going to do that, you're more stupid than you look. Hotaru angrily replied. Pain noticed that Naruto was staring at him intensely. More specifically, he was looking into his eyes. Something the Akatsuki didn't find unusual, but decided to ignore. That's it, until the blonde opened his mouth. Those eyes, they're Rinnegan, correct? Naruto solemnly asked. Pain's lips curved into a small smile. You're right. These are the eyes that once were wielded by the sage of the six paths. As I carry them now, it is my duty to continue with the sage's mission to create a world without war or strife. And how do you plan to do that? By hunting Jinchuriki. Naruto angrily replied. Reviving the Ten Tails will only cause the end of the world. Konan opened her eyes widely when Naruto mentioned the name of the monster they were planning to restore. Where did you? She blabbered. Their knowledge of the Ten Tails is irrelevant to our mission, as it will do them no good, Pain told Konan, sounding as ominous as confident as before his eyes turned towards Naruto again. But if you need to know, the Ten Tails is the key to create that world. If somebody harnessed that vast power, that person would be without equal, and could use that power to put an end to all wars and misery in the world. But that wouldn't be real peace. If you know about the Sage and the Ten Tails, then you must know about Kaguya too. Hinata heatedly interjected. Such peace isn't bound to last. And what is the alternative? Trust that people will stop hating and warring each other on their own. Konan asked, scowling angrily at the Hyuga. You foolish, naive children. Konan is right, Pain continued. People will never understand each other. Only by knowing each other's pain can understanding be reached. And even if you know the other's pain, hatred may make understanding impossible. That's why there are wars even if most people don't want them. The only way to stop this cycle of hatred is by force. I don't care what you believe. I'm not going to let you dash suddenly. Naruto's eyes snapped wide open. Naruto-kun. Hinata worriedly asked. My clones, they disappeared. The confused blonde replied. What? How? Haku asked. Hinata made a hand seal, and her Tensagen flazed for an instant. Her eyesight expanded to cover the entire area, her eyes also opened wide upon seeing what had killed the clones. More Akatsuki. 5 of them. They're surrounding the clearing. Hinata distressingly informed. All of them have the same orange hair, multiple facial piercings, and those purple eyes. We've studied your fighting style for when the time to capture you arrived, Naruto, Pain replied. Before a fight begins, you create 2 clones that go into hiding, making your opponent believe that you're preparing an ambush. Then, in the middle of the fight, you'll go into Sage mode, despite the fact that in order to gather nature energy one needs to be still for a long period of time. But by using clones, you can gather nature energy unimpeded as you fight, then the clone will dispel itself, transferring the nature energy to you, with the added benefit that your opponent's attention is now divided, waiting for an ambush that will never come. Is my guess a correct one, Naruto Uzumaki? Pain asked. Naruto gritted his teeth, as a frustrating feeling of impotence washed over him. I've never fought an Akatsuki without Sage mode before. What I'm going to do now? No. Stop the quitter talk. You're a great ninja with or without Sage mode. I can win this. I have to win this. The blonde's scowl of frustration disappeared, as it was replaced by a confident smirk. So, you were able to counter one of my many jutsu and techniques. Let's see if you can do the same with the others. Boasts are useless if one lacks the power to back them up, Pain replied, as he raised an open hand towards them. I believe there's no point in conversing anymore. Now, it's your turn to know Pain. Shinra Tensei. Once again, a powerful shockwave blasted the group of Konoha and Kiri ninjas backwards with overwhelming force. Though now they realized it wasn't a normal shockwave. A second before being pushed away, it was almost as if they weighed nothing, as if somehow the Akatsuki could manipulate gravity itself. They rushed to get back on their feet as the 2 Akatsuki menacingly approached. Hinata, you can make somebody else fly as well, right? Naruto asked. His girlfriend nodded. In that case, take Yotakata to a ship, and get the hell out of here. But I can't leave both you and Haku-kun with those Akatsuki. Hinata protested. You're a Jinchuriki too. You're in danger as well. Don't worry, we'll divide his attention by rushing in a different way. Let's see which one of us he'll go after, Naruto replied. Now go, quickly. Hinata nodded, and made a hand seal. Yotakata's feet stopped touching the ground. What the? The brown-haired Jinchuriki asked, as he started to flail. Sorry Yotakata-san, but no time to ask for permission. We need to leave now. Hinata urged as she took off into the sky, with the unwilling Yotakata being carried behind. I won't let you, Pain replied, but oddly enough, made no effort to stop the flying ninja. Suddenly the air was filled with several whistles, and much to her shock, Hinata's Tensagen caught a cluster of missiles flying right at her and Yotakata. Wasting no time, her hands started to form several hand seals. Lightning release, thunderbolt. Multiple lightning bolts fired from Hinata's fingertips, catching the incoming barrage of missiles, making them to detonate prematurely. Unfortunately, while Hinata was doing this, she was unable to notice another danger that was coming to them. Watch out! Yotakata called. As if appearing from thin air, a gigantic, deformed bird with grey plumage and a massive, jagged beak dashed at them. Hinata wasn't able to maneuver in time, and the impact sent the two of them back to the ground, tumbling. Hinata-hime! Naruto cried, as he ran towards her. Sensei! Hotaru cried, following Naruto. The two of them groaned, as they got back on their feet, helped by their respective partners. So far, they didn't look injured. Are you okay? Naruto asked. I'm fine, don't worry. I was able to cushion our fall with my kinetic abilities, Hinata explained. Guess that's why it didn't hurt as much as I expected, Yotakata said, as he took out the bubble pipe he was carrying on his belt. No option but fighting, I see. Unfortunately, yes, Naruto bitterly agreed, as he glared at the incoming Akatsuki. We'll need to take care of the other Akatsuki surrounding the clearing, or else we're going to get blindsided, Hinata stated. Leave that to me. I'll try to force them out in the open, while getting some intel on their abilities, Naruto said, as he made his favorite hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. An army of 100 Naruto clones popped into existence, as they spread out and went to seek and fight the other 4 Akatsuki. If Pain and Konan were perturbed by this, they didn't show it. Konan, make sure none of the Jinchuriki leave, Pain instructed his partner. What about the others? Konan asked. The closest ninja village is hundreds of kilometers away. Even if they go away and call for reinforcements, it would take days to arrive, Pain assured her. Very well then, Konan nodded, and flapping her artificial wings, took off into the sky once again. A black rod emerged from under Pain's sleeve, which the Akatsuki grabbed and wielded it as if it was a weapon. He raised it towards Naruto and Yotakata. Now, let the hunt begin, Pain ominously declared, before raising his other hand. Basho Tenin. Suddenly, Yotakata felt completely weightless for a second, before he was pulled towards Pain by a violently unstoppable force. He tried to react, but the suddenness and the sheer force he was being pulled stopped him, and his neck was gripped by Pain's open hand. You're mine now, Pain said before slamming Yotakata into the ground, and readied his black rod to stab him with it. While this happened, Naruto pulled out several shuriken with one hand while making hand seals with the other. The steel starts started to crackle with electricity just before he threw them at the orange-haired Akatsuki. Leave him alone! Naruto shouted. Pain was forced to release Yotakata and jump backwards while either dodging the incoming shuriken, or deflecting them with his black rod. Despite being enhanced with lightning release, they failed to cut through Pain's mysterious weapon. Taking advantage of Pain's predicament, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails quickly got back on his feet, and started to weave hand seals. His apprentice landed beside him, also doing hand seals. Hotaru, let's attack at once. The brown-haired man commanded, the girl nodding in agreement. Acid scattering. Water release, water hail. Yotakata expelled from his mouth a stream of an extremely corrosive acid, while Hotaru cupped her hands forward, releasing a barrage of water bullets. However, before the two attacks could hit their target, another Akatsuki got in the way. Casting his hands forward, he created a glowing shield of chakra that absorbed both attacks the moment they made contact, much to their bewilderment. Realizing that they were in danger if stayed close to the Akatsuki for longer, Yotakata and Hotaru jumped back, rejoining the others. "Who is that guy?" Naruto asked, as he stared at the new Akatsuki, a very portly man. Like Pain, he had orange hair, thick facial piercings, and most distressingly, a pair of Rinnegan. "How can he have a Rinnegan too? Your minds cannot hope to comprehend the power I possess," Pain boasted once again. A high-pitched shriek came from the sky, as the giant bird from before loomed over them from above, menacingly nose-diving at them. This time, however, Hinata's Tensagen managed to catch the aerial threat in time, and replied before it could cause any harm. Vacuum Palm Wall. Thursday sting both palms upwards, Hinata launched a massive vacuum shell upwards, hitting the giant bird in its beak with such force, it made it deviate its course to the side, before losing its balance and crashing into the ground, tearing some trees apart in the process. Immediately, there was a light rumble followed by the sound of more trees teared apart, as a gigantic ox and equally large rhino plowed through the trees, charging at them. Like the bird, all them noticed that these animals also had Rinnegan eyes, as well as thick, black stakes piercing their bodies. "The hell? Where all these summoned animals are coming from?" Suijutsu asked, as he narrowly dodged being eviscerated by the giant rhino's horn. "Naruto-kun, I think it's time to bring some summons of our own," Haku called. The blonde nodded, before biting his thumb, and making the usual 5-hand seals. "Summoning jutsu." Naruto slammed his palm into the ground, producing a massive burst of smoke. When the smoke dispelled, Naruto was now standing at the top of Gameken's head. "Greetings, Naruto. I'm honored that you have summoned me to battle once again," the soft-spoken toad said. "It might be too much for you to handle, but I need your help to deal with those animals," Naruto said, pointing at the incoming rhino and ox. "Leave that in my hands, Naruto. I've been training these past years in order to curb my clumsiness," Gameken replied, as he readied his shield and Sajumata. "Meanwhile, we'll deal with the others," Naruto said, as he jumped down to rejoin his friends. "I'm getting information from my clones on the other guys. One of them is some sort of mechanical being, like a puppet. Another is the one summoning these animals, but it seems is the only thing he can do. I don't know about the other two. We can't let everything in the hand of the clones," Miyaki decided. "Tsurugi, you and your Umbu unit go and stop those guys. Or else we'll get blindsided." "Right away, ma'am," Tsurugi replied. "Everybody, go. Suijutsu and I will help the giant toad take care of the summons," Miyaki suggested. Naruto-san was the one who helped Mae-sama take down Yagura, and his teammates don't lack skill nor power either. They're our best bet against these Akatsuki. "Alright then. But don't think I'm going to be happy with just the leftovers while the Konoha ninja have the real fun," Suijutsu replied, as he and Miyaki went to face the giant ox. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas, Yotakata and Hotaru decided that they have had enough of being on the receiving side, and went on to the offensive. "That man is able to absorb ninjutsu attacks. I'll keep him distracted while the rest of you deal with the other one, understood?" Hinata asked. Everybody else nodded. "Whatever you've planned, I can assure you it won't work," Pain confidently stated. "We'll see about that," Hinata replied, as she dashed towards the ninjutsu-absorbing Akatsuki, while delivering a palm strike forward. The Akatsuki jumped backwards, and Hinata's palm ended up hitting the ground, producing a small crater. "You won't be able to dodge the next one, since you're within my divination range. 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Just as Hinata said, the Akatsuki was unable to dodge the Hyuga clan's signature taijutsu combo, and was pushed backwards with each palm strike as he tried in vain to dodge it. "Now is our chance, attack at once," Naruto commanded, as he started to make hand seals. Yotakata, Hotaru, and Haku nodded, proceeding to do the same. Ice release, multiple icicle piercing shots. Water release, wild water wave. Water release, bubble jutsu. Lightning release, lightning stab. Haku conjured and shot forward multiple ice stakes, while Hotaru exhaled a powerful stream of water from her mouth. Yotakata blew several innocuous-looking bubbles, while Naruto pulled out several kunao, infused them with electricity and tossed them forward. Even the most veteran Jonin would have felt at least a bit distressed upon being on the receiving end on so many elemental ninjutsu. However, Pain was above any average ninja, and was about to show why. Pathetic, Pain said, raising an open palm at the incoming elemental barrage. Shinra Tensei. Pain's open palm produced a repulsive shockwave that was easily able to repel and in the soap bubble's case, prematurely detonate the incoming attacks at him, and still keep enough force to push the casters and make them fall on their backs. Such power! Hotaru shouted, midly distressed. If all of us together aren't able to overcome that jutsu of his dash. Watch out! Naruto called out, pointing upwards. Everybody looked in the direction the blonde was pointing at, and saw Konan looming above them. Paper drizzle. Flapping her makeshift wings once, a barrage of razor-sharp paper tags rained from them. The ninjas below her quickly rose to their feet and scrambled to dodge the deadly shower, with each missing projectile stabbing itself into the ground as if it was made of sharp metal. Not bad, Konan stated, her face remaining neutral. Now let's see if you can oof. Suddenly, Konan was slammed into the ground by an unseen force, her body making a loud noise as if it crashed down. Konan! Pain yelled, expressing some sort of emotion for the first time since the fight began. I'm fine. Konan said, coughing a little, as she got back on his feet. What did dash? She did, Pain finished her question, as his eyes drifted to Hinata. So, that's the power of the Tenseigan. Impressive, but still inferior to the Rinnegan. You know the Tenseigan? Hinata asked. One of our newest members possess a pair, Pain replied, causing Hinata to tense. I believe that you already met him, didn't you? So it's true. That Tonari guy is somehow part of the Akatsuki, Nachiro muttered, mostly to himself. Indeed. I have been unable to test the extent of his powers, but given that you have the same eyes as him, an assessment of your abilities will be a valid substitute, Pain stated. Alright then, I'll show you the power of my eyes. No, my power, Hinata replied, as she started to make hand seals. Tenseigan Chakra mode. Hinata's body started to glow with a purple aura. Pain looked unimpressed. Not that she expected any other reaction, given that it was the most basic stage of the mode. However, the next part would tip the battle in their favor. Now. Hinata placed her hands as if holding an invisible object. A sphere of lavender light formed between them, and started to grow as she moved her hands outwards. Truth-seeking balls. The violet sphere split into two smaller ones, before losing their light, revealing two fist-sized black spheres that reflected a dim purple light. As if they had life of their own, the spheres placed behind Hinata's back. Just two? I was hoping I could produce more when the push came to shove, Hinata inwardly lamented. With Naruto-kun unable to use his Sage mode, it falls on me to carry the weight of the fight. Despite her disappointment, her display did impress the Akatsuki. Truth-seeking balls? That's not something you see every day, Pain praised. Congratulations, Hyuga, you now have my attention. Very well then. Take this. Hinata said, as she motioned both hands forward. The truth-seeking balls launched themselves at Pain while spinning around each other. Pain raised his hand forward, but rather than a Shinra Tensei like Hinata was expecting, several black rods fired from under his sleeve. Two of those rods collided with the truth-seeking balls, deflecting them backwards. If he knew that truth-seeking balls can nullify ninjutsu, then he knew his shockwave wouldn't work, Hinata realized. But how did those rods repel the balls? It should be impossible. Unless they wait a minute, where did he go? The short time Hinata took to muse, Pain launched himself forward, with a longer rod in his hand. But she wasn't his prey, instead, he was now onto Yotakata, ready to sink that black rod inside his flesh. A loud metallic noise was heard, and Naruto was standing between Pain and Yotakata, his rod being parried by the blonde's wind blade. My wind blade is able to cut through pretty much everything, Naruto pointed out. Just what the hell is that thing made of? Good one, Naruto. Keep him like that. Yotakata said, as he jumped backwards while taking his pipe to his lips. Water release, drowning bubble jutsu. Yotakata flew a flurry of bubbles, which quickly converged around Pain's head, encasing the Akatsuki's head in a spheric blob of water. The effect was immediate, and the orange-haired Akatsuki started to suffocate. Pain! Konan shouted, as he dived to assist her partner. Not so fast, miss. Hotaru claimed, as she quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water hail jutsu. The suddenness of the attack forced Konan to fall back, much to her frustration. And now that Pain was vulnerable, Haku decided he should better speed up the process. He leaped at Pain while his hands flew through hand seals. Ice release, breath of winter. Haku exhaled a gust of extremely cold wind, covering Pain in frost but, most importantly, freezing the blob of water the Akatsuki's head was encased into. After a few moments of weakly trashing and trying to break the ice, the Akatsuki fell on his back, lifeless. His chakra vanished. Hinata pointed out. He's dead. Yes. Naruto cheered, pumping a fist into the air. Haha, so much for the Rinnegan. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble, and the Konoha and Kiri ninjas were startled to see more giant animals coming their way. This time, they were a giant, multiple-headed dog, and oddly enough, a giant panda. There were other two Akatsuki on top of each animal's head. One of them had long, orange hair tied in a ponytail, multiple facial piercings, and the Rinnegan. The other hardly looked human to begin with, and just like Hinata said, his appearance reminded one of a puppet. He also had facial piercings and Rinnegan eyes. Watch out! The giant animals charged at them, forcing the Konoha and Kiri ninjas to scatter. Taking advantage of this, Konan took Pain's corpse, and jumped away. You have seen nothing yet, was the last thing they heard Konan saying. Even if we defeated Pain, it seems that these guys can act on their own, Haku observed. You're no closer to defeating me than you were at the very beginning of this fight, the Akatsuki with the ponytail said, sounding as if he was also Pain even if his voice was different. So, this guy is Pain too? How is that even possible? Yotakata asked, as he looked at the other Akatsuki, the one who looked like a puppet. All of them are Pain then? We fought an Akatsuki member that had 5 hearts, split among 5 bodies, each with a different elemental affinity, Hinata recounted. That's why the Akatsuki are so dangerous. They aren't merely strong ninja, they possess abilities that defy both logic and morality. That means that we need to kill all the Akatsuki with Rinnegan eyes to defeat the actual Pain, Haku deduced. The Rinnegan is truly an astounding power. You have no idea, kid, the ponytail Pain said, as he nodded to his other self. The puppet Pain raised an arm against them, which split in 2 to reveal what appeared to be a cannon. Light particles started to gather around the cannon's end, forming a ball, before being released as a beam, producing an explosion when it hit its targets. However, once the smoke dispelled, the Akatsuki could see that the Konoha and Kiri ninja were okay, protected behind a strange black mass. The mass then shrank and reformed into a pair of spheres, and placed themselves behind Hinata's back. You seem to forget that truth-seeking balls can nullify all kind of ninjutsu, Hinata stated. Suddenly, her expression became one of panic when her Tensegan caught something a second too late. Yotakata-san. The startled Jinchuriki felt something wrapping itself around his body, before being pulled upwards by an invisible force. Sensei! Hotaru screamed, as she futilely dashed towards him. Hotaru-san, wait! Hinata called, grabbing her by her arm. There's another summoned animal there. One who can turn invisible. As if to prove Hinata right, a giant chameleon made itself visible. Like all of Pain's bodies and animal summons, the giant Rapital also had Rinnegan eyes and several black thick stakes stuck on its body. Oddly enough, its tail ended in a snake head. But we need to help Sensei. Hotaru urged. Don't worry, Hotaru, I can get out of this mess by myself, Yotakata confidently stated. His cheeks then puffed before releasing a corrosive acid from his mouth, spraying the chameleon's tongue with it. The chameleon hissed as it retreated its hurt tongue into its mouth, releasing Yotakata in the process. As he fell, the Jinchuriki blew more bubbles from his pipe. Water release, explosive bubbles. The bubbles started to gather around the giant reptile, and as the name of the jutsu implied, the bubbles exploded upon touching its skin. The chameleon hissed further in pain, before the damage forcefully unsummoned him, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. Yes. That was so great, Yotakata-sensei. Hotaru gushed, happy to see her beloved master safe and sound. Don't celebrate yet, Hotaru. I got rid of one enemy, but there are still many others left. Yotakata told her, almost in a chiding tone. As if on cue, the giant animals charged at them. Ponytail Pain stayed whe was, while Puppet Pain jumped from the head of the giant centipede in order to engage the enemy ninjas himself. His left up opened up in multiple places, revealing hidden missiles that he fired at the Konoha ninja. Scatter! Naruto commanded, as he made several hand seals. Wind Release, Cyclone Vortex. Naruto poured as much chakra as he could into the attack, creating a huge wind vortex that sucked all the incoming missiles inside it, and made them prematurely explode. The giant dog headed towards Yotakata while the centipede lunged at Naruto, who was wide open. Fortunately, the giant canine was stopped in time by Gameiken, while a giant needle pierced the giant arthropod multiple times, trapping it in a tangle of ninja wire. And got ya! Suijutsu boasted, as he pulled the ninja wire with all his strength, in order to keep the multiple-legged animal in place. I'll bring it down in one hit. Haku claimed, as his hands flew through a particularly long sequence of hand seals, clapping his hands in the end. Ice Release, Sword of Winter. Suddenly, the temperature abruptly dropped, and a blizzard started to blow, slowly covering the area in snow. A few seconds later, several gigantic icicles fell from the sky, impaling the centipede through several areas, forcing it to cancel the summon, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Way to go, Haku! Naruto cheered. This jutsu still have enough momentum for more, Haku added, his palms still together, as his sight moved onto the giant dog fighting Gameiken. Toad-san, move out. Gameiken jumped backwards just before more gigantic icicles impaled the dog as well. But much to everybody's surprise, rather than dispelling it like it happened with the arthropod, the dog split into multiple copies of itself. What the hell? Naruto asked in shock. Gameiken tried to fend off the pack of monstrous dogs, but in the end, the poor toad was overwhelmed. I'm sorry, Naruto, Gameiken croaked, as multiple jaws bit into several parts of his body. I'm still more clumsy than I thought. And the giant toad disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Their prey gone, the giant dogs looked at Naruto, and chose him as their next prey. I'm not afraid of you, you overgrown mutts. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone of Naruto popped into existence. Both the original and the copy flew through a different sequence of hand seals. Let's see how much you like this combination. Naruto said, as he prepared his attack. Cyclone Vortex. Fire Release, Flame Bullet. Naruto created a tornado aimed at the dogs, while the clone blew a fireball into the cyclone, creating a massive twister of fire which caught most of the dogs inside it. However, some of them managed to dodge it or escape with some minor burns and chase the blonde. It seems we won't be able to defeat this summon the conventional way, Yotakata observed, before his gaze locked onto the pain who summoned it, now perched on a tree branch. But there are more ways to get rid of a summon. Like defeating the summoner, right? Hotaru asked. Yotakata nodded, and smiled at his apprentice. Exactly, now let's go. Alright, go after him, we'll try to keep these goddamned mutts at bay. Naruto said, as he made his favorite hand seal, creating a multitude of clones. Hotaru took the initiative, making several hand seals. Water Release, Water Gun. Joining her hands with both index fingers aiming at the pain with the ponytail, Hotaru fired water missiles from her fingers. The summoner Pain jumped from the branch he was standing on, and continued running, trying to dodge the water projectiles, powerful enough to blow holes in the tree's bark upon hitting them. As he jumped, he motioned his arm towards Hotaru, firing several black rods from under his sleeve that blocked the water shots. You're wide open now. Yotakata said, as he ran to close the gap between him and his enemy. Water Release, Bubble Jutsu. Yotakata blew a barrage of explosive bubbles at the now unprotected Pain. However, before the jutsu could make contact, the portly Pain appeared out of nowhere, landing between his fellow self and Yotakata's attack, and absorbed all the bubbles before they could even explode. What the? Yotakata asked, jumping back before his orange-haired enemies could counter-attack. Didn't Hinata-san deal with this guy already? At that moment, Miyako leaped from one of the surrounding trees, helmet splitter in both hands, ready to hack the chakra-absorbing pain to bits. Her ambush was seen by the summoning pain, but he wouldn't be able to warn his partner in time. Die! The blue-haired swordswoman said as she lowered the axe half of her weapon. But much to her surprise, the chakra-absorbing pain dodged her blow without even turning around, almost as if he had eyes on his back, or a Byakugan. Still, Miyaki didn't cease her onslaught, and continued to deliver blows to the portly Akatsuki. As that happened, Puppet Pain re-entered the battle. A compartment opened on his arm, deploying a metallic cannon, which fired a massive stream of flames at the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails and his apprentice. Too broad to dodge. Counter it with a water jutsu. Yotakata ordered. Hotaru nodded, and the two of them formed the same chain of seals. Water release, wild water wave. Master and apprentice expelled from their mouths a torrent of water, Yotakata's being larger, which managed to successfully stop the Akatsuki's fiery attack. However, the brown-haired man noticed Hotaru was starting to pant heavily. Hotaru, are you okay? Yotakata asked. The dirty blonde girl needed a second to answer. I am, but... she wheezed. My chakra is starting to run low. Yotakata nodded, remarking that normal people don't have the immense chakra reserves and seemingly unending stamina Jinchuriki possesses. Even if he could continue fighting, the battle would become much harder to win if his allies started to drop off. Glancing back, seeing the Konoha ninjas fighting the giant dogs which kept multiplying, he could see that the ice release ninja was also breathless. That huge jutsu from before must have taken a good chunk of his chakra. As this happened, Miyaki continued fighting the chakra-absorbing pain. It seemed he got tired of just dodging, and pulled a black rod under his sleeve. A loud clang echoed through the forest when the axe half of the helmet splitter was parried by said chakra rod. Miyaki's lips curved into a wide, extremely smug smirk. Sucker, she laughed. She quickly slammed the hammer half into the backside of the axe. The result was the black rod shattering, unable to withstand the sheer force of the attack, and the axe embedding itself into the Akatsuki's chest, killing him instantly. You guys won't have to worry anymore about your ninjutsu being absorbed, Miyaki triumphantly said. This one won't trouble us anymore. Good job, Miyaki-san, Yotakata praised. Though do make sure he's dead. He recovered from a seemingly lethal attack before. Suddenly, Hotaru's opened wide, as she pointed somewhere forwards. Sensei, watch out. More summons incoming. The blonde girl shouted. Yotakata turned around and saw that, indeed, the summoning pain had finished the summoning jutsu seal sequence. Summoning Ju dash. Lightning release, lightning flash arrow. A blue flash happened, and the next instant, the summoning pain was impaled by a huge arrow made of electricity. The pain barely had time to try to understand what happened, before he fell to the floor, lifeless. He was followed by his currently summoned animals, which all instantly vanished, leaving a poof of smoke behind. Turning from the direction the impossibly fast arrow came from, Yotakata and Hotaru saw Hinata, perched on a tree branch, holding a composite bow with glowing seals carved on it in a string that appeared to be made of chakra. Another one down, Hinata said, as she folded her collapsible chakra bow. Now only half of the pains remain. Good job, Hinata-hime. Naruto praised his girlfriend. Yes. Victory is within our grasp, Haku replied, smiling, before his eyes rested on the puppet-looking pain. Dealing with this enemy will be easy. Then we can move to help the Kiryumbu with the other two in Konan. If they stayed behind, I deduce it's because they aren't suited for direct combat. I believe you're right, but Hinata said, before she interrupted herself when her Tensegan caught something from the corner of her vision. Haku, watch out. The warning came too late, and the ice ninja was impaled by several black rods that were fired out of nowhere, with such force that they pushed Haku backwards, as if he had been kicked by a giant beast, until his lithe body was slammed against a large tree. Haku! Both Naruto and Hinata screaming in unison, with the Hyuga flying towards his position. Don't worry, I'll help you. I don't think so, a familiar, chill-inducing voice said. Basho Tenin. While in midair, Hinata was pulled with incredible force towards Pain, the one with the gravity-based powers. The one who should be dead. His strong hand gripped against her throat. You, how? The Hyuga wanted to ask. Do you honestly think you can kill a god? Pain asked, as Konan landed behind him. Despite such boastful question, his tone wasn't one of smugness or superiority. Toneri requested me that, should our paths cross, I spare your life, for you're dear to him, Pain said, as another black rod appeared in his other hand. However, his foolish romantic desires are secondary to our goal, so I made no promises. And then, Hinata followed Haku's fate, her gut being impaled by the black rod, before Pain lazily tossed her body away. A pool of blood started to form around her. Hinata, no. Naruto said in a whisper. His body tensed, as his hands clutched into fists. How dare you, how dare you? Naruto began. His eyes turned red with slitted pupils. His teeth and nails grew longer and sharper, and his cheek marks became bolder. A red aura started to form around his body. How dare you? The aura took the shape of a fox, with two tails forming behind him. The grass around his started to burn as a strong wind started to blow in every direction. You made him mad, Pain, Konan observed. This will make things much harder for us. Not necessarily, Pain countered, as he extended his hand, his fingers curled as if they were holding something. Stand back, Konan, I'm going to do it. Pain opened his hand, revealing an object the size of a small marble, colored pure black. As if it weighed nothing, it started to elevate into the air the moment Pain released it. Just at that moment, the feral Naruto charged forward. Chibaku Tensei. The earth started to rumble, as chunks of the ground were teared apart and pulled towards the black orb in the sky, as well as fallen branches, pieces of wood, leaves and anything light enough not to resist the gravity pull. Unfortunately, human beings were in this category. Naruto's charge was abruptly cut as he was pulled upwards. Claws made of red chakra grew from his fingers, and used them to remain attached to the ground, while slowly advancing towards Pain, resisting the gravitational pull, fueled by sheer anger alone. Yes. This man hurt your friends, and want to exterminate your kind. The Nine-Tails voice said within him. Now take my power. Give in to your anger. Make sure he won't be able to hurt you again. The Jinchuriki let out a feral, inhuman roar that chilled the blood of all of those who heard it, except the orange-haired Akatsuki, who remained as stoic and nonplussed as ever. Your power is incredible, Nine-Tails. But the power I wield transcends even that of a tailed beast, Pain boasted. Naruto's anger grew each second, and with it, the power coursing through his veins burned stronger. A third tail formed along the other two, as his eyes turned solid red. Burns started to spread across his body. And then, something distracted him from the blinding fury that compelled him to go towards Pain and tear him to shreds, Hinata and Haku's bodies, flying towards the forming planetoid. He saw Hinata's eyes. Her Tensagen still glinted with a white light. Could that mean that Hinata was still alive? No. Don't let her distract you. Your girlfriend is dead. Pain killed her. Now revel in my power in order to become strong enough to kill him. Let the anger guide you. The Kyuubi commanded, his voice growing increasingly desperate. But the tailed beast's voice didn't have the intended effect on Naruto. The number of tails went down to just 2, and as the anger within Naruto subsided, his focus became more clear, and making his choice, let the gravity well pull him as well. No. Don't do that. If you do it, you will die. The Kyuubi called. Of course, Naruto had no intention to die. He used the rocks flying towards the planetoid as stepping stones, until he reached Hinata, and wrapped her between his arms. He then did the same with Haku, which he used his 2 tails to grab him, before he tried to take them away from the forming planetoid. Unfortunately, as Naruto did this, he was unable to provide aid to the Kiri ninjas, not even in the form of shadow clones, as his mind was too focused on saving his friends and teammates, while keeping the 9 tails from poisoning his mind. Oh shit! Suijutsu yelled, as he was pulled towards the forming sphere of rocks. Overcoming the shock and panic, Suijutsu threw the swaying needle towards a tree, and maneuvered the attached ninja wire as to wrap it around its canopy, creating an anchor. "Hang on there," Miyaki replied, as she stabbed the axe half of the helmet splitter into a nearby tree, in order to anchor herself as well. "Everybody, grab onto either Suijutsu or me." Unfortunately, there was somebody unable to anchor themselves to the ground like the others were doing, and was pulled towards the forming planetoid. Hotaru screamed, as she was pulled upwards. "Hotaru!" Yotakata shouted. The Jinchuriki of the Six Tails instantly leaped to her rescue, letting the gravitational well pull him as well in order to gain speed, and using the flying chunks of earth and ground as stepping stones, just like his counterpart from Konoha had done so moments before to save his comrades. "Got you," Yotakata said, as his fingers clamped over the young woman's wrist. "Sensei!" Hotaru screamed again. "Just hold on. Don't worry, I won't let you go," Yotakata promised, as he began to now move away from the gravity attack, still using the flying stones as improvised platforms. However, at that moment, butterflies started to appear, fluttering around the tall brown-haired man, as if they were unaffected by the gravity field. A feeling of dread washed over him as more and more butterflies gathered, some of them perching themselves on Yotakata. Then, the former Kiri ninja learned two things, neither of them good. First was that those butterflies weren't real, but origami figures. And second, that they weren't made of ordinary paper, but of explosive tags. Which led to a third, more distressing revelation: he wouldn't be able to get rid of the explosive butterflies while holding Hotaru. Two options were now in front of him, but he took no time to make his choice. To him, it was obvious. His hand reached his pipe. "Hotaru, I can't save the both of us," Yotakata began, as he took the pipe to his mouth. More butterflies gathered around him. "In the past, I would have chose my life over yours in an instant, but that was before getting to know you better. I'm glad that you were so persistent of being part of my life, and that I ended up giving up and let you in. Now I see that I could have been a better teacher, but I think I have time for one last lesson." Yotakata blew a rather large bubble, which he used to encase Hotaru inside it. The bubble managed to resist the gravitational pull and slowly floated away from the danger, much to Hotaru's incessant protest. "No, sensei, don't do it!" Hotaru screamed, as tears fell down her cheeks, while she futilely banged the surprisingly hard wall of the bubble with her fists. "Live," Yotakata said, a small smile formed in his lips. "Enjoy life at its fullest, don't be chained by the past, and make sure that when your time comes, you can look back and smile knowing that you have no regrets." "Sensei." Yotakata's last words were followed by a chain of explosions, engulfing the unlucky Jinchuriki, before his unmoving body was pulled by the gravity core. Konan quickly flew towards him and intercepted him before he could become part of the still-growing planetoid, which was large enough to partially block the sun. "Are you sure he's still alive?" Pain asked. "Those were quite the explosions." "I'm positive," the blue-haired woman replied, as she landed beside her partner, with the burned and unconscious Yotakata on her arms. "I know the amount of force I have to use to neutralize a Jinchuriki without killing him." "You!" Naruto yelled, as he landed in front of them with a loud thud. The two-tailed chakra cloak burned with intensity around his body. "Do you think I'm going to let you go away with him?" "What we do, Pain." Konan asked her partner. "Should we capture him too?" "I think for the time being, we should stay safe and retreat with the one we have captured." Pain's raised hand curled into a claw. "But don't worry, Ninetails, your time will come as well." "Bastard! You're not going to dash." "One last thing, tell Jiraiya-sensei that I send our regards," Pain replied, before quickly motioning his outstretched hand down. "Jiraiya-sensei?" Naruto asked, dumbfounded. The shock caused by such statement was enough to stop him on his tracks. A few seconds, he finally realized of the situation he was in. A massive rock was falling down on both him and all his friends and partners. Though judging by Suijutsu's screams, it seems that they had noticed and were taking the steps to avoid being crushed to death, while Hotaru slowly floated away inside a large bubble. He was about to run, though not back, but forward. He couldn't let Pain get away with Yotakata. But before he could resume the chase, he realized of something. Hinata and Haku. They're too wounded to run by themselves. They'll die if that thing falls near them. Naruto distressingly thought. Glancing one last time with hate-filled eyes at the retreating Akatsuki, Naruto turned around, and rushed towards where he had left his friends and teammates, hoping that they would be safe while he and the remaining ninja finished the fight. But alas, this time victory would go to Akatsuki as well. Sometime later, when Naruto woke up, it was nighttime already. He had very vague memories of what happened after the man-made asteroid hit the ground. The blonde guessed the Nine-Tails chakra combined with the exhaustion from the battle made him lose consciousness. And once again, his thoughts went to his teammates and girlfriend. Hinata. Haku. Naruto yelled, as he quickly rose up, not even realizing he was lying down a moment ago, and started to frantically look around in panic, his eyes still adjusting to the growing darkness. Where are Dash? Calm down, Naruto, a female voice gently said near him. They're besides you, and safe. Naruto realized that Miyaki was crouching besides him. Looking to the other side, he was Hinata and Haku, both of them unconscious, lying down on white sheets. Despite how pale and sick they looked, the fact that he could see their chests heaving up and down was reassuring. We tried to patch them up as best as we could, but they're in need of medical assistance, Miyaki explained. Sadly, our group of Umbu has no medic nin. Yotakata, Naruto said, now that his mind was at ease relatively speaking when it came to Hinata and Haku's status. They got away with him. And he isn't our only loss, Miyaki sadly added. Tsurugi died in the fight, as well as one of our Umbu. By the time we can mount a rescue mission, Yotakata shall be dead. This mission has been a massive failure. Naruto couldn't help but nod in frustration, before his eyes once again rested on the sleeping forms of his girlfriend and friend. They had been very close to lose their lives today. Even if Naruto knew that Akatsuki was a dangerous enemy, he always believed that the assault squad was powerful enough to beat them no matter what. That childish notion, no doubt engorged by their past victories against them, had been shattered when the rogue organization decided to dispatch one of their heavyweights. Through the corner of his vision, the blonde saw Hotaru, sitting on the grass, hugging her knees against her chest, her sad eyes lost into nothingness. Shaking the pain, Naruto stood up, walked towards her, and decided that maybe she should say something to the distraught girl. Hey, Naruto awkwardly greeted the girl. Are you okay? She took a few moments to answer. Her voice sounded cracked. Yes, I am, thank you. But Yotakata-sensei is not. Naruto didn't say anything, and sat beside her. While Naruto was sad for losing a fellow Jinchuriki, this girl knew and probably loved Yotakata on a more personal level. It would have been better if I weren't here, Hotaru sadly said. What? Why do you say that? Naruto asked. It was my fault sensei got captured. He was busy saving me, so he couldn't save himself, Hotaru explained, her eyes starting to swell up with tears. If I wasn't so weak, if I were a better apprentice to him, none of this would have happened. He was right trying to push me away from him. No. Naruto replied, surprised by the volume of his voice. Don't you dare to think that. It wasn't your fault that Yotakata got captured. Despite Naruto's choice of words, it was obvious to the girl that her sensei was as good as gone. Akatsuki are the only ones at fault here. They're the ones who took Yotakata away. That's why we must do everything in our hand to stop them before more innocents suffer. I'd like to do that but... Hotaru began, sobbing a little. I'm not that strong. I'd only get in the way. My uncle was right, being a ninja was just a childish whim. I should better return home. It's that what you truly want? Naruto asked. No, she replied. But what else can I do? What do you want? The blonde repeated. I want. Hotaru began, fighting back the tears. I wanted to be a ninja. To be strong, to be able to take care of myself, as well as protect others. That's why when I met Yotakata-sensei and saw how strong and skilled he was, I did all I could to make him teach me. Naruto smiled a little. Hey, those are pretty good reasons to be a ninja. Plus I saw you fight and you're really good. Why let Yotakata's teaching go to waste? Continuing your ninja training could be a good way to honor his memory. Hotaru looked at Naruto a bit surprised, before her eyes shrank a little, and her lips formed a sad smile. I guess you're right. But what can I do? I no longer have a sensei. You can get a new one. There's always time to become a ninja, Naruto kindly said. The offer from before still stands. The gates of Konoha are open for you if you want to join us. That's very generous of you, Hotaru thanked him. But for the time being, I need some time alone, to do some thinking, to grieve Yotakata-sensei, and plan what I'm going to do next. Oh, okay, Naruto replied, as he stood back to his feet. But try not to wallow in grief too much, okay? Yotakata would have wanted you to move on with your life. I know, Hotaru nodded. Thanks for the talk. Naruto nodded, and walked away. He heard Suijutsu and Miyaki talking about how they'll head back to Kirigakura with the first light of dawn, and that they'll have to make sure all the wounded were taken care of. Though the blonde quickly lost interest in their mundane talk, at the last thing the Akatsuki said before leaving with Yotakata replayed in his head. Tell Jiraiya-sensei that I send our regards. As Naruto pondered those words, an image appeared in his mind. A picture of his dad, only much younger, with 3 kids, a redhead, one with orange spiky hair, and a girl with chin-length blue hair. He didn't remember where or when, but he saw such picture in his house, some time ago. He had dismissed that picture as just another trio of genin his father had trained in the past. Now he was completely sure 2 of those kids were the same Akatsuki he just fought. Dad, what did you hide from me? Check the description for the links to the author.